That's right. Get your free embroidery, even, as you can imagine, embroidery. That's the correct
That's an English word.
And that is what you can get if you use code SMITEMAX. Go to needforseat.com and do yourself a favor. It'll help your back. It'll help your buns. You'll feel much better top to bottom if you have a Maxonomic chair to sit in. Even better if it's Smite themed. I don't know if this is guaranteed true, but I do know all the pros sit in these chairs, and they're pro players and really good at Smite. Therefore, it tracks you'll be really good at Smite if you sit in that chair too. Needforseat.com and use code SMITEMAX on checkout. If you're in the U.S., you can just do Need for Seat USA, and it'll take you directly to where you need to go. You looked like you wanted to say something.
Yeah, but then I realized...
Oh, that's aggro, by the way. I'm bored.
Hey, I have to do a chair ad tomorrow, I realize, so I'm going to save my bit for myself. I'm being selfish. In this regard.
I saw your hand go up, and then I
was like, wait a minute, I can use this myself later on.
Oh, yeah, you're doing both. I thought you were just on the first one. No,
you're on it.
You're going to have to do it. Okay. This is the Warriors versus the Scarabs. That's this next set. You've got a nice little Derpy pumpkin joining you. We've got an Oni Warriors one
Courtesy
over there.
Of Mike.
We'll get that added in. I've got the Alienware hanging out with me. And I think that might be the limit. I mean, there's like the Roku logos that look really good, but we're starting to run out of like the good-looking pumpkins.
I didn't even do one because I knew it was a fruitless endeavor. I knew it would be an absolute travesty, so I didn't touch it.
I will give him credit. Dave's looks like the stencil. It's just the stencil was very small, and so on this big pumpkin with no light in it, it's just a zigzaggy light.
We should light a candle in them. That's what we should do.
Well, that's what we should do. That's typically what you do with jack-o'-lanterns, as it turns out. Anyway, we've got the Warriors taking on the Scarabs here, and it's going to be a very fun set to watch. Again, we've been highlighting this as something that is, admittedly, feels very important for both of these teams to do well and to perform and get this win, because the fact that they have to go up against the teams like the Bolts, teams like the Titans, and their other matchups, it seems like this is the one that is most evenly matched and the most necessary to win.
Yeah, I mean, look, if it's only the top three coming out of each group, which is the case, then the bottom two teams are going to be the ones that have the most important matchup. Yeah. And so the Solar Scarabs and the Oni Warriors, the two teams that we expect to be vying for that last qualification in to the Phase 3 playoffs. And you're right, this makes this probably the most important game of Group B for these two teams, because if you can find yourself a win here, it means the other team has to make something happen. They have to be able to beat one of those other two top teams in the SPL, which neither of these teams have done with any sort of consistency so far this year. So if you come out of this set with a win, no matter how ugly it gets, no matter how close it is, you're going to be feeling pretty good.
It is worth mentioning that when we did a very similar format for group stages in Phase 1, the Scarabs were the team that upset the Kings there.
Correct.
So maybe they'll be playing some upsets here.
Certainly not impossible.
Not impossible, but we'll have to see what they have in store for us today. Vote and the Warriors are who we're going to talk about first here, looking at the Hunters so far right now. And Vote has been a very interesting, I want to say case study overall for Hunter. I don't know if that's the right term for it. It's been doing a great job looking at it. Like the last 3 or 4 gods that he's played have only been Hachiman, Uller, and Rom. But it feels like it's been fitting. Ever since Neil jumped down and kind of joined us here in Georgia, it feels like everything is just connected for the Warriors.
This dual lane has had so much more synergy. They've been playing a lot better. The way that their mid 3v3 is played has been much better. And it turns out that when you actually win your 3v3 in mid, you win more games. Weird how that happens. Must be a coincidence. But no, all joking aside, this Warriors team is certainly on the rise, and at the right time, because one of the advantages, if you want to call it that, of having a underperforming first half of the year, or first 2/3 of the year, is that teams aren't exactly sure how you're beating them with the way that you're going to pick and ban. Your strategies might be a little bit less keyed in than other teams that have been doing well all year. So it opens you up to some new potential, and teams aren't going to be quite as prepared for what they're going to be throwing at them as they would for a team like the Bolts or the Leviathans that have been doing well basically all year.
And so this one's going to be very fun because I think there's still a lot of flair for the Warriors to provide us. And this is the best time to start hitting your stride, right? Like, you hit Phase 3, they start looking better and better each set. We'll see how they're feeling about it. We got Vote standing by for an interview. And it's actually going to be fun because the first question I have for you, Vote, despite the fact that I just mentioned that you've only really been playing like 3 or so Hunters the last few sets you played, Olorun, Charybdis are all of a sudden in this conversation. What are your thoughts on those two gods?
Don't know if I can really. I don't know if I can.
I don't need to know if you're going to pick them.
maybe if you slide a tenner my way, we can talk. But
That's all it takes.
Hey, I'm just saying, we've got a pumpkin with your logo on it. It's not much, but like it's something. You can put it out in front of the apartment. Maybe you slip us some tips. No, okay, I'll let that one sit. We'll let the play do the talking for it. What about the weight of this set? You know, we've been talking a lot about this, but when it comes to the two teams, yourselves as the Warriors and the Scarabs have been fighting pretty much for that spot. I think it's, that 6th, 7th seed all year. You've continually come out in 6th. Now you're fighting for 3rd. Do you feel like this one has a lot of weight behind it?
not really. It's like at the end of the day, you have to beat every team anyway if you want to win like any tournament. So it's like if we don't beat these guys, it's supposed to beat another team. If we can't beat them, we don't deserve to be there. That's the way I think about it, at least.
Well, the last time you two played, it was a 2-0 for the Warriors. You guys looked wonderful when you played it there. Does the best of 5 change anything here, or do you think you're still going to be able to come in with the same gusto?
I think it's the same. I think if anything is better for us. So I think just the way we're all really experienced, so we've all played best of 5s. Me, Neil, and Fred have been playing for a long time. Nico's been through the works. Darda's been through the works. We're all just getting old, so we all know how it goes.
If you keep talking like that, Zap and Barra are going to inaugurate you into the SMITE Boomer Club, and it's going to be a whole thing. Oh, well, hey, man, good luck in your games. Thanks for your time.
Thanks.
Sounds like they've got it figured out, at least the way things are going. And based on, look, a non-answer is just as much of an answer as an actual answer. I think they might like Oleron and Charybdis.
Maybe
At least just a little bit.
Or maybe they hate them, and they really don't like them. Or maybe
He
it's
just
somewhere
didn't want to say that.
and maybe it's somewhere in the middle. That's what's fun about it.
Vinny was waiting, say something bad. We'll find you.
Yeah, exactly.
We got you.
He's ready, dude. Finger on the trigger.
Well, he's going to be going up in the head-to-head here, up against Stewart from the Scarabs. A late addition for the team. Ended up joining in, filling Zapman's spot after they ended up going through all of that turmoil there in phase number 2. And it wasn't a hot start for Stewart, but the last few weeks, again, of play have really started to solidify for the Solar Scarabs team and really open up the conversation for what they're able to do, especially out of the duo lane.
I think that, we just talked about the Warriors and how much better their duo lane has looked. The Scarabs have been in that same position. Stewart has looked more and more comfortable with each week in the SPL. I mean, obviously, when the Scarabs are playing, we're all going to be talking about what Scream is doing because he really seems to be the driving force for this team. But a big part of SMITE is the ability to have your jungler impact the map early and then be able to come in and hand the ball off, so to speak, to your mid laner and to your ADC, who are supposed to be farming up for those late game opportunities. And Stewart has proven that he's worthy of being handed the ball and that he can make the shot. So I'm excited to see what type of development he and Inbound are going to have over here in Duo.
It is worth mentioning, you've seen a lot of highlights here that have been Heimdall. Twice as many games on Heimdall for Stewart than any other god that he's played so far this year. So maybe something that you can track and see as potential bans in the second phase, and maybe something that is just going to come true in the event that Oleron, Charybdis, all these other hunters that we've been looking at get banned out. It makes things really interesting, though, because you had mentioned Scream, I believe, #1 in kill participation in the league. He's just nuts considering what his team is able to do, like you said, a real driving factor for the Warriors. He is active all around the map, it feels like, very early on. And the same thing can be said depending on the gods that Inbound gets. Very active early on. It feels like this could be a good opportunity for the Scarabs to try and get some early leads.
I agree. I think that this team really has a good understanding of how they want to be playing these early games and occasionally will falter when it comes to the late game. In my opinion, that just means that they should be going all in even more. I'm not really a big fan of the let's pick we'll pick early game stuff and then we'll figure it out in the late game as we go, or let's just pick late game stuff because we know our early game is good enough to not get buried in the early, and then we'll just outscale and use our picks to beat them. I kind of think that there's still room to just beat a team down in the early and never let them in the game at all and win in 23 minutes. That is still an option if you pick around that strategy and really try and execute it. And that's the direction I'd prefer to see the Scarabs go.
Well, picks and bans for game #1. The Oni Warriors are your first pick team. And immediately, it seems they've been doing their homework. They recognize exactly what you had highlighted. Scream is a threat. And they go for one of the gods that Scream has been playing quite a bit these last few sets. The Tsukuyomi banned out by them, alongside the Cthulhu for the Warriors. Solar Scarabs get rid of the Odin. And it feels like, at least Cthulhu Odin, as of right now and this week, very standard. the Tsukiyomi is definitely a shot.
Yeah, that's just only Scream that's playing that at that level that's worthy of a ban. So, and I think the Warriors are right to do so. You're in first pick position. You can get yourself a priority god this way, and you take a really good god out of Scream's hands. I like that option. Pretty telling that they banned Cthulhu in first pick, as anytime a team is banning away a traditional first pick when they're in that position, now with Geb, these are gods that the Scarabs were probably likely to take away from you if given the opportunity. So the Warriors coming in with a pretty set strategy that doesn't involve 2 top Guardians in their roles is something that I think the Scarabs should make note of as the set goes on.
Yeah, knowing that Cthulhu's gone, Geb's gone. And, Cthulhu, I could hear Nika saying how much he doesn't want to play another Guardian, right? Like, that's an argument I understand to an extent. Neil likes Geb, from what I could tell. So maybe showcasing what they want. Terra has been the biggest first pick, and the Scarabs banned out the Morgan and Yamoja. So still available is this Terra, but it's going to be someone who was the #1 pick ban for quite a few weeks there in Phase 3. Artio locked in first.
She hasn't been as good recently, though. I mean, a sub 50% win rate, 41% over 22 games. Certainly not super inspiring for what Nika is going to have to deal with here on this RDO, but still a good pick for sure. Not a bad one for the Warriors, but certainly teams have gotten better at counteracting it. And I like the Sylvanas up against it. It doesn't have CC immunity, root, pull, ult. That RDO is going to end up falling pretty quickly. And an early Ola run pick here for the Scarabs. So now the question becomes, who is playing this? Is it in the mid lane for Baronic, or is it in the duo lane? I think we've only seen it in duo.
Yeah, so far.
But if he's playable, he's probably playable enough in the mid lane.
That's the cool thing about Sanctified Fields, right? It's just kind of good wherever you drop it.
Oh, yeah.
And usually, actually in mid, it might be even better because there's usually more people over there that you can make suffer with that time dilation. The Sylvanas alongside it, this is something that the Scarabs locked in a lot initially. They were actually, I think the first team we saw lock it in, maybe alongside them, or the Kings, who were really favoring it. And it's been something that in the last couple of sets was banned against inbound as well. It's a lot of setup, and if it is the duo lane here, this is a really, maybe not immediately, but level 4, 5, 6 starts to have a lot of kill potential.
Definitely has a lot of kill potential, but so does Uller at all stages of the game.
He
So,
just does it.
yeah, you just kind of have it from minute 1. I like the Serket pick as well. This could go to Fred or to Neil. The Warriors are the one team that I think that this is more likely to go jungle than support. I think that Fred has just looked so good on this Serket in general. And they do go Charybdis. Now, if I remember correctly, my memory might be failing. I am a part of that Smite Boomers Club that you were talking about earlier.
Do you have to be 30 to hit that, or do they inaugurate
well,
you?
if I have to be 30, then I'm not in it yet, but I'm
I know
fast approaching.
Are Zap and Barra both 30? Didn't they turn 30 like this year?
Yes, they are both 30. So, but I'm not quite a part of that quite yet. Mifflin is laughing at me, and that makes me very sad. But Baronic loved to play this Charybdis. His team was saying, we think Charybdis sucks. Baronic was like, let me take it, and let me show you how it's done. It should be Olarun mid Charybdis duo. I think that is nearly unequivocal. But it could be Olarun ADC and Charybdis mid if that's the direction the Scarabs want to go.
And you know what? Keep them on their toes, right?
Yep.
Having the swap potential like that makes things all more interesting, not just for us, also for the Warriors. They'll be able to see who it is loading in on it after the swaps go through. But it is going to be, as you had mentioned, a Terra plus a Kuzenbo ban. There's a Nike, there's a Daji. Just to get the bans out there, we're not going to talk about them because Hades just got locked in. And if it's not fine okay, I don't know what to expect out of it.
Yeah, it's going to Solar Troll. I mean, RDO, you can cancel her dash. It's pretty easy to cancel that dash. You needed some team fight presence because you have 2 single target gods in Olarun and Charybdis. Hades brings you that. You've got Sanctified Field on top of that ultimate. That feels pretty good. I don't know. I'm trying to talk myself into it.
Wasn't it? We were casting, I think, the last set that he was locked in. Me and you were talking about the nuts amount of protections you get in Pillar of Agony.
Yeah, it's broken. You get an insane amount of prots. It should be illegal how many prots you get. But the reality is that late game, if you're standing in front of a coerce, buffed Soul and Uller, there aren't enough protections. Wow. The number doesn't go high enough.
Yeah, shout out to the end of, what was it, end of Phase 2, maybe beginning of Phase 3, that Fafnir, Soul, Uller were the combo. Actually, it's Fafnir, Soul, throw me a hunter, I don't care. They were very happy with that. And it seems like they'll be happy. Serket as well, a god that has been treating Cuvo Fred very well. this feels like a really cohesive draft from the Warriors.
I like it a lot. They've got good CC. They've got good teamfight presence, at least in terms of a little bit of AoE for this Soul. Overall, their objective pressure is really good. Their objective secure is okay because of the Soul ultimate. I love what the Oni Warriors have. They've got good enough mobility to stay away from this Ola run and from this Charybdis. They don't have that traditional Ola run killer. You know, they don't have the Cthulhu or the Vamana or Kamazots, you know, these gods that Ola run just doesn't have answers to, but they might be able to just ignore him and kill everyone else around him instead.
It's definitely going to be a tall order for them. Depends on where Oleron goes. If it's mid, that's a very immediate problem they're going to have to face. If it's over there in the duo lane for Stewart, it might take a little bit longer. And this is the second time that we're getting to see, or I guess third time, we're going to see a Gilgamesh today, which I will admit has caught me off guard of all the gods I had in my list that I expected. I will say the Scarabs have knocked me out of the park. Hades and Gilgamesh weren't on that list.
Yeah, I certainly not Hades. Gilgamesh, Scream loves this pick. Played it really well, but I don't love it up against what we see from the Warriors. I mean, you've got slow immunity for the Soul in the Disapparate channel, so the ultimate just doesn't matter that much to her, so you don't have to worry that much about Winds of Shamash. Serket's mobility is hard to deal with. You've got the cripple field there from RDO. You've got range CC from the Fafnir. I think all of those things make it a pretty difficult Gilgamesh game to really execute on, but when has that ever stopped Scream from picking anything in his past, I suppose, is how we should look at it.
And admittedly, not only picking it, but then doing well on it most of the time as well. So it's all seems to lock up here. It feels like, and this is my bad because I've been watching a lot of Men in Black very recently because I've got it open in the green room.
Did.
And it feels like New Hotness versus Old and Busted, except Old and Busted is using like 2021 Busted, not 2002 Busted. Like, this is good for the Warriors. I mean, does the Oleron, the Charybdis, the Sylvanas, hell, the Hades, does that make it work?
I mean, both these teams shred objectives. So whatever team gets that positional advantage around these Gold Furies, these Fire Giants, these towers, they should really have that ability to keep the enemy team out. I think it's a lot on Solo Troll. How well can he do on this Hades? Can he actually be a really big impact in these fights, or is it going to be a little bit less than stellar for a god we don't see very often?
Well, it's game number 1. Remember, best of 5s for all of these, and what feels like a very important set between the Scarabs and the Warriors. Group B has already started off to an explosive start with the Titans and the Bolts. We'll see who is going to be able to take game number 1 here as we jump over to Dave and Mifflin.
Vogt played this one close to the chest. He said, you know, we're not super worried about this matchup against the Solar Scarabs, but make no mistake, if every game in this group goes according to the seedings, who are we kidding? That's probably not going to happen. This would decide the third and final team that ends up going on through. If the Oni Warriors can't beat any of the other two teams, if the Solar Scarabs can't beat either of the other two teams, this would be your third team moving out of Group B. So very important to say the absolute least, Miff. And the gift that keeps on giving is the meta shifts we're seeing early on here in the group stages. Soul has been very popular. So has Charybdis, but I don't know about Charybdis mid.
Dave, I've done a lot of homework to prep for the group stages. I read through 8.10, I was watching some streams, I really wanted to figure out exactly what we could expect to see coming into this weekend, and Charybdis mid didn't make the list.
It didn't.
Oleron ADC, I wasn't ready for that one either. SOT busting out of Hades, this is all new to me. This is news. I think the Solar Scarabs, they've come with something that can work. Their team fight is pretty scary. Maybe one of the worst parts of Charybdis' kit is her inability to consistently land the ultimate. But with all this CC lockdown between Sanctified Fields or Pillars of Agony, even the ultimate from inbound, could make it a little bit easier for Baronic to find these impactful ultimates, especially going towards some early scaling. Maybe we see a Transcendence pickup. We talked about it yesterday. Charybdis' ultimate hits hard. Might as well just be a solo ult as far as damage is concerned. So I think it could work out in mid. I'm excited to see how this one goes.
Got a couple of wins yesterday for Cyclone Spin and the Tartarus Titans, Charybdis did. And the storyline with Charybdis yesterday was we saw it once for Zap, earlier on in this phase, very defensive. Cyclone Spin flipped that script yesterday. We've seen what Charybdis can do in an offensive state. Those ultimates, the stun in particular, was super impactful in a lot of those fights. So expectations heightened, I think, for Charybdis in this pick moving forward after some recent balance changes, buffs, if you want to call them that, which we do.
We do.
And so Baronic in a stronger position picking this pick in mid than what we've seen here recently. I think it's worth giving this Hades solo Miff its day in court, because This was a kind of niche pick reserved for what felt like Final K last year, but watch out, Dardes jumping over the wall is Scream here, but disapparated enough to keep that soul alive. There's a pull onto Neoma and the root on the other end, but tanky enough is that Fafnir. He will leap on out. But Hades solo, a pick that I was saying sort of reserved for Final K here and there, but I think SOT's got to be in that conversation of a guy who kind of picks some of the more eclectic picks out of this lane and sometimes makes them work. So I think I've got heightened expectations around that lane as well.
We're not without data on Hades solo, and we know Mogal has taken this pick a couple of times over in the European SCC, but it's got decent scaling. The survivability that you gain from Pillars of Agony's just damage mitigation in the late game can make up for some of that lack of defense that I'm expecting to see from SOT, already reflected in his build. Could be a Bancroft's Talon in this very first slot. I'm excited to see it go, but Aggro is already highlighting how you've got decent matchup into the Ardio because you're able to stop the dash as well as the channel Druid stance third ability, Dardes. Again, taking some damage, but that's a soul. I'm not even going to think about it. But the same could be said of Hades on the other side. A lot of his aggression comes off of the leap. Ardio stops that in its tracks.
Yeah.
A lot of his survivability and a lot of the benefit that he has is just the ability to out-sustain in lane, and he's got that still, but Ardio matches a little bit of that sustain, has a more consistent damage output as well as faster rotations. SOT is going to play very on point if he wants value from this pick.
Yeah, playing cautiously around heaping praise on the Hades before it's due. It's got to prove it to us here in game number 1 at least. I do think it's a worthwhile conversation to have, Myth. Maybe right now, but especially as this set goes on. Best of 5 in the Solar Scarabs specifically. Because over Phase 3, they have pushed every single team, what feels like every single team, except for the Oni Warriors, who beat the Scarabs 2-0 in Phase 3, to 3-game sets. The Scarabs would lose Game 1, win Game 2, lose Game 3. It's a totally different look now, and so the adaptations of the Solar Scarabs team, especially after Game 3, if they're able to take Game 1, Game 2, Game 3, if you're splitting some games, the adaptations moving forward for the Solar Scarabs team, I think, going to be very important as this set goes on. But not surprising, maybe, that early on in the set, Game 1 specifically in a longer best of 5, we see some of these more unique picks.
Yeah, this is a good time to find your heat check, and if this doesn't work out for the Solar Scarabs, we know they've got plenty of picks they can fall back towards as SOT force retreat in the lane, rightfully so, but a skirmish on the duo side of the map does force out the beads from Vote. Neoma holds on to the ultimate as well as the Heavenly Sprint. It's invades on both sides. Maybe the Oni Warriors want to step into this blue buff, but Cubo Fred doesn't love his odds.
So if there's a Game 2 curse, is I think what we've kind of coined it as, does that shift in like one game further down in a bet? Like, does it become a Game 3 curse when you're in a best of 5, or is Game 2 no matter how long the set is?
Game 2 is legitimately Game 2 no matter what, right?
Right. I mean,
suppose
the distance
so.
in the set though, like Game 2 and a best of 3, if you lose that one,
You're in a poor position. Yeah,
right.
If we're discussing the Solar Scarabs passive of never winning a Game 1, we could get a good look at the Game 2 based off of Game 1. But who's to say that the Solar Scarabs passive isn't actually just post Game 3? It's impossible to beat them.
No, and you know, we joke about it a little bit, and SOT not joking here as Cubo Fred
he's in trouble.
Jumps on the solo lane, ultimate in from SOT, but that's just drawing damage right to his doorstep, nearly turns it around on a Cubo, but not enough, and Cubo Fred will walk away with first blood. Scream, the first blood, the kill participation king for the Solar Scarabs, makes his way to right, and will not find the return kill on Anika.
SOT takes the best line of play by immediately channeling his ultimate. Gets a little bit of that damage mitigation, so you're not so worried about the onslaught of damage from Nika and Cubo Fred. Doesn't benefit from the Bancroft's Talon because Surcat stops all healing coming your way with her ultimate. But that survivability almost got him out of that situation. Had he got his leap off and was able to hit the wave with it, likely would have just healed up for 40, 50% of his HP and maybe even turns around that engagement. SOT looks like he's going to be a threat if he's able to get a little bit of defense online before he falls too far behind. One level lead for Nika does not bode well.
Yeah, especially not Nika on Ardio for all the reasons you listed before, but also it's Nika on Ardio, and that tends to be a pretty stalwart pick for the Oni Warriors, for lack of a better term. Been quiet over in the mid lane. Maybe, you know, you look at some hunters that go to mid, Myth. You know, Uller has seen that a little bit in the past. Chiron during the Chiron meta earlier on in the year. Maybe a pick that's able to be as defensive as Charybdis is, up against something like the Surcat. Holds some value here in mid lane, the ability to disengage from some of those fights, especially Cuvo Fred, who we need to start. This time of year is when Cuvo Fred usually starts peaking up in the aggressiveness, the game impact. Maybe that's something Pironic reads here with this pick.
We've seen, I believe, 4 ADCs taken mid consistently throughout this year. And when I say consistently as ADC mids happen,
Right.
It's Ull, it's Neath, Chiron, and we've seen Izanami once or twice. What's the common thread between every single one of those Hunter picks?
I don't know. I hope you'll tell me that.
Incredibly high pressure. You don't have that with Charybdis. It is
Sure.
the survivability that you highlight. And sure, you're able to avoid some of that aggression from Cuvo Fred, but sacrificing pressure in lane, especially in a lane like mid, can lose you out a lot of neutral farm. Those right and left side neutral mid harpies are very important for dictating the pace of the early macro game. So the Solar Scarabs, they've done a good job as of now, thanks to rotations from Scream. But once Dardes gets a couple more items, could struggle.
Is it happening again to SOT? He does have beads, which now get used. Dash away there as well. Taunt through. Keeps things interesting, but SOT is pulled Q
Wow!
right back into range. And it's the outplay in the solo lane, and SOT says no thank you to the 2v1 gank and immediately flips it around, and it is going to get
What a
worse
pull!
for the Oni Warriors. Neilma joins the fray a
Good
little
stun!
bit late, stun out from Veronica in the mid lane. Transformation will slow things down, but slow no further as SOT adds another.
Man, SOT, great play. That's what we were talking about. Me and Aggro, 2-second fear just can't be bad. Cuvo Fred stuck inside of that tier 1 tower, dies to what I believe was an archer shot, and then from there, the Solar Scarabs, great rotation to turn around that fight. I am not certain that Inbound was intending to hit Neilma with that pull. I think it could have been going for Nika, but unfortunately it was Neilma, or unfortunately for Neilma, it was him. Nets the Solar Scarabs their 3rd kill of the game.
Now the Oni Warriors fighting from a deficit, and
Stop!
suddenly the right side of the map doesn't feel so safe anymore for the Oni Warriors. Cuvo Fred was here, and he was simply farming. And the Solar Scarabs will dispel him from his own jungle. And let's take a look back at exactly what happens over here. Wondering.
Oh, he wanted Neil.
Yeah,
So
that's right.
sick.
That was a camera turn. Looking towards Neil, grabs the pole. And then that's that stun, right? Such a long-range stun from Pironic on that Charybdis. Forces the transformation out and ends up flipping that right back around. And so Scream has put some extra love on the right side of the map early in this game. That's given SOT 100% kill participation. Got to give all the credit to SOT there as well, because he has absorbed a lot of pressure that the Oni Warriors have put there.
He has. Cuvo, Fred, and Nika have put a heavy emphasis on this soul lane, and despite all of it, Scream remains even, and now SOT finds the lead in his own right, gets some of that survivability online in that second slot. Mirrored builds between SOT and Nika right now, only difference being the starter item. We'll see if SOT elects to go for maybe a Sundering Axe later on as Cuvo Fred caught out.
Man, Cuvo Fred has just been getting bullied over the last couple of minutes. That's ult down from Scream. You're playing from ahead, why not? Give it a go. You got Jotun's Wrath to start off, and then Shogun's Kusari after that for Scream. So you get some defense there, Myth. But I guess when you're playing with this double Hunter, one magical, one standard, you want to get as much of that attack speed aura out as you can. Give Scream and his team a nice little boost early in the game.
Could be. I like this style. Scream going for a slightly more facilitator role. It could have been that he picked that up from his quest. I haven't been keeping track of his rotations
point.
around the map and just decides, hey, this kind of works right now. We'll see going forward. But if that's the case, I mean, it's just an infusion of 600 gold into his build, which is going to push him even further ahead. It synergizes incredibly well with the team, as you already highlighted. I'm excited to see how this one pans out. The desk was talking about how both of these squads have great objective burn potential. Well, we might see it come to fruition pretty shortly.
Cuvo Fred appears to be the objective. Damage taken numbers off the charts for Cuvo Fred over the last few minutes. And you can tell this game already starting to feel a little bit awkward for the Surcat. I mean, early in the laning phase, it was let's put some pressure on SOT. And then it was the slight overextension under the tier 1 tower where Sot turns around the kill. And then another couple kills fall from that where Cuvo Fred has just kind of thrown his hands up and resumed farming over here on the right side of the map. In the meantime, though, Myth, the dual lane has just been left alone entirely. Vote and Stewart have just been chilling over here on the left. And probably both Hunters are happy about that, but this Oleron needs some time to scale up, and he's getting it.
Yeah, I think maybe one Hunter a little bit more so happy. Vote has accrued himself a 1-level lead, but he doesn't scale nearly as hard as Oleron does into the late game. Vote should be able to, maybe this is the idea from the Warriors, bully out Stewart on his own. He's done so a couple of times with TKOs, which is where this level lead has come from, but Olorun deserves more attention than that. He dictates that you shut him down, because if he's allowed to just continually scale like this into the late game, not only is he bringing a no-play zone ultimate, he's bringing heals to your team fight, decent CC, and great objective shred.
That is good damage onto Baronic. Largely sent there by Dardez. Early lifesteal build for Dardez out of mid. Wonder then if that gets answered at all by the Solar Scarabs a little bit later on. Cubo Fred has some anti-heal built on in there. Gonna need it for inbound at least. Beads off of Stewart as Cubo Fred finds a way to get active, and Myth as a jungler, that's the best you can do, right? Your ganks don't work out for a little while on right. You gotta find a way to get some value on the map, and that's what Cubo Fred does here. Opens up the door to an Oni Warriors Gold Fury, nearly taken away by Baronic. But the Oni Warriors this time will make no mistake. That's a great objective grab to get them right back closer to even in the gold department.
It is. The Oni Warriors needed that infusion. The Solar Scarabs were starting to slowly walk away with this one. Now, game's dead even as far as experience is concerned. Mainly just gold, separated, 300 experience, 1,000. No, this is dead even completely across the board. 13 minutes into this one. But, yet again, have to bring up the scaling of these compositions. It's hard to evaluate the Solar Scarabs 5-man core, considering we don't have a whole lot of data points on these pieces together, but individually, every single one of their picks has phenomenal scaling come late game. So I'm excited to see how this one pans out. Vote doing the right thing, trying to get involved in the 1v1 with Stewart's beads down, and Axe is just a death for this Olorun.
Oh, I got it. I was waiting with bated breath. It was going to pop off as Stewart stole that away. It would have been the steal of the season by far. Onto the lane Scorpion. But you're right, Myth. That one axe just a moment ago, that connects onto Stewart. Vote maybe sees red for a moment, jumps in, gets something going, but won't be. His inbound catches the hammer from Neilma here in mid. 2-level lead for inbound. So the Sylvanas has hit its mark. Couple of assists in that back pocket. Lotus Crown into Heart Ward Amulet. Nearly a pull onto Neil once again. Don't believe he was spotted, so nice little dodge out there from Neilma, dodging everything. And that is maybe the most active we've seen anyone in the Mist. No, that's a lie. We saw, what, day one, an attempted team fight out of the Mist. Didn't result in much, but hopefully, Myth, as the group stages roll on, the Mist gets a little bit more active.
Maybe. I still believe as long as you're not autopiloting through the jungle, the Mist just can't work. If the Mist is popped and I didn't pop it, I'm thinking to myself, okay, so somebody's in there, surely. Maybe I just throw an ability out and try and test it. As the Mist is so small, it is pretty easy to check those situations. The game now kind of slowing down a little bit. Not much left to fight over. Both neutral objectives removed from the map, and neither team at a point where they can feel confident looking for a tower siege. Just waiting maybe for a pick here or there. Earlier, we saw Cubo Fred make the rotation over towards the dual lane, forces the beads off of Stewart, and those beads have come back up with little opposition. The Solar Scarabs ADC very happy with the pace so far. And it seems like the Scarabs have made the active decision to play on the opposite side of the map of Stewart. Every single time they get aggressive, it's around this soul lane because they want to keep the Oni Warriors as far away from the long lane as possible. Allow Olorun to free farm until he gets to that late game phase. And so far, if that's the plan, it's been working for the Scarabs.
I do want to talk about Stone of Foul here for a minute, Myth, because we've already got
like
3 in the game.
3. Bad math.
Stewart. Now that is simple math, right? We're not adding up.
Don't start with me. Just do your thing.
You want to talk about geology?
Geometry. Oh, my God.
Let's get right back into it. Game 1 of this set. That's fantastic. Stone of Foul has been very popular right through the uprights. Goes inbound on his pull. Sot's got one. Stewart's got one. Nika's got one, at least up to this point. Darda is looking maybe a little bit more mage-centric. We'll see if that rolls through later on. Do you think, though, because it's power / lifesteal into foul into breastplate for Sot, so it looks like maybe a little bit hybrid for this Hades in the soul lane. Do a couple of Stone of Fouls allow you to do that in your eyes? I mean, you're going to get a little extra tankiness for Stewart. Now Sot maybe opened up a little bit into a little bit of extra bruiserness, or is the item just that good that you want it on anyone anyway?
I think the item is straight up that good. It's not a little bit of tankiness. The damage mitigation you get from that passive is ridiculous. Even non-auto attackers, Nika, goes for this item because he realizes I land 2, 3 autos. I'm essentially unkillable in some of these team fights. This lane that we're looking at, the short lane right now, this has become a wet noodle lane because of Stonefowl almost exclusively. Sure, Pestilence from Nika going to do some work against SOT's damage output, but neither one of these guys can really put threat onto each other. I think as long as it's a 1v1 in solo, we don't see either of them drop below 90% HP.
How about even a 2v1?
In a 2v1, yeah, then they get dropped. Junglers are
right,
nuts.
but beneath 90%, right?
Yeah.
But it's going to take a lot to get a full-on kill at this point. You'd have to imagine that lane, or no? You think?
Nika might be a little bit more under risk, considering not the most physical defense stacked just yet, and Scream does a lot of damage, has decent CC lockdown. So as long as SOT is playing properly around a gank, if Nika tries to escape with dash, you silence it out, dash is down, okay, now you're using Pillars of Agony, and it's not about SOT's damage, it's about that CC lockdown. Scream brings it all on its own.
Yeah, but who are we kidding, Miff? These junglers are straight farming, and they have been for the last 10 minutes or so, and that's not a bad thing, but it does open up the question to where we will see them arrive next. Maybe around the Primal Fury, maybe around the Pyromancer. Both of those have respawned. Oracles are there for the Solar Scarab, so there won't be a sneak by the Oni Warriors. Inbound.
Jeez.
Just off the mark yet again. Vote did have beads, or does have beads. So if that had connected, would have forced a quick reaction out of the Oni Warriors Hunter. But not needed here. One solo laner makes his way left, the other one heads back to base. Sometimes an indicator that the Scarabs, or whoever's team solo is over here, wants to start up the Fury, but doesn't look like that's the case, and both teams happy with turning their eyes towards mid. This would be a 3v2. Neilmon no good on the hammer.
A lot of damage.
Plenty of damage down from Dardes, though. And down underground goes Baronic, and out the other side, he'll end up half HP.
Baronic has crit, Death Toll, and an Aussie, so just needs to clear out like one camp, and he's going to be able to heal up, but that opportunity might not arise. The Oni Warriors pull gold quick.
Dardes doesn't have his ultimate here, so the secure maybe
What?
working. Yeah, thought so. Stewart looks like he's the one who takes this away. The Solar Scarabs get it nonetheless, and it is Stewart with focused light, sends the damage in. The Oni Warriors do it all, except for the last bit. And the Scarabs make a big play, come up with the Fury steal.
Dave, you know I gotta say it, man. Focus Light, similar to Fafnir Hammer, stops on first enemy god hit. All you have to do is put your back to this Oleron, and there's no steal potential. Now the Solar Scarabs, they're starting to get some momentum behind them, and they want the Pyro.
In a game that is slower, moments like this can be ever so important, just right through the middle. Pyromancer in the meantime gets taken down by the Solar Scarabs as well. And I think that point holds some water, Myth. This is a game that is slowed down entirely in the kill department. You are not seeing much as far as ebbs and flows. Maybe some farm steal here and there, mid-camps getting split, harpies, things like that. But the true difference are those neutral objectives, and the Solar Scarabs just got them both. And that builds up a 3,000 gold lead, what was a couple hundred. I don't want to call it a spiral, but it's as close as you can get to a spiral after a couple objectives.
Completely agree. So now kills, they're favoring the Solar Scarabs, experience gold as well. Scream, if he takes a little too much damage here, might lose out on the capacity to look towards some of these larger objectives. The only one left, no illusion, is the Fire Giant. Stewart now has level 20. He's got his Telkine's ring as well. His damage output incredibly high. He's going to be critting pretty consistently with this Oleron. I want to see a rotation from the Solar Scarabs sooner than later to this fire.
And I think to that point, Myth, does this feel like a bit of a different look at the Solar Scarabs? It feels like, you know, at this point, in the games we've seen the Solar Scarabs in Phase 3, Scream, maybe most notably, all over the place. I mean, we are scrapping in every lane. We're feeling out how this early game is going to go. This feels like a more patient look at a Solar Scarabs roster that is forcing answers out of the Oni Warriors. That said, the Oni Warriors forced the steal out of the Scarabs, but feels like a bit of a different pace from what we've seen in the rest of Phase 3.
It's a much more patient playstyle from both of these teams, but
yeah.
specifically the Solar Scarabs. You could see it. Scream generally likes to play that hyper carry role. He's the kill participation master, as you said, and it's generally him getting the kills as well, but 0-2 for the Gilgamesh, going for a facilitator build, has the Witchblade, has the Shoguns. He's going to be just sticking around in these team fights, making sure that his team is stronger and the enemy team is a little bit weaker as far as attack speed is concerned. So I like this difference from the Solar Scarabs, but we haven't seen the new pieces put together just yet. We haven't seen a 5-on-5 engagement. Baronic on this Charybdis has not gotten involved as of yet. Not a whole lot of damage output Take a peek at the damage from the Hunters, by the way. Both Stewart and Vote sitting below 600.
Neomod drop kicked against the wall by Scream. It's a fear out from Cubo Fred. We'll keep the front lines disengaged here. And it looks like 22 minutes in, the first 5v5 of the game could just be right around the corner. Scream sends another drop kick the Warriors' way. This time it's Nika who catches it, sends himself into the wall. SOT in and out of the mist. Will not look for anything any further. Cubo Fred and Dardes group up, knock down a tier 1 tower in mid, so a small golden fusion in the mid lane for the Oni Warriors. SOT still around the backside. Solar Scarab starting up the Fire Giant here. Shogun's Kusari. That'll help out in shredding this objective. Baronic at a good point in this game to shred the objective as well. Drop kick on him out. Oh, double stun on the other end. And that's Neomon Vote peeling for their
5%.
backside. Both actives use Solar Scarabs take down the FG in the meantime. And the Warriors are split up all over the map right now. It's Fire Giant and then a regrouping from the Solar Scarabs here on the right of the jungle. Looks like the Warriors will survive, but there's no real chance in that fight.
There isn't, but maybe a chance for SOT to find somebody in mid. No, the duo lane of the Oni Warriors will slip away, but the Solar Scarabs take the largest objective. Fire Giant on 5, and all the momentum on their side. It's SOT going deep. Looks like a tier 2 siege here.
Will the Oni Warriors look to defend? Won't have anything to defend for the time being. Gold Fury's still a minute or two away from going down. That just felt awkward, didn't it, for the Oni Warriors? The Scarabs just group up, melt down the FG. SOT was being obnoxious on one side. Cubo Fred and Dardes never found the wrap they were looking for on the other, and there was just no fight after the FG.
The Oni Warriors went for a split push. They realized, okay, we're stagnating around the Fire Giant dance. Let's try and get something on the map. They take out the tier 1 tower in mid, and then they put themselves in a position where 2 members of the Oni Warriors have to loop all the way behind the Fire Giant, and then it was a soft drop from the Solar Scares where Baronic and Stewart both completely leave the Fire Giant pit, but Inbound does not. He stays there, and when the 2 carries, Baronic and Stewart, push out the Oni Warriors into the Solar Scarabs' own back camps, they peel back, they get to the Fire Giant, they realize, wait, we've got a lot of space still, Inbound hasn't reset, so the Fire Giant's still low, and it's a burn call. But it's sat below 10% HP, Fire Giant that is, for maybe 5 or 6 seconds. There were plenty of opportunities for the other 3 members of the Oni Warriors to start working their way forward, if not for SOT being an iron wall blocking them.
Yeah, my man was just hanging out around the backside of that Fire Giant fight. And so the Solar Scarabs myth now in a spot here in game 1 where, and you know, this is not a slight, just an observation of the Solar Scarabs. Game 1s have just not been their forte, all phase long. And they are in absolute power position, able to knock down game 1 here in the set. That would be a weight off this team's shoulders. But you got to get there. We just haven't seen much from the Oni Warriors as far as pushback. Feels like the Solar Scarabs, since that solo lane gank went wrong, and SOT turned around to kill, got some assists for the jungle, mid lane, Baronic got involved. Since that early fight, Oni Warriors feels like they've just been coasting through the game.
Yeah, and specifically, it's been around their jungler. We saw the Surcat go towards the solo lane early on, doesn't hit pay dirt on that gank, immediately rotates back over towards Duo, is able to burn the beats from Stewart. Have we seen anything from Fred since then? I don't think so.
He's been chunked out a whole lot.
He's been chunked out.
Left.
He's walked into the fog maybe one time and gotten poked out there as well.
Yeah.
But it's been a quiet performance from this Surcat. It felt like once that early game didn't go the way of the Oni Warriors, they said, okay, I mean, well, we tried. We put our hands up and just let the Solar Scarabs do whatever they want on the map. But you can't do that when you're playing at a deficit. If your first gank fails and you put your entire team behind, essentially, for a 3-kill swing to the Solar Scarabs,
yeah,
the Solar Scarabs are fine if you reset because they're playing with the lead. You have the onus from behind to try and change things up, and the Oni Warriors did not.
And now you've got a full team, all with FG, all with the ability to push into your base if you're the Oni Warriors. And we will see how the Solar Scarabs will utilize that Fire Giant buff as we get back in the game. Looks like a couple towers already knocked down on this FG push. You got a minute and a half left on the buff. And no surprise, Myth, that there wasn't immediate pushback. We wondered, oh, the Solar Scarabs are going to leave. They got the Gold Fury in the meantime. And now they go back and reset. They're going to buy up some of those items, get big power spikes. SOT didn't go for a starter. Finishes off a Bumba's Hammer just as an item later on in the build. It's a 3-1 game with like a 9,000 gold lead for the Solar Scarabs. I mean, it's wild how the macro game and the decision-making have just built up this huge lead and not required all this fighting that we've normally seen out of the Scarabs.
No, the Scarabs playing a very patient style. And here's the thing, if the Scarabs win this game, that's great for them because they've brought a completely different style than we know that they've been working on. This isn't the early game aggression. This isn't inbound getting on a pick like Hercules. It's not SOT just dominating a match like he is apt to do occasionally. This is a completely new draft with unorthodox picks. And if they're able to find the head start up against the Oni Warriors with this, even if the Oni Warriors figured out how to adapt to this draft of the Solar Scarabs, let's say it takes 2 games, Scarabs go up 2, or even just 1, you still have the fallback to your traditional style.
Agreed. You still have the play style where Scream is playing something hyper carry and running down the map, and that's something the Scarabs have found success in. Because remember, the storyline around the Scarabs team all phase long has been they've only won a single set, but they've also gone to 3 games and narrowly lost a lot of 3-game sets. And, you know, that 1-6 win-loss record could have looked a lot different if Game 3s, Game 1s had gone the Scarabs' way. It's been such a sneaky team. And never one that you can count out. This is a long set. The Oni Warriors are a resilient team there as well, but at least in Game 1, we do have to show some love to the change of play style that apparently is working for the Solar Scarabs team. So Fire Giant buff falls off, Myth. A great first push at ending this game for the Solar Scarabs. You knock down every single tower, open up all the Phoenixes. You'd love to get that left side Phoenix going to the next FG. But with the gold lead the way it is, now at 8,000, builds near full complete for everyone on the Solar Scarabs. I think you're very, very happy with how clean that FG push ended up being.
It is, but this is not the largest lead we've seen, and with 27 minutes inexperience means less. Cuvo Fred's HP bar means something, though. Every bit of poke that the Solar Scarabs are able to find, or maybe a kill as well.
I was wondering if Scream was going to blink in onto that one, uses the beads as well. Drop kick, beads out by Cuvo Fred. Scream jumps up and over Vote, and Vote was saving his jungler's life.
Close.
Nearly pulled back in. Lots of ultimates getting expended here. No stun.
They need it.
We want this.
What?
Warriors drop kick to Danica, who makes his way out of base, and his hunter is splattered across his face. The Oni Warriors now kiting back into their own base. We might not need an FG if this fight goes our way. Vote gone for 45 seconds. The Solar Scarabs find a pick.
If Nika isn't there, Vote lives.
Have you seen The Boys, the TV show?
Yes.
That's like, oh, I don't want to spoil it. It's literally episode 1. He's chilling there and the A train like runs.
Okay, all right. I know if you've seen The Boys, you know what he's talking about. That's crazy, though. All Nika needed to do was not be there, but now the Scarabs have such an advantage on the fire.
Fire Giant is real low here, and it's the same thing we saw last time. It's a soft reset as Scream still in the pit. Stewart turns his damage back towards the FG. Sanctified Field
That's
out,
it.
and down goes the fire. And yet again, it's this big like rainbow of positioning from the Oni Warriors. And no push in. I mean, you're in a 4v5 deficit, but you don't give a real look to yourselves at an opportunity of stealing that away. This is great, clean play from the Solar Scarabs. With 4 kills on the board at 28 minutes, this is a totally different look, and I got to harp on it again, because this Solar Scarabs team, at least in Game 1, is looking dangerous.
And Dave, we haven't seen a fight with 5 from the Solar Scarabs.
No.
We have not seen Stewart legitimately try to hit an enemy just yet. I think there's been 2 Sanctified Fields all game, and they were both to secure the Fire Giant. The damage output of this Oleron, what is that, 1,100? That's not a lot.
That is beefy.
And we are full build Oleron, by the way. So once he does decide to start hitting some targets, be it Nika, Cuvo Fred, Neoma, doesn't matter. They're going to get shredded very fast, and this damage could quintuple itself by the end of this one off of just 1 engagement. The Solar Scarabs have been winning fights without their late game hyper carry in the late game. That is so incredibly impressive, and now the game simplifies in a siege scenario. How easy is it for the Solar Scarabs to create space around a Phoenix? It's as easy as getting Stewart in a position on the Phoenix line to press 4.
Yep.
There's no way the Warriors play in a Sanctified Field right now. They have to wait for that cooldown to go down if they want to win an engagement.
Big old rectangle that you can't fight in. That is geometry, by the way, that Stewart can use to win this game for the Solar Scarabs.
I guess.
3 versus 2 on the split. SOT and Scream in the mid lane. It's going to be real hard to kill these two. Mirrored by Cuvo, Fred, and Nika. Needless to say, the initial trades going the way of the Solar Scarabs duo here in mid. Little sustain in there as well from SOT. Baronic receives some poke from Vote, and that's where a threat could be if Vote is able to hit that critical axe. Look, you got Transcendence, Brawlers, Jotuns, Heartseeker, Titan's Bane. This is a full build Uller. It's just got to hit that rotation. Hasn't happened yet this game. In goes Neoma, walks forward. Phoenix receiving a little bit of damage here on left as Neil kind of playing on that line. The Solar Scarabs kept at bay for one more wave.
Man, it's just so high stakes what's happening on the left side of the map. If Vote lands an axe onto a hyper carry, they're dead. If Inbound lands a pull, that starts the fight off properly. These guys are trading haymakers on the Phoenix line.
Vote does have both of his actives, so does Dardez. So if that pull from Inbound is
He's
out,
in.
or if the drop kick is out from Scream, Vote will walk on back from the winds of Shamash.
There's the pull!
Cubo Fred, massive two-man knockup from Inbound to start off this fight. And SOT answers in kind. The left side Phoenix gone.
Dardez
scattering into the wind. Big drop kick from Scream as SOT starts off the killing. It's the first 5v5 we've seen in game number 1, and it is 30 minutes in, and it is a 5v5 that the Solar Scarabs will win. Nika and Vote are still alive. There's lots of damage still to be done by this Uller, and the Solar Scarabs playing patiently.
They are. They've got so much time to work with. Fire Giant sustain, Ola Run sustain, and Sylvanas should get those HP bars back in a fighting condition. But a couple of players on the Oni Warriors, and 2 very important ones, still alive. But SOT goes in alone, dropped low.
That is a lot of damage from Vote. 20 seconds, give or take, on the death timers from the Oni Warriors. Vote has got to go big, and Nika's got to take a lot of the damage himself. Walking into the Titan are the Solar Scarabs. That's a big ultimate from SOT. Goodbye, Vote. Goodbye chances for the Oni Warriors to come back in game number 1, and the Scarabs blow them out.
That is so impressive. I wonder how long the Scarabs have been working on this style of play, right? This is so tonally
All
different
year?
from what we've been expecting. No, it hasn't. If they've been working on this all year, they've been waiting until just now to pull it out. That's
Tell me
wild.
that's not smart.
I mean, we've been conditioning everybody. They think
right.
we're smork early game dummies, but in fact, we're the late game geniuses. Impressive play from the Solar Scarabs. A completely different look at this team, and one that works out.
That might have been the cleanest game I've seen the Solar Scarabs play all year long. We've watched a lot of Smites. You're going to have to forgive me if there's one cleaner, but in recent memory, that is one of the best games I've seen the Solar Scarabs play. Time to find an answer if you're the Oni Warriors, because that's a strategy that appears to be working for the Solar Scarabs. Game 1 is in the books. Game 2 right around the corner. Stick around.
But he had the horsey, and horsey, don't you stop! Fido care! Fido!
I gave up dabbing for Lynn.
Cool. No more dabbing for Final. He looked at me and said, I'm going to be on that stage next year. I'm going to become a world champion.
Ripping through! Titan down, ball 3! A double goal myself!
That's right, team jerseys and more. It's the and more we're going to talk about this time. We were talking about jerseys earlier when we were looking at Ducky. Instead, it's going to be all about the joggers and the mouse pads that you can now get at shop.smiteproleague.com. Thanks to Insight for providing these. I will say, I think every time I've seen Barra come in for a game, he has been wearing the Bolts joggers, or at least like the 3 times that I've said, hey, you're wearing joggers. And he goes, yeah, they're the Bolts ones. And he flashes the logo at me. You can get them for any individual team. Of course, each team also has their own mouse pad. So if you're really, actually, that's a nice looking mouse pad for the Scarabs. I say that every time I'm on one of these. There are some really sick looking mouse pads. You can get your own. There's the Scarabs. Here's the Warriors in case you want to support one of these teams that's playing as of right now. But of course, again, all 8 teams in the SBL have those, so you can always get those. Of course, I also know we've been doing the Bologna one during playoffs, and I'm just going to say there's a Phase 3 playoff soon.
Around the corner.
So if you're like, man, maybe not right now I don't need a mouse pad, but like in it's like 3 weeks away.
Yeah, it's really close.
Yeah, it's actually way closer than I thought it was going
I
to be. Then maybe you have another chance.
I was going to say, if you're a Warriors fan and you were considering buying the mouse pad, but you didn't,
you're wrong.
you should maybe feel badly about how you just lost the Warriors game 1. Like it's your fault.
Yeah, that money incentive is actually the only thing that keeps them going.
That's right. It's good luck for them to get the mouse pad spot.
And admittedly, if you use it, you have to, again, think about it this way. You're now using a mouse pad with their skill level. Therefore, you'll be better at Smite if you have that on there. That's true for all 8 of them.
Yep.
It's these Solar Scarabs that win game number 1, and they do so pretty damn convincingly. I mean, early on, they get off to a lead, and from that point forward, it feels like things go their way. It's not a high kill count game for a hefty majority of it, but you can look at the gold count as of right now, which I will say credited by a steal early on, thanks to Stewart. It just feels like this was the turnaround kill and turnaround play that slowed things down for the Warriors.
Yeah, Fred all-in commits and just gets worked by Solar Retrol. And this Hades, I mean, that's what I was saying. This has got to be the big pick, I think. Solar Retrol went huge. He had the most player damage in the entire game, was consistently controlling these team fights when they did happen. And the area control that we saw out of the Scarabs between the Charybdis ultimate and the Olaran ultimate and the Hades ultimate and the Sylvanas ult, I mean, they just had a lot of it. And the Gilgamesh ultimate, of course. They just had a lot of AoE control, and the Warriors never seemed to be able to punch through.
An insane game from them as well, and they were a little nervous about Nika and Vote towards the end. They played it safe and went for the mid Phoenix, but didn't need to be. 2 kills total on the side of the Warriors. Whereas even though they didn't pick up the kills in the duo lane, minimum 2 kills for everybody else on the Scarabs. And a whole lot of assists there. Stewart, I think he gets credit for at least 3 kills because he stole an objective. I don't know if that's how they work. I don't know the equality for that, but
it's a lot.
There's an equivalent exchange somewhere in there. And Inbound rocking a great support slash line. It just comes to show that the way they played, specifically their team fight around this, shifting Charybdis over into the mid lane as well for Baronic, who seems to like it. It all worked out, even though it was a little surprising.
Yeah, I mean, not often that your hunter does 4,800 damage and you win, but Stewart just had to control the pace of the fights with that ultimate and let Solar Troll Scream and Baronic do the heavy lifting because they did a ton of damage in this game. Baronic on that Charybdis looked very comfortable, as you just said. And Scream continues to impress, man. What can't the GOAT do when it comes down to it? He has been so good for this team, and that's a great start for the Solar Scarabs.
I want to say it's a case of both, the best of both worlds, right? Like, you go back to what the Solar Scarabs were pre all of their changes, and there's a lot of struggles all across the board. But now you look at it, Zapman's having a great time on the Leviathans, Layers is having a great time on the Titans, and the Scarabs have been looking great with Scream and Stewart added onto them. So it feels like it's just a net benefit there in the middle of the year for every team involved. And the Scarabs taking game number 1 in what is an important set for this team and for both of these teams, depending on how these next couple of weeks go. The Scarabs will play the Bolts tomorrow.
Yeah.
And that's a whole different beast to try and tackle. Right now, they're going to keep their eyes right where they need to. I see Sylvanas, Olaran, Charybdis as the top 3. You know, you miss trying to ban Hades, Gilgamesh. Those are going to get through no matter what. Is there something else that you trade out for the Warriors to try and control?
I don't know. I think that you don't have to worry that much about these picks. I think that if they execute properly, they can beat the comp that the Scarabs just threw at them. It's really about executing on their own right. Like the Warriors, I was just talking about how their mid 3v3 had gotten so much better, but Fred gets the only 2 kills, but still isn't really a full participant. It felt like Neil wasn't really able to make an impact. Dardez wasn't able to make an impact. I think that you give Nika something that can hard carry a game. RDO toes that line, but I want to see them give him a real carry-style pick out of that solo lane. Let him be your facilitator and your hard carry at the exact same time, because that's what's worked well for the Warriors so far. Allow Vote to play up in the lane. I mean, I don't know if the Uller-Oleron matchup is bad enough that he can't really play aggressively, but he wasn't able to very much in that game.
A lot of, I want to just say slow style there from the Warriors, while the Scarabs picked up everything across the map.
I was going to say that if you're going to change something for the Warriors, how about you don't ban the best gods you can pick when you're first pick? Like, make them ban Geb from you. I just don't understand why they're banning Geb. They have to. It has to be that they don't think it's that good for Neil. That Neil doesn't like it that much, and I just don't understand how that's the case. Because that god is really good.
He has been very good. Cthulhu was another one that they had banned. They opted for the Sylvanas this time. So I'm looking at, as of right now, Morgan, Yamoja, Cthulhu, Tsukiyomi are still all available to be banned. Terra has been a very popular pick. Did not even get looked at until the second ban phase of the last picks and bans. That was banned out by the Scarabs. So maybe a little bit of work here for the Warriors in terms of draft order. But this is where things get a little more convoluted, right? Because you're looking at it, Geb, Sylvanas, you had mentioned not banning things that you're going to want to first pick. Terra, in my mind, goes on that list.
Sure.
Cthulhu could still be up here for the Warriors. I mean, there's so many options that are just good gods right now. They're going to go for the Oleron. They take away 2 gods from the Solar Scarabs.
Yeah, I think this is fine. I mean, the Oleron, it's kind of funny that they banned the god that did so little damage, but Stuart's stealing away that objective, and Oleron is just one of those gods that makes you not want to fight around him, and so if you take away that option, it makes it a little bit easier to set it up. So I like this adjustment from the Warriors. Now the Scarabs have to make the choice. Do we ban Cthulhu, or do we try and pick around it? Do we try and prepare to try and take it down? Cthulhu is the exact type of pick that I want Nika on. The ability to hard carry games, hard carry team fights, and just be absolutely dominant in those 5v5s. I think they should lock it in with haste. Although Yamoja's open. Okay. It's not Cthulhu, but I can get over it.
Now, so with Yamoja locked in, what if the rebuttal is something like Cthulhu Terra? Because that seems really good for a lot of teams.
No, it's real good, actually. Yeah, that would be good for the Solar Scarabs for sure. But, you know, Yamoja's such a game-changing style of pick, and Neil is so good on it that I think you're willing to take that trade if that's what happens. They get Terra Charybdis, which is solid, but, like, doesn't scare you that much. I guess that your biggest fear is that Scream takes Gilgamesh next, but I don't think that means you have to take it. I think you just go Cthulhu Uller or Cthulhu whatever Vote wants. If it's time, that's fine. I definitely do want to see Cthulhu here, though, for Nika.
We'll see if he locks it in. Man, we're talking about on the screen. And it will be the Cthulhu for him. This is a devastating team fight. Just Yamoja Cthulhu, what they're going to be capable of doing. That's a lot of potential for the Warriors. I know we had some notes, I guess, about specifically Cuvo this last time around. Maybe we'll wait for those as we wait to see what his pick is going to be. That's going to be a very important one, I think, for the Warriors. Hades is what they go back to. Look, SMITE had a sick game, but this is early in the draft for Hades.
It is early in the draft for a Hades, but it's the same style where you can get away with this really greedy Bancrofts rush in lane because you're up against Guardians that can't possibly punish you. There are so few picks that actually punish Hades in lane, period, and none of them are named anything in the Guardian tab. So you just won't find it there. So it makes sense up in this lane matchup. Hades is pretty good against Yamoja. You have a way to get out of the River's Rebuke. You can pull her out of the Riptide really easily with that ultimate. Like I've been saying, 2-second fear on a regular ability can't be that bad. It just can't be.
And you know what? We got to see it a few times the last game. It wasn't that bad, as it turns out. It's very solid. Plus, I still can't get over it, now that I know the math behind it, how many procs you get in Pillar of Agony.
And then you add in Stone of Fall, where you get 18% damage mitigation.
Yeah, you just don't
on top of that, you just don't die.
Now, if you have your ult, you shouldn't be worried about anything in the world.
No,
except
not really.
Good positioning, right? That's all you need. And even then, you could probably get away with it. Just say, I'm not going to die here.
Yep.
Soul is the ban from the Solar Scarabs. And it's going to be responded in kind with a Giannis on the other side. That's a little bit brave. I was going to ask you about this. Charybdis locked in again. It was played by Baronic. Do you think that's something they go back to?
I think it could, but you need more magic damage if you do. I don't think you can afford to have Terra Hades be your only magic damage. Those are frontliners that deal good damage. You know, it's not like they bring nothing in the magical damage department. But I think that it would be too easy for Neil to just rush Sov, Lotus Crown, all of a sudden you don't do any damage. So, I don't know. I think that the Scarabs probably need a magical damage source besides just Terra and Hades.
Can Freya jungle again? Is that ever going to happen? No?
No.
Okay. You said that, and
can't.
immediately I was like, all right, so what other weird off-meta things could be picked up?
How about weird off-meta
Weird
for this?
off-meta is
Yeah,
going
there
to happen no matter what. Kali gets locked in. We don't see her often, but if you think about this, feels like she could be a good pick into Cthulhu,
Very good.
20 minutes after the game starts.
Yeah, very good. You just buy Hasten, you buy Chin Size, and you go, cool, when are you ulting? Because I'll kill you. Like, nothing you can do. I'm knock-up immune in destruction, so as soon as you go to knock me up, I just press forward, can't die, I chop, 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 and all of a sudden you're dead. I like Kali into the Cthulhu. Now, can you afford to have your assassin only hitting a solo laner for the vast majority of the fight? Probably not. What is happening?
This feels. This is something we've seen.
What is
the
this?
Valkyries do? Like they played Kronos mid, and a couple of people down in the SCC, but this is not
What is
what
going
I
on?
was expecting here in game number 2. Look, we're used to. It's a best of 5. We're used to things getting a little weird.
Not in game 2, Gore. It's game 2. We haven't even had a chance for stuff to get weird. They top 3'd Hades, then they pick Kali, and the enemy team goes, yeah, Kronos me. What?
So, how does he
Sure.
match up into the rest of the Scarabs? I don't know where to go with this. Where does he match up well into Kali, into Charybdis? Like, what's going on the other side?
No, I don't think so. I just don't think Kronos is that good, to be honest
Yeah.
with you. I think that he just has too many weaknesses. It takes him too long to get to the late game. And even then, I mean, he's gonna try and time stop the Charybdis, and she's just gonna whirlpool form, and his stun is gone, and he's dead. Like, you just get under too much pressure. I think that Kali can get on top of it easily. It doesn't bring any fight in that 3v3, and if the Warriors have been struggling in the 3v3 all year, it is bonkers to me that they go, yeah, Kronos, that's what's going to fix our 3v3. I don't think so.
Well, I'll ask you this, because this is something in the realm of conversation you already brought up. It is only Hades and Terra that is the magical damages. Izanami, Kali, Charybdis alongside those. Is that enough?
I
With the
think
draft that the Warriors
yeah,
have, maybe?
Maybe. I mean, I think that if I'm Neil, I just go, sweet, Sovereignty, Lotus Crown, you don't have to worry about dying for a long time. It takes too long for them to kill you. So I'm worried about the Scarabs being able to actually chew through the front line, even with a Kali.
Well, things are getting wonky here in Game 2. Let's see who comes out on top right now.
It is a spooky season after all, Gormizer, and things are getting spooky in the battleground. Mid lane, Dardes on the Kronos, Baronic back on the Charybdis, Stewart on Izanami. If things are getting a little interesting here. I think this is gonna be a good barometer, and I know you hate this, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
Please.
Out of all the picks we've got, I'll let you choose where to start because there's so many. There's a few rather that are really eye-opening. But I think it's going to be pretty telling immediately where you have to react.
Dave, go ahead and take a lap because I'm going to talk about a lot of picks here. I'm going to start off with just the pick order. Cannot believe the Oni Warriors took Yamoja over Terra. I think Terra is the highest value god in the game right now. Full stop. Earthen Fury is that strong in a team fight. But even beyond that, knowing, the Oni Warriors that is, knowing there's a Terra on the other side, they decide to put Cuvo Fred on Hun bots. And here's the thing about Hun bots.
Please tell me.
He's terrible into Terra because Fear No Evil is going to proc the heal of Earthen Fury every single time. There's no way for you to use that ultimate and not have it heal the enemy team. It's
Bitch,
not
you sound a
offsetting the
little like-
damage output. Am I getting heated?
Yeah, you're
Getting a little angry. And I'm going to keep going. Kali dominates Cthulhu. Aggro highlights that perfectly. And the Oni Warriors have been struggling in the 3v3, so it is bonkers to me as
Let
that
me-
Kronos is in mid.
Let me put this in a. Let me ask this in a.
Yeah, you had to cut me off. I had 3 more minutes.
I'm going to ask this in a diplomatic way. If the Oni Warriors are able to win Game 2,
Well, then they win every game for the rest of time.
Are they overcoming a draft deficit in your mind?
I think that this game is massive draft diff.
All right.
So if the Oni Warriors win this game, I am going to change my life from here on. I'm going to be an F7 warrior. Every game is winnable, and that's just the truth of it.
All right. So the only warrior you got a life swap for Mifflin riding on game number 2 here, Warriors. So let's see what you.
I'll
can
never
get
F6 again. Put it on record. If the only Warriors win this game, I will never F6 again in my life.
How do you think that's a similar impact to you betting like 50 grand on a game of Smite?
I would say that 50 grand means less to me because I value my time so highly.
All right, you heard it here first. Miff never again will forfeit a game, but it looks bad for that as inbound dashes in. Neomot taken down for first blood, and the Solar Scarabs get it done the old-fashioned way. Lockdown onto Neoma, and they'll grab an extra 500 gold for their back pockets.
Inbound already starting to leverage some of that early power that he's picked up from his helmet. That likely is going to be a Lotus Crown going forward. Has meditation, so the sustain is there. And oh boy, Kronos, a weak early game god, getting bullied by Charybdis. Has to go back to his lane there just to clear out the waves. So maybe we see Dardes pick up the red buff. But purple buff, that's going to the Scarabs. Early lead for the Chaos team, and this is what we expected from the Scarabs coming into this weekend. Early game aggression to net them some jungle buff invades. Game 1 was anything but. Game 2, they're on the right foot.
Do you think it's a similar pacing for Scream this game, but with a different outcome, where it felt like Gilgamesh, although doing a lot of damage at the end of the game? You mentioned big facilitation by the end of the game. Vote, my goodness. Not allowed to play. Is it going to happen to the Hunter this time? No. Bifrost and Shell there. Action in the mid lane as Dardes taken low. Baronic not level 5 just yet. Hugo Fred, same for him. Baronic dodges out the damage, and he will survive on the left of the fight. He goes back in. Dardes back in base, had his ult. That won't bring him back to lane. So Baronic balancing on a tightrope there, able to stay afloat.
He is. Baronic actually behind a little bit of experience at this point as Scream leaps over the wall to try and put a little bit of contention onto these right side mid camps. Baronic, having not sold out his red buff and having not even done his red buff, was sitting at level 4. I think if he ticks over to 5, very well could have been a kill on a Dardes there, but delays his own red. So the Solar Scarabs slightly behind on their own farm, their farm rotation that is. But actual
gold,
farm, actual experience, Solar Scarabs got that in spades. 1,500 gold 4 minutes in.
Yeah, that's big for this point in the game. I want to get back to it, though, just prior to that fight in the mid lane. Game 1, different look for Scream. Couple of assists early in the game, and then we kind of just rode that high all through to the end for the Solar Scarabs. Kali, late game, maybe a different look. Hyper carry in the sense that, in the same vein of the hyper carry style that Scream likes to play, but takes a little bit of time to get there. So maybe we're going to see a similar pacing for Scream this game, but a different look at the late game.
We haven't had many looks at Kali's throughout the entirety of the year as Baronic moves up aggressive because he's got backup.
He does have backup, and it's an around the backside. Inch perfect on the ultimate from Dardes. Double stun there. Countered out by the Earthen Fury. And Dardes plays that as close as you can, but close is enough in this case, and he will stay alive. Neoma, though, is going to have to make use of all that healing to keep himself comfortable here. Stewart looking for the solo kill onto Vote. Won't find it.
Already used the ultimate a little bit earlier on, so Stewart not able to continue chasing this one out. But maybe you chase out this red buff. Cuvo Fred forced to make the rotation. Neoma hovering nearby at 50%, still level 4, no ult available.
Cuvo Fred will have to watch as the red buff goes down. So now it's been, what, back-to-back purple buffs and a red buff going to the Solar Scarabs. This is...
And a Scorp.
And a Scorp.
And Oracles.
And Oracles.
Also First Blood earlier.
Also First Blood, that counts. So this is a more... Actually, I don't even know if it's more. I mean, it's a similar level of active as we saw in game number 1, though it was the only Warriors bringing the action to the Scarabs' doorstep and the Scarabs just answering. This is more active, but more in farm stealing and less in killing.
Yeah, 2,500 gold now in
Not
favor
that they haven't tried.
of the Solar Scarabs, just about at least. And I was going to make a point about how Scream on this Kali is a late-game hyper carry. I'm not going to mince words about that, but in a no-boots world, I think Kali comes online much, much faster. I'm thinking like level 12, level 13. You're already hitting a point where Kali can start to get involved on the map, whereas beforehand it was level 16 to 18 that you were forced to wait for because you delay your item going for boots. Now, with Crusher and the Mace Tree as strong as it is, we could see Kali go directly into a kin size in this next slot. Serrated Edge, another great option for this god. Scream, he doesn't have too much of a game ahead of him. that he has to wait through, I should say. He's got plenty of game to play,
You know
though.
what he's waiting for, though, Myth, is Cuvo Fred.
Watch this damage.
Ping down onto the Hun bat. Stun there as well.
What?
Clapping on the wall.
What?
Goodbye, Cuvo Fred. See you later. In 15 seconds, you're allowed to play again, but Scream will shut him down with the help of Inbound. He is evaporated from the map. 6.5 minutes into this game, you thought you were getting a speed buff. It wasn't even up. And lucky for Cuvo Fred, he'll at least be able to respawn and grab his speed, because that was going over to Scream as well if it were there.
Where were these Scarabs all year? The concentrated effort, the call. Scream sits there for so long. He says, Ayo, anybody meet me where I'm standing currently, and we're going to put Cuvo Fred in a coffin. And it just works. Great rotation from Inbound to make sure he's there. Dedication of the Earthern Fury on the dot damage from the lash out from Scream. It's just clean.
Yeah, Inbound.
See ya.
Inbound plays a massive role in that as well. Obviously, Scream is the highlight. He's there. But it's that chain CC that you're highlighting, Myth. I mean, that is an executed play between two members of the Solar Scarabs, and both of them deserve their love in a moment like that. And we are right back off to the races. So we were raising our eyebrows, Myth, at a 1.5K gold lead 4 minutes in. This 3.5K, does that tickle your fancy a little bit something extra there, because the Solar Scarabs have added one singular kill, and they've added 2,500 gold otherwise. And the Oni Warriors have just not had an answer. The Oni Warriors, from after the first kill in Game 1 to this point, 8 minutes into Game 2, have been experiencing SMITE. And that's it. The Solar Scarabs have been driving the bus.
Stewart leaps forward, forces the defensive ultimate out from Vote, and rightfully so as Scream and Inbound were hovering in the jungle. I think the gold lead we're currently sitting at, 4,000, by the way, 8 minutes in, is pretty bad. I mean, I'm just going to say it blatantly, completely candid. This is a tough lead, and it might just get worse.
Are they going to do it again? Stun from Baronic, not there. Waiting in the mist was Cuvo.
Good ults.
Fred. Fear no Evil down. Fear's out too. Look at the re-engage. Double stun from Scream. And Dardes has to back away. Nika back from base, walking towards Scream here, who still has the ultimate. Destruction thrown down, but it'll secure his escape this time. Nika from range.
Good
a chance
blink.
to grab a kill, but the blink gets used. And that'll keep Scream on the map. And that is a good answer from the Oni Warriors. You don't get a kill, but you don't lose anyone. And so some signs of life from the Order team.
But the Warriors dedicate a rotation from their soul laner. They needed a kill there. Nika has to get something, because what's SOT doing on the other side? Clearing waves, stealing farm, pulling himself even further ahead.
Blue
Nika
buff.
was dead even before that.
Yep.
Now he's 2 levels down.
2 levels down. So blue buff plus Harpies.
No, don't do it again. Surely not.
That's right. There's no way.
Leaves the big.
The standing behind the wall just made my eyes go huge. No way they're doing it to Cuvo Fred again. Probably equal levels of disappointment from Cuvo as he realized he gets one big Harpy, and that's it on the right side of the jungle. Looks like he got speed buff as well, so that's at least worth something. Won't have Fear No Evil coming in here to the mid lane. But man, this is an exciting Solar Scarabs team to watch, to say the absolute least. Still some turnaround time for the Oni Warriors. That's the difference in these best-of-5 sets. You test that mental. When we did the round table with some of the pros a few days ago, they mentioned, Neoma and this Oni Warriors team, they thrive in situations like this. And this is a bad situation, so it's time to turn on that Neoma passive if it's there. Vote takes a Dark Portal. He'll back away. Baronic low as well. But the Charybdis disengage is enough this time.
Dave, you said something in the post-game after Game 1 to
I'm
me.
nervous.
And
Don't,
was
quote me back to me unless it's good. Then go ahead.
No, it was good.
All
You
right,
said that the
fantastic. Go
Solar
ahead.
Scarabs have been hiding this strategy. They've been hiding this version of themselves, and I thought that you were an idiot, man. I was thinking to myself, no way they'd be waiting this
That's the
long.
first time you've ever thought that.
And that is the first time I've ever thought that. You're generally an intelligent guy. But the calculated level of play that we've seen from the Solar Scarabs in this set already might lend some credence to your words, as well as the fact that the Solar Scarabs, in every single interview, in every one of their social medias, every way they could speak to the public, they have said, we are a contender for Worlds. If this is the version they're bringing into this phase of the year, for the first time this year, I think I might believe them.
You're right. It's the same conversation we have around gods and new strategies and new builds, where it works once. That's a good data point, but it does not establish a trend. We are giving the Scarabs their due credit because they have shown up big in Game 1 and fantastic in Game 2. If you close this set out in 3 games and you look the same all 3, then we're having some serious conversations about the top half of this group and how it ends up looking. For the Solar Scarabs, if you have to talk about history and what we've seen, a team that has slowed down some insets, have not been able to close out sets in the past. That's the next hill this team has got to get over. So, thrilled with the way they've looked so far. But let's close it out in similar fashion, and then we're getting real excited.
5,000 gold now to the Chaos team over their opposition. And the Solar Scarabs in sets of past and in months of past, when they weren't able to find kills, when they weren't able to leverage their lead for actually taking out enemies, they would stagnate. It would be slow down. It would extend the match a good bit. But here, the Solar Scarabs have been sitting at 2 kills for 6 or so minutes, but they are continually growing that lead. It's the threat of, hey, we might be able to just dive you at your back line. Oh, we might just be hiding at your back camps, Cuvo, and you can't come here or you'll die. That threat has forced the Oni Warriors into positions where they are splitting farm inefficiently. There's 2 or 3 splits, almost always in mid. They're missing out on their own camps because they're scared to walk towards them. The Solar Scarabs, they're winning out in macro play, and this legitimately might be the first time I've got the opportunity to say that this year. These guys are impressing mightily.
They are. And the Oni Warriors have just, I don't know, they've paled away. They have faded out, at least in game 1. We could easily be putting the cart before the horse here. There's a lot of game 2 left to be played, and still a full game 3 at least if this one continues in this direction. And so it's due process to talk about the Oni Warriors and their chance to bounce back in a set. But it is just, it's not looked good, to say the least here for this Oni Warriors team. Everything coming up the Solar Scarabs early on here in Game 2 as well. It's a little bit of a lead for Stewart. He's got fully stacked Devourer's Gauntlet, and I think worth a conversation around that. That's something we saw Cyclone Spin love a little bit yesterday, Miff. We've seen some variety in the Hunter builds as well. It looks like Devourer's Gauntlet has its place.
Great sustain, but generally when we saw Cyclone going for Devourers, it was with a Death Toll, so you could sustain heavily in lane. This time it's the Gilded Arrow for Stewart, so making up for a little bit of that lacking attack speed that he does go towards, considering doesn't even go attack speed in the second slot, unless you count Wind Demon. So, Stewart has great scaling at this point. He is going to shred objectives, Gold Furies, Enemy Gods, all going to fall down very quickly when Stewart lines up against them. And with SOT rotating to this side of the map, maybe I thought we'd see the Gold Fury get pulled out, but spotting Cuvo Fred around those mid camps may have been enough to slow him down, or maybe it's because Scream is trying to clear out that right side jungle. Good luck finding a jungler on any team in the SPL that will fight when speed buff is spawned up and it's not on their belt.
Yeah, but Cuvo Fred's got to worry about who's at his speed buff, right? Maybe it's not worth going over there. Somebody might be hanging out. This is such a unique position where there hasn't been that much fighting. The game is not super close, the game's not super close, and the first Gold Fury is still there. And so you're in a position now where you're the Oni Warriors. There's so much to consider going into this. Can we even contest? If we don't, we're giving a free gold infusion into the back pockets of the Solar Scarabs. They're going to pull even further ahead. If we do contest, which they won't, I'll answer my own question in the middle of it.
Where'd it go?
Gone, and it's I don't know, what transforms into gold coins and flies through the sky into the bank of the Solar Scarabs. So the answer was no, we're not contesting. And that is maybe limited the gold lead that the Scarabs could build up. You get a little down spike for the Scarabs, but it doesn't go so bad. You know, you're probably losing a team fight at that point unless you way outplay the Scarabs. And so you're giving over the little gold instead of rolling the dice on a big team fight loss, and the gold and XP gets even worse.
The Oni Warriors find some silver linings, though, Dave. Strip away the Tier 1 mid tower, so it opens up the map slightly. And it leaves Dardes in a position now where he's got a slight lead, about a half level over Baronic right now. But taking a peek at Dardes' build, this is going to be hard to utilize against the Solar Scarabs composition. He has not gone any traditional mage items, barring the starter, and instead goes fully down that ring tree. He's going to shred if anyone's standing still in front of him. If SOT wants to channel his ultimate, Dardes is going to have a pretty easy target to hit with this. But otherwise, I don't think you win the trade up against Scream. If Baronic doesn't want to fight you, you don't get to fight him. It's not your decision because he's playing Charybdis. I like the ideology from Dardes. If he's given an opportunity to look at Pyromancers, Fire Giants, or Towers, he's going to shred them pretty fast. But lacking on a lot of burst damage. The rest of his abilities now take a significant hit in their effectiveness. Wow, what did I say? Effectiveness?
Effectiveness.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, you
efficacy, right?
Efficacy?
I think that's it.
Yes. Yo, correct. Yes, you're asking me if I thought you were asking if that was the pronunciation. And efficacy is the the what's the word? The correct word for effectiveness, I guess, is what you're looking for there. So yes, efficacy is the word here. Quick pause in game number 2, and if you're just now tuning in and you didn't catch game 1, you can effectively copy and paste what you've seen so far in game 2 onto game 1, and now you're fully caught up here in this set where it has been a total transformation from the Solar Scarabs team, a methodical early game. I see you getting ready to count.
Yeah, I thought you were going to count out some stuff.
I'll count out some stuff. Can only do small numbers, though, so let's keep it to like 2 or 3.
Okay.
So it's early control from the Solar Scarabs in a way that we haven't seen, in the sense that
Agreed.
maybe you get a kill or 2, but you're not rolling the dice time in and time out.
Agreed.
You're building up that small lead, and then you're transforming that small lead into a bigger lead through objectives, through farms, through more natural avenues outside of fighting up against the Onion Warriors. And 2 is all I've got there, Myth. Maybe you can add 3 or 4. At any rate, it's been complete control from the Solar Scarabs.
Yeah, we thought that it might be a look at the Solar Scarabs that we've seen before, and that they get an early lead and they leverage it for kills, but not for lack of trying. They try to find some kills, and generally in the past, when they aren't successful, the Solar Scarabs, that is, they slow down. They aren't able to push their lead further after that. But here, fail on a couple of gank attempts, doesn't matter, doesn't weigh heavily on their minds, and instead it's, okay, well, that didn't work. What else can we do? Objectives, Gold Furies, Pyromancers, and they burn down so fast, and the Oni Warriors, yet again, are absent from it. The Solar Scarabs push their lead now to 7,000 with 0 pushback from the Oni Warriors.
I don't know. I imagine if it's frustrating to play against. I can't. There's no world where you've been in a game like this from the Oni Warriors position where the game is just kind of happening to you.
Yeah, every SPL game I ever played.
Oh, you have been in this situation. I'm not used to you being humble, Myth. I was ready for you to say you've only ever been in the Solar Scarabs position, you've never been behind in a game, things like that. I imagine it's frustrating for the Solar Scarabs, or for the Oni Warriors and their fans. And we will take a quick pause before unpausing once more. But it's got to be frustrating for the Warriors as players, right? It feels like you're just going through this game and the Scarabs have got a hold on it.
But that is a cage of your own creation. The Oni Warriors fall behind in the early. I'm not going to give them an inch. They decided in the early game, oh, we lost the early, so we can't play anymore. I saw the active decision-making of, all right, well, I guess we're not going to try and gank this lane anymore. Well, SOT's got a lead, I guess, so leave him alone.
Why do they sound
Well, Stewart's been dominant because they're getting stomped out by the Solar Scarabs right now. and legitimately, they've taken the path of least resistance every time. Have we seen the Oni Warriors show up to a neutral objective? No. Have we seen them try and put up a defense on one of these towers?
In game 2, at least, no. In game 1, the Oni Warriors did 99% of a Gold Fury and then got it stolen. Since then...
God, that's the mind killer.
Since then, since the steal in game 1, no. We have not seen the Oni Warriors show up to a neutral objective.
And that's what I'm talking about. Sure, the Solar Scarabs are now 7,000 gold in the lead, but that's because the Oni Warriors didn't try and stem the bleeding anywhere on the map. Every single mid-camp that the Solar Scarabs showed up to, they took with nobody there to fight them back. Sure, you could say, that's because we've got a Chronos mid, we can't fight in the early. Who made that decision? It was the Oni Warriors. I'm not going to give them an inch. I'll give them every bit of credit when they do well, but when they do poorly, you got to say that as well.
All right, so here's the neutral objective.
You have to show up.
Full caps, You got to show up to this. Nika's alone. It's a party of one for the Oni
Cubo's
Warriors.
in. Good ult.
It's a big Fear No Evil from Cubo Fred. Gives the Oni Warriors some life here.
There it is.
In game number 2, but Scream, the chainsaw's got fuel in it, and it is starting to rev. Scream has got the first. SOT has got the second, and we will double back towards the FG, and the Solar Scarab should get that as well.
So where's Vote? He's in the left side of the map. Going to take out a tier 2 tower. Got to hope that he gets a Phoenix to match the pressure that the Solar Scarabs are going to get from this Fire Giant. And what's happening to Dardes? Also going for a split push, but now he's lined up against SOT with a 2-level lead and the Fire Giant. The Oni Warriors slow on the uptake. Only a couple members rotate in to put up a defense on this neutral objective. And it goes about as well as you could hope for from Cubo Fred, who hits a Category 5 Natural Disaster Ultimate, and it just does not matter. The Solar Scarabs have routed their enemy.
Maybe, and again, I'll throw a life wrap to the Oni Warriors.
Try.
Oh man, I'm trying. I'm putting it together. I'm sewing up the seams. All right, filling it up with air. No, I got nothing, Myth. I don't know. Dardes slight lead over Baronic. Really, the life raft, I'm saying maybe you don't show up around the neutral objective because you know it's going to go like that. But at some point,
you have to.
You have to fight over something, right? And that's the question. are you so far behind at 18, 19 minutes in the game? The first Fire Giant of the game is there. Are you already so far behind where it's not worth the risk of fighting? Because that seems like the only Warrior saying our best chance is going to be to sit, try to absorb this FG, and fight by our Phoenixes.
But where do you draw the line? If you're saying, okay, well, we got to draw the line at the Phoenix. We don't want to have our
Right.
base exposed. What are you losing in the process? Fire Giant, Pyromancer, Gold Fury, and 5 towers that were still standing when you're already playing from 10,000 gold behind. You have to draw the line much sooner than that, because eventually you take your hands completely off the levers of power. You've missed your point of interaction, and I would go as far as to say 20 minutes into this game, the Oni Warriors have missed their point of interaction. Let's take a peek at the slash lines here. Have they interacted? They have not. It is zeros, goose eggs in the kill column, and it's not because they haven't been showing up. It's because they chose not to show up. I suppose it's the same point, but finally, we see a defense. It's on a tier 2 tower. We'll see what the Oni Warriors have.
I got to say, Myth, before this fight breaks out, slightly angry Myth might be my favorite Myth. I love it. You should see him right now. We're weathermanning the scoreboard. We're pointing at all the zeros and the kill column for the Oni Warriors. It's great. And yeah, the line looks like it's the tier 2 tower, but it has been swept aside by the Solar Scarabs. That is a soft defense by the Oni Warriors, but soft is the operative phrase there. 11,000, a slow trickle downward. Actually, Doug, sorry, if you go back to the gold chart, it'll really actually...
He's got 4K in hand!
It'll really highlight, 4,000 gold for SOT. It really highlights all of our points here so far about this game. There's no hefty downward spikes. It's one continuous slow burn downward, and then the FG is that big tick down. And that highlights everything we're talking about. That gives you good data, and it gives you a good concrete glimpse at the Solar Scarabs got 2 kills. They have 4 total, and it has been one real smooth downward trend in the gold chart towards the Scarabs, and the Oni Warriors have just not had a leg to play on here this game.
2 kills pre-10 minutes has almost never won a game before just now. That's the extent of what I can say. It's a mask pickup for SOT here. Having some fun towards the tail end of his build. Triple kin size composition from the Solar Scarabs. Nika does not want to go into Descent into Madness because he's going to put a target on his back. Tier 2 tower burning quickly. Neoma the target.
Neoma also burning quickly here. SOT takes some damage from Vote. On the other end of this fight, stun does not connect. Riptide does, but Hades is vibing at above 50% HP despite all that connecting onto him. So Bumba's Hammer ends up being the pickup, followed by a mask for Sot. And at 101, this Hades has participated in 50% of the kills. 100% kill participation for Inbound, who has set up some big ones so far this game.
The sand is lineless right now. We haven't drawn it just yet, but luckily for the Oni Warriors, they've run out of places to draw it. There's only 4 left. The 3 Phoenixes left remaining, and this Titan. They got to draw a line somewhere to put up their defense. We have not seen the Oni Warriors try and fight as 5. We have not seen a 5-man grouping yet. We've seen scattered members survive small skirmishes. We've seen 2 or 3 guys group up together, but we haven't seen Descent into Madness stacked on Fear No Evil with Dardes flinging magical auto attacks over their shoulders. I'm not even certain that I've seen more than 1 River's Rebuke throughout the entirety of this game. Tough stuff for the Oni Warriors, and this is what I mean by you've missed your point of interaction. You waited so long, waiting for that right opportunity, waiting for that one silver opportunity where the Solar Scarabs slip up, but that hasn't come. Nope. And I'm not sure that if it does come now, that the Oni Warriors are in a position to capitalize on it. They are 14,000 gold down, 24 minutes in.
Yeah, look. We like to keep intrigue going. If the Solar Scarabs don't win game 2, that's disastrous.
I also am not allowed to F6 anymore if that happens.
Right, that's true. Myth life implications on the line. But to really set the stage, this game should be over after one more fight. The Solar Scarabs are so far ahead, and they have been for so long. Triple kin size is going to make quick work of the Fire
Scarabs
Giant.
got it.
Should make quick work of Nika. It's Descent into Madness. It's Fear No Evil. It's nothing from the Oni Warriors. It's everything from the Solar Scarabs. Cubo Fred falls one more time this game. No kills on the board for the Oni Warriors. Stewart will grab his first. Everyone from the Scarabs grouping up. Dardes will be the last alive in game 2, Myth. It will end.
Dardes does get the rewind off, so maybe finds 1 kill. Who am I kidding? That won't go his way. Double
They are
for
blanked.
SOT. And the
Blanked.
Solar Scarabs blank them in 2.
Oh my God, this is brutal. This is brutal to watch.
It's
Midway.
draft dip.
It is
We
a
knew.
9-kill game. All of them for the Solar Scarabs, and 5 of them happening in one team fight. We had 4 kills in 20 minutes leading up to this point. 4 kills in 25 minutes leading up to this point, and 11,000 gold comes of it. This is decimation. This is decimation. The Oni Warriors, if you're gonna do it in 3 straight, you gotta give yourself some help in the draft phase.
I believe so, man. That is the first time I have ever seen 2 kills net 7,000 gold. I've never once seen that before in my life. The Oni Warriors, tough stuff, man. Buckle up, pull up your boots, and get ready, because now you got a steep hill to climb.
Think about it, and it was the same. It was literally the same story from 4 minutes on. We were taken aback at like 1,500 gold at 4 minutes. We're like, whoa,
That's a lot.
that's kind of a lot. That is the lowest that gold difference would be for the rest of the game. It just got worse.
True.
From that point on, this Solar Scarabs, they woke up, I don't know, what do you drink? Pumpkin spice. They drank their lattes or something this
that
morning.
back?
They have shown up. No, it's a good thing. Like, if you eat your Wheaties, but I made
No,
it
is it
spooky.
back? Like, I can
Oh,
go
is
get
it
a pumpkin
back?
spice?
Yeah, that's like a dating thing, right? We
Word.
discussed that. Yeah,
I'm gonna go
you
get
might
it.
not know. Yeah, pumpkin spice is back. The
okay.
Solar Scarabs have drank. I wouldn't either. On to the break. Game number 3 right after this.
Yeah, that 0 you see there is not just the set score right now for the Oni Warriors, it's the kill count for the Warriors there in game number 2. We'll talk a little bit more about that, but first, I want to say thank you once again to Alienware for being... Oh yeah, wait, I've got the pumpkin. Alienware for being our title sponsor here for the SPL here in Season 8. Again, you can go to smitegame.com/Alienware, use code SMITEAW to get discounts on all sorts of fun merchandise. There you can play on what the pros are working with, the Ryzen R10 desktop, the Aurora Ryzen R10 desktop, or those 25-inch 240Hz gaming monitors that they're playing with. But there's all of that, plus more, that you're going to be able to get. Also follow Alienware at Alienware on Instagram and Twitter, and go to AlienwareArena.com to join their global community for giveaways and more. So thank you once again to Alienware, and thank you to the Scarabs for giving us a spicy set, because I thought this was going to be close aggro, and admittedly, it's kind of skewing towards the Scarabs, but in a very fun way, because nothing has gone the way I expected.
No, I mean, the way the Scarabs are playing right now, they look like they're on a different level than the Oni Warriors. I mean, Mifflin was appropriately harsh, I think, to the Warriors in the way that they're playing and the way that they're drafting. They just have not looked good at all so far in this set. But how many times has Neil Ma done it to people? And namely 2 of his teammates now, in Vote and Nika and Dardes, 3 of his teammates rather. So it's not over for the Warriors. Neil has them right where he wants them, but at the same time, man, they have so much they need to change, because the Scarabs are just being so much more aggressive on the map. They're being the initiators. The Warriors continue to just not really be active participants in what is going on in this game. And if that doesn't change, it doesn't matter how good their picks and bans will be. It just won't matter.
Just good team fights. Baronic on this Charybdis. Not exactly the combo I thought we were going to come into today seeing, but one that I am more than happy to continue watching. That goes hand in hand with this one right here. Solar Troll on this Hades has been game-changing for the Scarabs. Very impactful. 3-0-3 for him. Scream looked phenomenal on this Kali. And I think this is maybe one of your best case scenarios if you're a Kali. If the game's going to go this long, nobody's going to put pressure on you early on, that's your dream. Hey, go ahead and farm, get to late game, and then just play the game.
Yeah, I mean, you just get to build 3 chin size if you're the Solar Scarabs, and I'm asking for Nika to play this Cthulhu, and it doesn't look very good, and then you go, oh, maybe it's because they have 3 chin size and no one else with me. I mean, Fred just not an impact in that game again. Dardes on this Kronos didn't get a whole lot done. I mean, a lot of structure damage for Vote and Dardes, because they weren't participating in a lot of the fights. They were split pushing instead. The Warriors just need a total overhaul of how they're playing their mid 3v3, because Scream is just getting too far ahead. Baronic's able to do too much. The Warriors are just losing in the mid before they have a chance to get to these side lanes.
Now, regular season, this would have been a nice 2-0 victory for the Scarabs, but they still have one more that they have to do it. Like you said, Neil has them right where he wants them, at least the place that they tend to find themselves in Worlds most of the time. We'll see if the Warriors are able to turn this around. Also worth mentioning, last time they played, the Warriors 2-0'd the Scarabs. They just knocked them down after the Scarabs had a series of what felt like very marked improvements. So I'm just curious as to what we're going to get. The bans have been very, very, I wouldn't say versatile, but you have the Sylvanas Oleron that gets banned from Game 1 to Game 2. All of a sudden, this Cthulhu's making it through and maybe not convincing us enough that it deserves to be on the side of the Warriors. But do you really want to let it go to the Scarabs? It feels like their team fight right now is too much to handle.
Yeah, probably not, but it's this Geb pick for me. If you're first pick and you're banning Geb,
yeah,
why? It's that simple.
I wish I had an answer for you.
So do I. I wish I had an answer for anyone. He's just that good. I think that it's mind-boggling. They've got to be able to play that god. Neil has to be able to play it.
Yeah, I'd imagine it's definitely crossed his path over the last few years, so it's not like it's out of his wheelhouse. We'll see if they end up going for that one here. Picks and bans for game number 3. The Scarabs could potentially take it all, and I'll give them credit, maybe a lot faster than I anticipated on this day. The Warriors need 3 in a row It's a tall order, but like you said, Cuvo and Neil have been there pretty recently when you look at competitive history, and they go for a Hades ban first. SOT has been this much of a problem for them.
That's unbelievable. And it's, you know what, maybe it's warranted. I'm sure Nika is like, listen, man, I just don't want to play against it again. Like, I just can't do what I want to do in this laning phase. We're not punishing it properly. Let's take it out. And the Warriors, you know what, when you're down 0-2 and nothing has worked, you've got to change something. And so, and if it's changing the Hades out, I'm fine with that. That does not offend me. They don't ban Geb this game. And now the Scarabs go, oh yeah, do we want to give up Geb? You can trade Geb for Umoja. That's not the end of the world, but I feel like Geb is significantly stronger than every other Guardian in the game, personally.
Geb, Umoja, Artio was someone that was in that conversation. I actually really like this. You get to see the Warriors adapting as time goes on, right? The Sylvanas Oleron, very strong in Game 1, ends up coming through and getting banned in Game 2. Tack on the Hades from Games 1 and 2 to that. And so they are just chipping away at the only things we've seen the Scarabs play so far in this set. But it doesn't seem to be worrying too much of the Scarabs. This ban is definitely on their mind. Odin, Morgan have been there the entire time. It has been 2 different Guardians for this third one, and I think you're on the money. It's whether or not they want to deal with Geb or not.
Wow.
They go for Camazotz.
Wow.
And I want to ask you, with Geb available, Artio available, Umoja available, Cthulhu available, there's a lot of options for both solo and your supports.
Yeah, I pick Geb. Yeah, I pick Geb. I pick Geb. That's wild. That's wild.
You're in a different world than the Warriors, apparently.
You know,
So
I come off the last
if
set.
you're the
Thor.
Scarabs,
You know,
you
I
pick
come
Geb.
off the last set. Here's what happens, okay? I come off the last set. I think, I was a little harsh on the Warriors, I think, during that draft. And then Mifflin buries them during the cast, and appropriately so.
I think
and
the
I
Scarabs
come on
did
to
a lot
this
of the
guest.
burying, too.
Well, yeah.
Well, they dug the grave.
Right.
Mifflin put the dirt back.
I come into this desk thinking I need to, be a little bit more kind to the Warriors.
Yeah.
I need to give and give a little bit more credit to the Scarabs, which they absolutely deserve, and I don't want anyone to think otherwise. But they aren't going to pick Geb either, which is my mind is melting out of my ears. It's a Halloween massacre scene on the desk from my brain leaving my body.
And you want to talk about other first picks that we've seen over both Umoja. Geb, not necessarily over Geb, but
They can still
Terra.
get it here, by the way.
Terra's not been picked up either. So Geb, Terra available for the front line. We'll see what Neilma wants. Charybdis and Umoja. And I shouldn't have to bring this up because as of late, it hasn't necessarily been the case, but not a great win rate track record for the Scarabs and Umoja.
No, but he's been
But
playing
more
better on
recently, it has been, much better performance.
So maybe the Warriors are just going to forego the Geb entirely, which would really be a curveball that no one expected. You go back to this Charybdis here for Baronic in the mid lane, you have to assume clearly the Scarabs are not worried about being too physical heavy. They prioritize the Terra over the Geb. If I'm the rest of this group, if I'm the rest of Group B and I'm watching these picks and bans and I'm seeing Geb not touched in the first 3 picks or the first 3 bans, I'm like, oh, sweet, so we get to pick that. Like, we get to just make teams ban that. We can make both these teams ban it against us because they just don't prioritize it as heavily as every other team seems to be. But I got to move on eventually from it. Umoja, Charybdis, Tsukiyomi is a really strong top 3 here for the Scarabs. And in having this Charybdis still bring that flex pick potential, if I'm the Warriors, I'm banning Magical Guardian, your Magical Soul Laners. I'm banning Cthulhu first and foremost, and then I'm banning Cerberus, probably. Those would be my 2 bans, just to keep... If the Scarabs want to go all in on physical, they can. I can't ban Hunters away from them to not let them go double Hunter, but I can at least make their composition more unbalanced. And I'm surprised at the Warriors. I mean, I know that Stewart has a really good Heimdall. Like you said, he plays it more than any other Hunter. But I really feel like the difference between Cthulhu and Cerberus and then the rest of the Guardians that you could play in solo is so vast that you're giving the Scarabs a really balanced draft right away.
And, going, I think, even further on that, we saw the Oleron Game 1. We saw it was the Izanami that the Warriors have taken away in Game 2. But even without Heimdall and Hachime, there's still plenty of Hunters that are available that admittedly maybe aren't at the top of the list, but we saw a lot of ROM highlights that were very interesting and still capable.
Yeah,
Uller is still
ROM,
available and
Chernabog, Uller, all those
Soul.
are options. Soul, good option. I mean, you can go with anything like that. I do think the difference between Sol and Heimdall and Hachi for Stewart in particular, Stewart's pretty unproven on this Sol if that's where it's going. This could be a switch up where Stewart gets the Charybdis this time around, and Baronic gets that Sol, and that could work very well for them. But overall, the Scarabs just get to keep picking exactly what they want. They want these double hunter comps. They want to be able to play front to back and have a strong front line. And now Solar Troll gets to see the entire draft before he locks in his pick.
Yeah, feels very happy for a solo laner to be able to do so. The Tsukiyomi was banned out in game number 1, so I'm excited to see what Scream's going to be able to do with that, especially considering what the Scarabs just did in game number 2, so it makes things even more interesting for them. And that's the thing, they're on a tear right now. I mean, game 1, you get a very slow start for the Warriors, and then they just stopped for a while, and the Scarabs continued controlling it. A good steal really helped solidify things for them. Game 2, they just took it from the get-go, and now they get the Erlong Shin alongside this Discordia that's locked in. Both of these feel very Warriors-esque for them. Cuvo's going to be a huge portion of this. We've seen what Scream can do on Tsukiyomi. We've seen what he's doing this set. I feel like this Erlong has to go big.
I think so, too. Fred has got to step up in the way that he's playing. He has got to make a bigger difference for sure. This .G pick.
That's a Tsukiyomi solo, baby.
That's a Tsukiyomi solo. And they snapped the ankles of the Oni Warriors with this juke, and they did it to me, too. That broke my brain for a second. Dude, this .G pick is genius from the Scarabs. Like, my God, they have completely bamboozled the Oni Warriors. They've deceived them. They've bamboozled them. Play the Stephen A. Smith clip. I forget all that he says. Artio Izanami, Terra Erlong Shen, no CC immunity. Daji obliterates this draft. And it's like, oh, well, it's not a huge deal. You know, it's only checks notes. Oh, Scream, who's playing out of his mind recently. Oh.
Scream, highest skill participation in the league, by the way.
Hey, bro, the Scarabs came in with a pick and ban strat. They have dominated this phase. They have dominated this phase in the series. That does not mean, you know, we don't draft and then go, all right, congratulations, Solar Scarabs, you've won. You've got to go out there and execute. You've got to do it. But they have set themselves up for as easy as of a game 3 as you can have. You know, if they play like they did in game 2, they have won the draft phase very heavily, in my opinion. So we'll see what happens. But I think that overall, the Scarabs have done such a good job in this place. The one thing that is different for this draft is the Tsukiyomi versus the Hades. Those are two very different styles. You do not have as good of a front line. If things deteriorate here, it might be because that Tsukiyomi isn't bringing that same presence as the Hades did.
It's going to be one that it's going to be fun to watch. We've seen what Solar Troll can do with the Tsukiyomi. We're going to have to wait just a little bit before we get into this. They're remaking the lobby, guys, real fast. They're going to lock in all their gods, get back into the game, and we'll get it to you as soon as we can. So we'll be right back when game number 3. And just like that, we're back. If you needed extra time to do whatever you needed, you had it. Game 3 on the horizon. Aggro got the drafts right here. I just want to know, quick up, are the Scarabs going to be able to do this 3-0? They're kind of riding a hot hand.
I think they will. I think that they've done it in this draft. I think this draft was so good. To quote Stephen A. Smith, this dodgy pick last. The Warriors have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, led astray, run amok, and flat out deceived that this was Tsukuyomi Jungle. I think this dodgy pick is going to do work for Scream.
Those are such great words that I wish I had actively ready in my vocabulary at all times. Unfortunately, I'm not that clever. Lost it there. Am clever enough to say we'll go to game number 3 here shortly. The Warriors backs against the walls, and maybe the most important matchup for them here in this group. Because otherwise, you're hoping for wins up against the Bolts and the Titans. Not an easy task to overcome. If the Scarabs get this win, it might be all they need to solidify themselves a spot in the Phase 3 playoffs, which gives you that chance at Worlds and opens a lot of doors and opportunities.
Now, that being said, I don't think that the Scarabs can let their foot off the gas in this game, because you can't count your chickens before they hatch. There's a long series still. These guys are veterans on the other side.
Also, we're saying if you don't win the playoffs, you still have to go through the same bracket as the other guys. We'll see what they can do here in game number 3.
Oni Warriors, they got to get it going. They got to get it going now. This set has spiraled a bit. Solar Scarabs in game 1 take it to them. They blank the Oni Warriors in game 2. And into game 3, and the draftsmith have been the topic of conversation from game 1 to game 2, now on to game 3. All of us thought this was Tsukuyomi Jungle, but when SOTs on your team can play these styles of picks in the solo lane, got to keep your eyes open, and this Daji pick throws a bit of a curveball in there.
I will agree with Aggro in that I think the Solar Scarabs have primed themselves for a win here just through drafting alone. But it is worth noting the execution is going to be hard to come by. Who's burning beads for the Solar Scarabs? Maybe inbound, can occasionally find 1 or 2 targets with the stuns. If you're lucky, Baronic's just using his ultimate off a free hand and burning up beads that way. But outside of that, it generally just is Scream. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. There's not too much inherent CC immunity on the Oni Warriors, just Dardes with the Golden Apple. So if Scream burns beads with Palau, he can walk back, go farm for a little bit, come back 50, 60 seconds later, and then get the kill in his own right. But that's hard to execute on. So the Solar Scarabs have a great draft, but they've got to perform.
Yeah, you put down the primer, still got to paint the wall. The Solar Scarabs have the ability to do that here.
I like that.
Yeah, I was going to gas myself up, but unfortunately, SOT and Nika brawling it out here. Oh, no. Is it going to start the same way as game number 2? No, it's not. Neilma will walk away this time. But unfortunate starts this lane for the Oni Warriors. Inbound plus Stewart have already found themselves some pressure. I think it's worth giving Inbound some love here, Miff. This was a Yamoja pick that was like 0-7 at one point for Inbound. And I think the fact that we're not even talking about that anymore has proven that Inbound has flipped the script, changed the story a bit about the way that he's able to play Yamoja.
Yeah, his Yamoja has very recently become a major threat within the league. I mean, it used to be all the teams were allowing this Yamoja to fall through, but now you got to think about it a little bit more.
Is here, but no purple buff. And defensive play style from the Oni Warriors will keep Neil and Vote alive. You mentioned beads burning, Myth. Everyone on the Oni Warriors has got him to start off this game. And so if Scream, once you hit level 5, able to start shredding down some of those, some of the smaller forms of CC will be a little bit more impactful for the Solar Scarabs. We've talked plenty, though, I think, about the Scarabs and the way that they are able to win this game through the draft. They've set themselves up well. We got to set the stage for the Oni Warriors a bit here because it keeps things interesting, at least, moving into Game 3. Dardes on this unique pick in the Discordia could throw a wrench into the mix if they're able to play it at the top level. There's plenty of single target instances of CC as well, or small instances of CC for the Oni Warriors. Maybe you can do stuff like this, find an invade onto Scream, who gets knocked up, and Cubo Fred in on the chase. Stun is there from Nika. Then the Oni Warriors, they have started off Game 3 in the perfect way. They shut down the Daji.
Great job slowing down that Palau from coming online. The Oni Warriors accurately identifying the threat of the Solar Scarabs. And when you want to talk about what the Oni Warriors can do, it is a strong, standard SMITE composition. Each one of these pieces individually is incredibly good. But Neilma in some trouble yet again.
Oh, you can't die over here in duo. And Neil has been in red HP for what feels like the last couple of trades there in that lane. He is out of potions as well, and so he'll head on back to base. Will Neilma. Yeah, that was right. Will Neilma. Solar Scarabs find pressure in that lane. Unfortunately, no purple buff to invade. There is a blue buff to invade that has been taken by the Oni Warriors. Is it going to happen to Cubo Fred? It's not your speed buff this time, but it's a back harpies, and Baronic deletes him. And a swift answer back by the Solar Scarabs to get a kill on board.
Just paying it forward, the exact same play, but this time Uno reverse card, Solar Scarabs able to pull one back. But I want to go back into the analysis of the Oni Warriors composition. Each piece is good. You've got late game win composition or late game team fight wins built into your draft just because Terra exists on that side. You've got pressure in the solo lane, or maybe pressure over in the right.
He's in
Nika in some trouble.
SOT is low, but Nika dashed on by Scream. Scream still level 4. Is there enough damage? There's gotta be. Caltrops go down, and so does Nika, and the Solar Scarabs pay another visit
Cubo
to the solo lane. Will it be paid off, though? Cubo Fred has a route into this lane. Cubo Fred, oh, what a timing on the taunt, the knock up there onto SOT, but beneath this tier 1 tower, the heal from the 9 turns blessing will save his life. Neilma's here on right, but so is Inbound, and I think that 1 for none is where we'll stand.
Neilma might have kill potential if he realizes how low SOT is, but doesn't love taking a 1 versus 3 engagement. And the Solar Scarabs, despite some fight back from the Oni Warriors early on, are still able to establish themselves a small lead. And Stewart, solo invading up against Vote? Soul doesn't have that kind of pressure. That's not what you picked this god for.
Disapparate is gone. Vote still has Dark Portal beads used by Stewart.
Good
Stun
slow.
avoided. There Neilma goes in through the pillar. And Stewart will end up dying. And we have not seen a lot of this, Myth. A lot of pressure on the left side of the map. Outside of an early kill in game 2. Feels like the duo lane has just been left to chill and farm. And Stewart learns the hard way that you can't rest on your laurels.
Stewart very nearly works his way out there, and I'm just surprised that he was given the opportunity to approach Vote's purple buff. Soul has okay pressure. She pushes out these waves relatively fast, probably has the advantage in the 1v1 right now, as both ADCs are level 6, both hunters rather. But Izanami auto-attacks the entire wave with every single auto-attack. You'd think the Vote should have the clear advantage, but somehow Stewart establishing dominance in the long. Does cost him his life and his beads though. So keep your eyes on Cubo Fred. He should have a clear target going forward.
And Vote at the end of the day on the back end of that kill was able to invade Stewart's purple buff, and so at least the Oni Warriors get that back. But does show you an inkling of where the pressure has been pushing here in this lane. Stewart already finishes off his first ring. Devour's Gauntlet for Vote. So that'll be a nice little power spike for both of these hunters. Something that Des mentioned, Myth, that I tend to agree with here is the need to be active for Cubo Fred here in this game. You know, Scream on the Kali, got the wheels turning in the last game. Cubo Fred on this Erlong Shen, he's already done it, gotten an assist here. When you're on this Erlong, early in the game, Mannequins, Crusher, that's where you want to start to find some impact.
It is. He's hit himself a very nice power spike already as Vote takes a fair deal of damage. They want the engage.
Dashing out is Vote, and surviving is Vote. Can you say the same for Nika? That's the question. Ult is here for Scream. Beads in range for Nika, and he will use them. Piercing Moonlight under the tier 1 tower, but the tower returning a lot of damage. Sustain there for Nika as well. Neilma and Cubo Fred, they're answering quickly. Scream does not have his ultimate, neither does SOT.
Good juke!
Oh, he avoids the stun, gets the stun onto Nika. But it's death at whose hand is the question, and Nika's the answer.
SOT drops down the Caltrops on the wave, just trying to make sure he finds some farm as the minions kill each other, but very nearly was able to shut down Nika. Had Scream not gone in with SOT off the Piercing Moonlight, maybe Nika falls. It's that Druid stance heal that tops him off. Double target means that he's healing a little bit more there. Nika, though, has to play safe in this lane. 1 level lead for the RDO.
3 versus 2 impending here on right. Dash in from Scream, 9 turns blessing.
Massive
That's
ults
great from Cubo Fred. Big damage onto Scream. River's Rebuke separates us out, but Scream, he is living, he is not dying, he is walking away from this fight. Cubo Fred has no mana.
Still healing.
Neilma has no HP, and this is detrimental to say the least for the Oni Warrior. Scream turns around the early woes, and it's a double kill for the Scarabs to get back in the game.
So the Oni Warriors, they've got one opportunity in that they need to make sure that only one person's beads are down at any given time. If more people are forced to use beads in these engagements, as we just saw, it makes it so much easier for Scream to get proactive on the map. Now Scream has 2 targets for the next 75 seconds that just died to Powwow. Nika, at this point in the game, not tanky enough to survive the full brunt of SOT and Scream together, doesn't have beads for an entire minute. So if Scream wants to, head to the solo and put SOT back to even. Or Cuvo Fred in the jungle now just has to hope that the healing from 9 turns Blessing is enough.
Yep.
And clearly from that last engagement, it was not.
It was not.
No beats for 2 minutes on the Erlang Shen. Solar Scarabs, they need to make a power play off of this. Oni Warriors, though, I like this this idea from them to continually get involved. In the last couple of games of this set, it was, oh, this invade didn't go so great, this gank didn't go so great, let's go ahead and rest for a little bit, see if we can find something later. Here, it's, that didn't go great. We have to try again. We have to get in there and establish a lead. The Oni Warriors fighting back in Game 3.
Yep, it's these neutral objectives, Myth, and I'm glad you bring them up because that's where the Solar Scarabs have made their money in Games 1 and 2. You've gotten a couple of kills. As a matter of fact, in Games 1 and 2, the Scarabs have had 4 kills until like the 20-minute mark, much less in the first 10. But then it's the neutral objectives. Remember, the Gold's Fury steal in Game 1, and then every neutral objective since then has been free for the Solar Scarabs. That's where these leads have been built, as well as farm steal, invades, things like that just have not been answered by the Oni Warriors. But when you're in a game that's now this close, only 1,000 gold,
Whoa!
you gotta have an answer. Scream into the powwow. Neoma has his beads and will use his beads. And Cuvo Fred, Walt is on by with low HP. That's why he's not a participant here in this mid lane fight. So beads for ult's the answer.
That's one answer for the Oni Warriors to control Scream as well. Can't utilize Powwow aggressively if he's forced to use it defensively every single time. So a great play there by Neomod just to keep his team a little bit safer simply by aggressing onto the Daji.
Dardes has already thrown out some good damage here, not only in the mid lane, but on some poking and prodding after the fact. Chronos Pendant into Flat Pen for the time being. Divine Ruin could feel nice up against some of the builds the Solar Scarabs are looking at here. And I was briefly able to get into it, Myth, but I'm curious your thoughts on this Discordia because it seems like a pick that feels good for Dardes, right? It's not one that we see a lot of mid laners in the SPL in general going for, but Dardes has shown us leaning into the Heras, the Morrigans, maybe the Discordias is where he'll make his biggest impact.
I like just straight up Discordia in general, blanket statement, but especially into this composition. Not only is it the only CC immune ultimate that you've got on your side, so it doesn't have to worry about Powwow as much as some of his allies do, but also the self-peel potential of Strife up against gods like Daji or even Tsukiyomi is going to be very nice for Dardes throughout this game. Teleport in from Scream, Strife on your feet, walk away. SOT utilizes Piercing Moonlight, Strife on your feet, walk away. It's very simple disengage plan here, but simplicity's not a bad thing.
Let's see what the answer is. The CC immunity, rather, for Dardes. So Powwow used by Scream in the mid lane once again. And once again, ineffective in the kill department, not ineffective in the burning utility department. That's ult down from Dardes this time. Cuvo Fred has used his ult elsewhere in this fight as well. But you can already see, Myth, some of the concerns that you raised earlier in this game starting to come to fruition, where it's Scream, Powwow every single time. But it feels like outside of that one jungle fight, there's been an answer every single time, whether it's the beads that are still there, or in this case, the CC Immune Ultimate from Dardes. And we have not seen that capitalized yet by any of the smaller instances of CC from the Solar Scarab. So at least playing around some of the weaknesses well early on, 12 minutes in, are the Warriors.
Right now, it's just a pacing issue for Scream. He goes in, he burns one target's worth of beads, and then he waits a very long time to try again. He's got to pick up the pace if he wants to find value at this point in the game, or maybe the Solar Scarabs relying on their ability to win out in these late-game team fights. They do have great scaling and great team fight presence around these neutral objectives. Double Hunter composition, one magical, one physical between Veronica and Stewart. Just going to scale incredibly well. You've got the healing of Yamoja as well as her ability to separate these engagements around Gold Fury, Pyromancer, Fire Giant, and the dive potential of Scream and SOT together against some squishy targets. Vote Dardes could work out for them. But I think the Solar Scarabs would really like to find at least a couple more kills off of the back of Scream before some more CC immunity, before some more defensive relics become available to the Oni Warriors. Magi's Blessing, as a pickup for just about anybody on the Warriors will likely be good, considering CC seems to be lacking from the Solar Scarabs as of now, that is. Scream the only one burning beads on their side. I'm excited to see how this one pans out. The Oni Warriors have a significant advantage in the solo lane. Nika been dominating SOT one level down and stuck inside of his tower more often than not. Means that if the Oni Warriors could take a fight with Nika involved, that could be one way back in.
That's not to say, Myth, that Scream hasn't been active. Just a bit delayed between engagements. He's 3-1. Or 1-1, 100% kill participation for the jungler, and that's a bit of a return to the style that the Scarabs have been playing, where Scream is all of the kill impact early on in this game. That is a Riptide used by Inbound, but doesn't take him all that far. Surprising lack of further initiation maybe there for the Oni Warriors, not knowing where everyone from the Solar Scarabs were. Inbound maybe looked a bit caught out, but the Warriors didn't want to throw too much out at it. So the Gold Fury stands here, Myth, on the left side of the map, and that's been the early spike point in a lot of these games for the Scarabs, where they're able to either win a fight or win the objective cleanly. Have to imagine at this point in the game, won't see that same runaway style of game, because the Oni Warriors are just not that far behind. We might have to see one of the first contests we've seen in the last couple games.
This game was even by about maybe 50 gold separating them just a moment ago, but the Solar Scarabs are slowly accruing a very large experience and gold lead. It's climbing its way up. It's been hovering between 500 to 800 based on minion waves recently, but that's a lead that's coming out of thin air. It's all macro play for the Solar Scarabs right now. And I'm glad that you brought up the Gold Fear. I do expect that to be the first point of contention on the map. And with Nika making this early rotation over to this side,
well, here you
the
go.
Oni Warriors, they might be the ones aggressing.
The Oni Warriors will drop some ward coverage and clear some ward coverage that the Solar Scarabs have already set up. Oracles for free for the Oni Warriors as well. Don't be fooled, the Gold Fury just proccing on whoever's there. The Oni Warriors have not started it up just yet. 5 versus 5. This is a fight we have not seen until the end of the game in games 1 and 2. Appears to be brewing a bit quicker here in game number 3. SOT strifed in place, stunned by Nika on the other end as well. You do not want to miss your Tsukiyomi this early on in the fight. You've got some sustain from Inbound, but it's going to have to fill up that health bar quickly because the Gold Fury started up by the Oni Warriors. A little bit of crit for Vote, and it's connecting onto the Gold Fury. Everyone has their relics going into this next fight. Inbound.
Great
ult!
ult!
For the River's Rebuke, and it is on to Numa. 3 stuns on the backside, though. Keep the Solar Scarabs right where they are. An early loss in this fight, but that's a
Double
huge
touch.
ultimate from Cubo.
3 knock!
And all the cleave damage from the Oni Warriors is in on the back end of this fight. We said the disco needs to be big, and it is big. Dardes with the double.
That's all Cubo Fred with that initiation. The start of the fight goes incredibly well for the Solar Scarabs. It was a River's Rebuke off of Neilma dashing in, isolates him, but too much commitment from the Solar Scarabs onto the support opens them up to the re-engage. Oni Warriors, Cubo Fred blinks in, 3-man ultimate, 3-man knockup. Dardes slams everybody with literally every bit of damage that he's got. And the Oni Warriors establish themselves a small lead 16 minutes in. Larger than what we saw from the Scarabs so far this game. Nearly, what is that, 1,500 gold for them? And a little bit of experience, 50 experience, now 600. It's close still, and the Solar Scarabs, they might be able to close this up if they pick up the Pyro. But they don't!
They won't. No chance. That's your fault, Myth. Every ounce of that is you. Yeah, if they pick up the Pyro while Cubo stands menacingly to throw the pin in, and when it rains, it pours, and the Solar Scarabs, they've been flawless on the neutral objectives up to this point. And this fight will lose the Scarabs their first neutral objective of the set, really. That's a great apple, great setup from Cubo Fred, capitalized on by Dardes. And I think it's so important now to maintain that pace if you're Cubo Fred, because not only Fred, but it feels like Myth Erlang Shen in general as a pick has just kind of fallen off the radar at points throughout this year where you get to the late game and you just kind of forget an Erlang Shen is a part of the game. Cubo has not been that way. He's been active. He's been in these fights. 5 out of 6 affected kills for the jungler. Now it's about maintaining that pace and not falling off as the game goes on.
It's a lot of utility in Cubo Fred's build. Toxic Blade to deal with all this healing from the Solar Scarabs, double meditation, as well as Yamoja and self-sustain from Stewart. So that anti-heal going to get a good deal of value, but the Magi is maybe more important.
Are you going to have impact if you're dead, though? That's the question. Kivo Fred, 9 turns blessing out, healing on the other end. Good Riptide from inbound, pulls Neoma right back into the fight, but that's not a fight the Scarabs are looking for. Ult down for Kivo Fred. Nika's on a slow rotation towards mid. Spotted out by the wave. So the Solar Scarabs will know that the solo laner is here, but SOT not super worried about it. Looks like we got a quick disengage there, and Kivo Fred lucky to stay alive.
Veronic's very safe in mid right now, willing to give up his tier 1 tower, doesn't want to leave it up to risk, and he's right to do so. No kill potential for the Oni Warriors against the mid laner. This Charybdis is incredibly safe. We haven't had too many opportunities to talk about it, as we have not seen the Oni Warriors on the proactive until this game just now, but 3,000 gold in the lead, experience starting to be in their favor. I think the Oni Warriors are now in a position where they can try and push this lead even further. Having stripped both neutral objectives means that the only place they can go is towards some of these tier 1s, and they've got some good targets, both left and right, incredibly low.
Myth, I'm glad you bring up Charybdis here, because remember in game 1, we sort of set the stage. Well, we saw what Cyclone Spin could do on this pick in an aggressive nature yesterday in those sets. Veronica's got some shoes to fill now. Let's continue this trend of aggressive Charybdises. And I think he's done it. Up to this point in this set so far, there's been a lot going right for the Solar Scarabs. Baronic on Charybdis has been one of those things that's been going right.
Yeah, he's been able to find a good deal of damage in the team fight. Has not been really playing that traditional hunter mid role, in that generally hunters in mid try to establish pressure early on. Not really the case for Charybdis. Baronic just waiting it out till late game. Says, I'm playing hunters, but in the center of the map. And that's the only difference right now. Those ultimates, though, have been impactful from him, finding stuns as well as finishing off some kills for his squad. If we're talking about the hunters in this game, I think you got to talk about Stewart on this Soul. 0-2, only 1 assist right now, so has started to hit some very significant power spikes. Telkine's ring finished up, but hasn't been a whole lot of damage from the Soul, or Stewart in general, so far this set. If the Solar Scarabs need some help to close it out, I think it's going to come from the Hunter.
So the Solar Scarabs falling a bit behind here in this game, Myth. And it's not something we've seen up to this point. It's easy to win when you're thousands of gold up at every moment. And now, that's not to take away from the Scarabs. They handed themselves thousands of gold every minute. Now you're fighting from behind. It's a different look at a game from what we've seen up to this point. And I think Stewart's a good place to look as well. 2 levels down and needing to scale up into things. So that's where the Oni Warriors can maybe leverage some pressure around an Oni Fury that'll be spawning shortly. Pyromancer just a bit behind that. And so the Oni Warriors, Myth, actually almost in Solar Scarabs fashion, they get a clean Fury, and then they steal away a Pyromancer. That's sort of how things felt for the Solar Scarabs in game number 1. And now you're starting to see the gold trickle back to the Oni Warriors just a little bit further. Scream has slowed down in this game, makes his way to right, found early kills and early pressure. And it's going to maybe be a bit harder to come by. You mentioned the Magai's cloak there, the bubble that needs to be popped. And you also got beads for Kivo Fred, and so the Erlong Shen doesn't seem like such a great target for Scream moving forward. Maybe Nika is. You brought 3 over here with Baronic, actually 4 with the inbound there as well. Right around this blue buff, but no collapse in on Nika. Instead, we're just going to send some eyes there and back up. Do our own back camps.
Solar Scarabs either didn't know that the Oni Fury had spawned up, and how could they? It literally has a death whale, so they have the exact timer on it and decide, maybe we put some presence on the right-hand side of the map, try and find a solo kill. Maybe Nika gets over-aggressive, thinking that the Solar Scarabs should be over on the left-hand side, but nothing comes up their way, and the Solar Scarabs just don't show up to a neutral objective, and the Oni Warriors put themselves ahead yet again, but this time with 0 resistance. Now the Warriors playing with nearly 4,000 gold in the lead, just about. That's significant.
You're talking about no resistance, Myth.
It's an inverse.
Yeah, total inverse. The Scarabs have pulled every neutral objective with no pushback by the Warriors so far this set. Gotta be some pushback here. This game is not that far out of control. The Scarabs need to contest this, and they are in
massive
range.
Ult.
It is a big ultimate. What can Scream get done here? Keep your eyes on the powwow. Nobody pulled in. Piercing Moonlight from SOT that re-engages on Neoma boat. Dardes, now they see SOT, he's all alone, and he's not tanky enough to survive this just yet, but inbound, chasing down the backliners of the Oni Warriors. The Riptide is good.
He peeled him out!
It sends SOT right back the other way. Nika dashes back through. SOT will live no longer, and it's a killing spree for Dardes.
SOT lived for so ridiculously long, distracting so many members of the Oni Warriors, but the Solar Scarabs were not able to capitalize on it. Not enough damage output, Shell, Meditation, Riptides, all there to make sure SOT survives for as long as humanly possible. Even the damage output favoring the Solar Scarabs in that fight, but they can't finish off their kills. And now the Oni Warriors, with 30 seconds to play with, SOT dead for that entire 30, regroup on the Fire Giant yet again.
I don't think it can be understated, Miff, how important this game is between these two teams. You're in a group with the Olympus Bolts and the Tartarus Titans, fighting for one of the top 3 spots. Seeding-wise, purely seeding-wise, the Warriors and the Scarabs are in the bottom 2. And so it's not maybe overextending to say this could be the decider set on who fills that 3rd spot if everything goes according to seeding. Now, crazier things have happened this year, but getting a win against the opponent you might be fighting for the 3rd spot into the Phase 3 playoffs against would be massive early on. It avoids you having to take destiny into your own hands and find upsets later on. That's what the Oni Warriors are fighting against here, and they've done a good job of it in game number 3, finding answers to what the Solar Scarabs have thrown at them. And it looks like it's going to be another Fire Giant pull by the Solar Scarabs. Pin no good by Cubo Fred this time. Nika takes the stun from SOT, who's respawned, but without his actives this time. Fire Giant, soft reset by the Oni Warriors. They will continue to play forward, Miff, despite every set of beads being down.
Every single one. Penta beads not available right now to the Oni Warriors, and with Scream rejoining the fight, Palau available. Gotta think this could be an opportunity, and the Solar Scarabs know it.
Solar Scarabs agree. Nika around the backside of
there
this fight. Palau from Scream. This one's gotta be big. And it looks like it won't be. Nika gets pulled back through Scream, drops back down, and he's alone. Cubo Fred will kill Scream, and Scream will die alone. The Oni Warriors find another pick despite no beads. Still being up and ready to go. That's a perfect moment for Adaji to make the impact. And the Oni Warriors flip the script.
Over-aggression and overzealousness from the Solar Scarabs, who go in knowing that beads are down. Now's our time, but you have time to play with. Those beads are still down. Instead, it's, we gotta go now. Scream heads up into the air. He says, okay, maybe I pull Cubo Fred. Wait, no, Magi's Blessing still available. Maybe I pull Nika. Well, not exactly the target that I want. That's an RDO. Pulls him anyway, and nobody else in range for this Daji to pull in. The Solar Scarabs, they are struggling to utilize the CC in their composition, and now the Oni Warriors with a massive gold lead and Fire Giant on 5. Plenty of towers left to collect. They've got a great position for the rest of this game.
You smell that, Myth?
Instead of game 4.
Yeah, it smells like, it's weird that game 4 smells like pumpkin spice, isn't it?
I wouldn't know. I've never had it.
That's right. Have you truthfully never had pumpkin spice?
No, I've had pumpkin spice.
Okay, good.
I had a girlfriend like one time.
Is that the precursor?
That's right.
If you've dated someone, you've had pumpkin spice. Otherwise, you have not.
Well, as a guy.
As a guy, right, of course. Well, the Oni
So
Warriors,
toxic.
they're throwing out game 4 scents here. But we've just gone into the oven. Need some time to cook up. Solar Scarabs not totally out of this one just yet. Just 8,000 gold behind, which, in comparison to how far ahead the Solar Scarabs have been at different points in this set, not all that crazy. That said, you're definitely fighting an uphill battle, and it's just wild how we have seen this one play out, Miff, where the desk is totally correct. It feels like the draft of the Scarabs is good, and to the lack of inherent CC immunity for the Oni Warriors, but the Oni Warriors have just been able to play around it so effectively. Beads down at the same time, and then you play a little bit more cautious before you re-engage, and those beads are all back up. Good split push by the Solar Scarabs. Takes away Tier 1 and Tier 2 on right, but mirrored by that is the Oni Warriors getting both towers on left and exposing a Phoenix. 2.5 minutes left on this Fire Giant push. We'll see if the Oni Warriors look towards a bird.
Massive gold power play already. 7,000 net off of this Fire Giant itself, and with Primal Fury, we attack another 1,000 or so. On top of that, the Oni Warriors, playing with their time, have got, 10, 11,000 gold in the lead. So not too much stress for them here, but the Solar Scarabs have exposed a win condition for themselves on the right-hand side of the map. Now one Phoenix open, so if the Scarabs are able to put up a defense around their Phoenixes or a Fire Giant, maybe we see them go straight for the end. The same is true for the Oni Warriors, and easier for the Order team, considering they don't have any towers left to work through, so no defense onto the Titan of the Solar Scarabs. It still is a minute and a half with Fire Giant. The Oni Warriors regrouping here, and with this amount of time to work with, I think we could be looking at a Phoenix Siege.
Yep.
And the Siege of the Oni Warriors is strong. It is a one-note engage. Nika, Neilma, Cuvo Fred going in, applying CC, or at least applying Earthen Fury to as many targets as possible. And when you're in that situation, as a Scarab, you don't want to fight anymore. The damage output of the Warriors is incredibly high. What's come back to bite them, and it was my initial concern so far in this set for the Solar Scarabs, is their lack of CC. It really just is Daji burning these beads or Magi's consistently, and that is simply not enough.
Right, it feels good to say Daji has a great matchup, but what else have you got after that if that doesn't work out? The Oni Warriors, Myth, we set them up. We set Dardes really up in this game. The Discordia has got to find big damage numbers, and highest on the team, nearly highest in the game. Not nearly. Few thousand damage behind is Dardes, but hits a big power spike going into this next fight. Obsidian Shard ready to go. Everyone on the Oni Warriors have their beads as well. Nika, plenty of tanky in that kit. And Neilma will send some healing back behind him, so you can tank up that Phoenix, but you can already see it's not going to be easy to fight into what the Solar Scarabs have there. 20 seconds left on the FG buff, and it looks like that's all the Oni Warriors will look for.
Hesitant engage from the Oni Warriors. They were just trying to heat check the Solar Scarabs, and the Scarabs, simply by showing up, are able to stop this push from the Order team. But still, map state favoring the Oni Warriors, gold favoring the Oni Warriors, plenty of farm left available, wards in pocket as well. So the Warriors clear out the Pyromancer, get that passive, enhanced movement speed on the way out of base, and where are they headed immediately after that? Probably right back to where they are just now, towards that Fire Giant, going to be spawning up in just under a minute. And the Solar Scarabs have not been able to win a fight in neutral territory for the last 10 or so minutes. I'm sure they would love to change their fate here. It is a significant stack from the Solar Scarabs. 4 on the right-hand side of the map. The only one not there, Stewart, on the left, maybe decides to rejoin his team after headed back to base. Solar Scarabs on the scene first. Maybe establish a little bit of vision and force the Oni Warriors to use what they've got in the pocket.
Yeah, I mean, they know Scream is here. A sprinkling of wards over by those Harpies. One kind of arc of ward coverage right outside the Fire Giant pit for the Oni Warriors. So Scream spotted out on his way in. Similar arc of ward coverage, though, for the Solar Scarabs. Both teams privy to the positioning of one another. This will be an enhanced Fire Giant the moment it spawns. And so the Solar Scarabs kind of soft show up around the last one. Scream, remember, immediately dies despite no beads being there. Comes down from the Palau, dies, and then the Solar Scarabs made no look at it after that. This is maybe the call where if you lose the enhanced Fire Giant, the rest of the game hasn't quite been going your way. So a big call here from the Solar Scarabs, and the answer is let's engage on the back line. Already one set of beads used, 2 sets of beads used. Scream has gotten both of those. What can you do? With that advantage, SOT taunted in by Cubo Fred, and he is absolutely melting. Look at Vote on the back end of this fight, finding all the auto attacks he needs. He dashes in aggressively. Dardes finds a first. Dardes has got the double. The Discordia has not slowed down. 5-0-3 for the Warriors mid.
The Oni Warriors now in a 5 versus 3 scenario. Only 3 members left from the Scarabs. SOT, Scream, and Stewart, and it might just be Scream and Stewart. SOT isolated.
Could it be the soft 3 for Dardes? It will not be. And now the Solar Scarabs down to just Scream and Stewart. And Scream has stuck around. Does not have Palaus. But there is a ward from Dardes right outside the entrance of the Fire Giant pit. Scream getting close. There is a ward here.
He can't.
And he just does not have the time. He'll get spotted out by the ward coverage, but it's enhanced Fire Giant for all 5 members of the Oni Warriors. And if Scream gets caught here, Myth, that's pretty impactful. Apple, no good, but damage sure is from Dardes. And that is a big stagger now. Scream gone for the next minute, and the Oni Warriors barrel down the right side of the map.
They've already nearly approached fully build 6 items, so the Oni Warriors don't need to head back to base. Instead, want to utilize this time while SOT and Scream are both dead. Right side Phoenix exposed, and where is Stewart? Wrong side of the map. He's going to go back to base late. Oni Warriors, this one's free.
Oni Warriors keeping things interesting here. The pumpkin spice heating up a little bit further, nearly done in the oven for a game 4 between the Scarabs and the Oni Warriors. Mid lane Phoenix will get taken down quickly, and why not shift things over to left? You're still without Scream for 20 seconds. Ultimate's all ready to go outside of inbounds for the Solar Scarabs. Dardes just gets his back there as well. You can see some of the beads in sync with one another, those that are upgraded coming back a little bit quicker. That's Vote. And then Dardes and Neoma had to use theirs right around the same time in that last fight. So again, you know, you get beads stripped away if you're Scream, and then there's little to no impact on the other side. Story's got to be Dardes for me here, Miff. He has gone big in these fights, and at 6:03, supplying a whole lot of damage to his team. He's got exactly 3K. You're already full build. You can go back, buy a power pot, and help end this game.
Solar Scarabs grouping up yet again. Just going to try and put some work into these waves and make sure they're pushed out so they can put up a defense on their last remaining Phoenix. Doug, can we see the damage charts? It feels like the Solar Scarabs backline has really been struggling to output anything meaningful. 8,000 damage from Baronic on the Charybdis, only 9,400 from Stewart on the Soul. These are auto attackers that are full build, late game hyper carries, but have been struggling mightily to output anything into anybody. And looking on the other side, 21,000 from Dardes, 15,000 from Nika. The rest of them struggling a little bit more so. Vote actually sitting at the bottom at 5,000.
And I think that's so important to look at for Dardes again, where Vote has struggled this game. He's 0-0-9, so he's gotten a lot of assists. Don't get me wrong. But where Stewart and Baronic have struggled to find hefty damage numbers, at least comparable to Dardes. Dardes is doubling up both of the carries of the Solar Scarabs.
Where'd it go?
Vote could show up here in this last fight. He's done plenty of structure damage. And that's all the Oni Warriors need. Game number 4, right around the corner of one final team fight for the Oni Warriors. They have been swept in games 1 and 2, decimated even. But they have taken it to the Solar Scarabs in game number 3. Want one more chance, 2 more chances. Got to win one at a time, and this would be a great first step for the Oni Warriors getting back into this set. You're biding your time. Beads all back up, all ready to go. All it takes is a little unchecked damage from Vote onto that Titan to make life uncomfortable. It's a slow, cautious engage from the Oni Warriors.
Unruly Magic does 10% of the Titan's HP on its own. That's how quickly it could go.
We are fighting as Inbound throws up the River's Rebuke. Scream is evaporated as Vote will find his first kill of the game in the most pivotal fight of the game. SOT locked in place. Dark Portal
He's done.
Finds its way on to the Tsukiyomi yet again. The Oni Warrior surging forward. Goodbye, Titan. And hello, game 4.
Oni Warriors showing some signs of life in the back half of this set. They might go down, but they will not without a fight, or maybe it's a reverse sweep situation. The Oni Warriors, I'm impressed, man. It is so hard
There you go,
to
man.
come back.
Go for it.
Just mentally. This is a
Make yourself another.
just mentally to come back from being down 2 in a best-of-5 set.
That's what we needed. We needed another sound clip of you on
Reverse sweep.
reverse sweep coming up. Yeah, maybe. I
Hey.
don't know. We're only in game 3. Game 4, right after this, Miff, is going to be wildly exciting to watch. I think the response from the Oni Warriors, especially after going down early in this set,
Okay, just
I don't think can be understated. Game number 4, right after this.
What? Get out of here. Get out of here.
Well, the Warriors give us a Smite set here and at least push us to game number 4. We'll see what they're capable of doing after we break that down and after I tell you about the SWC, the Smite World Championship bundle that you're able to get. It is a fantastic Season 8 bundle that you're able to get here. Shop.hi-rezstudios.com. Here's a list of what it includes and the price tag for you. $60, and each kit includes one SWC Season 8 zip-up jacket. Already pretty good. First off, I actually still wear my Season 7 one.
So do I. It's
Whenever
very
it
comfortable.
is very, very comfortable. So I expect a lot out of these. A championship ball cap, which I'm going to put right alongside my other Smite Pro League ball cap. An autographed wall flag. By who, you might be wondering?
Who
That's
autographed that?
The Smite pros themselves. And you can have that. Look, I've seen a lot of these pros cameras. They might need it. They have a lot of blank wall space, and it bothers me personally. We'll see what they do with it. Of course, you get a postcard from the Titan Forge team featuring new original art piece, and you get the Season 8 digital loot pack. So you get all of that for $60. That's a lot of stuff for $60, and it makes it well worthwhile. You can get that now at shop.hi-rezstudios.com. in order to unlock that for yourselves. And, of course, the Warriors unlock game number 4 and keep their chances alive in this set with a pretty convincing win. I mean, after game 2, you needed something to bounce back. And originally it looked like it was going to be a little back and forth. The Scarabs are just as in it as the Warriors are for a few minutes.
Yep.
And then things start to get out of hand because of Dardez's damage.
Dardez's damage was just too good. Fred had many good engages, and look, we were all very bullish on the comp for the Scarabs, but that's why they play the games. You know, it can't just be determined in the drafting phase. When was the last time we saw Fred take a fight at 2.5 minutes, like in the enemy jungle? It just doesn't happen that often. It certainly didn't happen earlier this set.
Maybe Worlds, honestly,
Yeah.
like if even.
That's definitely been one of the biggest differences. I thought that he was huge. Dardez, this is the play, man. I mean, it's a massive engage from Fred. Huge Strife, huge Apple, huge Unruly Magic. He's got it all, man. It's just too good there from Dardez. This is the type of pick I want to see him on. He's so good on Discordia. And that's why I'm so incredulous when they pick like Chronos instead. Pick this. This is better.
Definitely looked better, felt better. 8.0 KDA, 27,000 damage. That is the output from Dardez here. Looks good. But again, it's backs against the wall. The Scarabs have had a couple of things knocked away from them here. Specifically, note the bans this last time really limited what they were capable of. And maybe showcased, even though we liked the draft going into game number 3, what the Warriors are capable of. 6-0-4, 10 affected kills there for Dardez. Not alone in that. 10 affected kills down there for Vote as well at 1-0-9. Doing a lot of setup for each other. And I think that's what you could ask for out of Cuvo Fred as well. Really good frontline plays. Made things much more interesting for the way this set has been shaking down. And highest damage by a thin margin over Solo or Troll, but by a large margin over literally anybody else in the game. 10k up over Nika. So SOT putting in a lot of work on the Tsukiyomi. And we got to see a lot of that. Deep dives, controlling. Unfortunately, just was never able to get the picks they needed.
Now here's where it gets interesting, Gore. Because I think this is a must-win game for the Scarabs.
Yeah.
I do not think that they are ready to go down to a Game 5 after being up 2-0. I don't know that they are ready to take on a Game 5 when they've lost 2 in a row. I think that is something that takes a lot of experience to get ready for. And this team, I mean, we've seen them be pretty down after losses during the regular season. If you get reverse swept in a group stage where you know this set is the most important one you can have, that is pretty devastating for their chances, I think. So this one, I'm not waiting around with any sort of weird picks or anything like that if I'm the Scarabs. I'm not waiting around with any strats. I'm treating this game as a must-win because I really think that you just can't let Neil and Fred get that 2-in-a-row momentum.
And, I mean, Vote had even mentioned it prior to this. I'll use the term experienced, but definitely, like, boomer, I think is what we had thrown out. Smite boomers, at least, as far as it goes. They've been around a while is the best way to describe the Warriors. Every single one of those players. But I don't think anyone has anyone outside of that SK/PK roster from Season 6 and 7 has more experience fighting reverse sweeps back. They've done it more than anybody else, and they did it in a row for a lot of these. And you can see that. I know we were talking about it during the remake while it was happening. Mifflin had said he hadn't seen Neil be as quiet as he was between games 2 and 3 for as long as he was. And now you can see him going ahead and chatting it up. keeping
Maybe
the
he
team's
should
morale
stop.
up. I don't know. It was those chats that we earned him a World's MVP.
I know, but I mean, they won the game where he wasn't talking. That's all I'm saying.
He'll take that up with you the next time y'all play
I know
golfing.
it.
I can
I know.
feel it
He
now.
will.
We'll see what happens. The Solar Scarabs, for the first time this set, will be your first pick team. We'll see what they're going to be changing things up because they've been banning the Morgan, Odin, Kamazats was in their last one, but those two have been the go-tos.
You know what I would toss in there instead, though? Instead of that Kamazats? I'd just ban Discordia. I think it's that easy. I really do. I think that Dardes was so good on this Discordia. I think Erlong Shen is a pick that is so easy to pick around and play around that you don't need to worry about him as much. I think I'd be worried about the Disco. They decided to take out the RDO. Not the direction I necessarily would have gone. They handled it really well in game one, but is just a guaranteed lane bully pick there for Nika. So makes some sense to take that away.
Trying to slow things down. So Hades, the Ola run once again for the Warriors. Last game, they rounded this out with Sylvanas, trying to strip something away from Inbound. I will say this, as much as I hate harping on it, Inbound has such great Yemoja plays, and he still loses on the pick. It breaks my heart.
I know.
It really does.
Cursed.
Because it is something that has been a massive improvement from what we once saw. Joining that RDO is going to be the Terra. We've had a lot of Geb talk in the past, wondering if that's going to be a viable option here for the Scarabs based on what the Warriors decide to ban out.
I mean, it is. It's just a matter of whether or not they want it. It looks like they're setting themselves up for a Yemoja first pick, though, with the RDO and the Terra bans. I really think that if they were willing to value it over the Geb in the last game, maybe they decide, all right, Yemoja didn't work, let's just pick Geb. I think that's probably the right decision. It's just such an easier god to execute on and is inherently stronger right now, I think, with what he brings to the table. I think the Warriors are trying to decide, will the Scarabs top pick the Geb, or can we maybe get the opportunity because they valued the Terra over it, but now that's off the board. And if the Scarabs valued Yemoja over Geb, then you'd expect them to take Yemoja, and that would leave you Geb, would be the way it could go. And that's they decide to leave it open. So they ban Odin, makes total sense. That god's been very good. This does leave open Sylvanas as well, though.
And that's a pick I will admit I was not expecting to see go up number one. I was expecting a whole lot, and maybe having a little bit of time to talk about what was going to go.
And
that
they
was in.
snapped it, like no hesitation. Sylvanas, open, give me that. I should have had that.
Is he strong enough to warrant this? I mean, we've
No.
seen a couple of teams do this. The Kings did it, and I believe the other day they did it, and they won that game.
He's good. He's good enough to first pick in a world where Geb is banned. I believe.
And Geb was banned that game.
Yeah, I'm down with that. Look, until proven otherwise, I think Geb is just the best god in the game right now. I think he's that good. So I think you should play him. He doesn't have as many weaknesses as he used to have. He still does have some weaknesses. I think Sylvanas is actually a pick that can punish him pretty well because his laning phase isn't great. Sylvanas' laning phase is very good.
Yeah.
Root pull before he's level 3. Easy kill. You know, you can make a lot of stuff happen there.
The thing we've seen a lot of combos, it's been the Sylvanas-Izanami combo that just absolutely destroys minions overall. But if you're looking to make up for the lack of pressure in lane, Izanami seems like a great way to balance it out.
Agreed.
Somebody else that we've been talking about a ton the last couple of weeks has been this Cthulhu. That 63% win rate across 19 games is well earned. So we'll see if this is going to be worthwhile for them. Also, I believe the first look that we're going to have of this Cthulhu this set, despite how prominent he's been in a lot of these other games.
Yeah, I like the pick here for the Scarabs. Cthulhu Heim, really like this top 3. They're getting away from this Charybdis that Baronic has played recently, trying to maybe put him on a more traditional mage. I think he's played very well on that Charybdis, but I don't mind just giving your team a different look. You know, trying the same thing 4 times in a row, having success 2 out of those 3. You just don't want to give good teams the same look at the same pick that many times, unless it's totally dominating. So I like the top 3 for the Scarabs. That being said, I mean, the Warriors, they get Geb, Izanami, so to cover the Geb weakness in lane, they get the Iza. Geb, as I said, I think is maybe the strongest god in the game. And then you've got Discordia, who looks like Dardez's best god right now. It's a good start for the Warriors. Very good start.
Especially after that last game.
Yep.
I expect a lot out of this Discordia coming from mid. We're still looking for a jungler and a mid laner on the other side, so the Warriors opting to go for a Gilgamesh ban to start things off in the second phase. Same thing, jungle,
Smart.
as well as the solo laner for the other side. The Erlong Shen was a huge thorn in their side, set up a lot, as you had highlighted. That's something they're going to get rid of. Now the Kali ban comes through. Again, maybe not something I expected to see, but after game 2, understandable.
Yeah, understandable. I mean, you're looking for Fred to have something to just help initiate. You know, you kind of want this Geb to be able to blink in, Cataclysm, then immediately turn to the back line and look back there and allow Fred to go in over the top after that. So I think getting Fred something with some mobility in this instance could be a good look for them. I mean, the Hunbats that he played earlier didn't have a great game on it, but could go that direction. I think Camazotz is probably fine here in this draft. It would mean that I think Nika needs more CC coming out of the solo lane, but overall, I mean, Kama's a god that Fred's been comfortable on. Serket is open. You could pick that, though I think Cthulhu cares so little about what Serket's doing the entirety of the game that maybe de-incentivizes me, but I like Serket up against Sylvanas Heim and insert mage here. Okay, sure. Yeah, whatever. We didn't need to talk about any, yeah, that's fine. Cool.
I had
Cool.
3 or 4 different questions, or at least junglers to talk to you about, like Achilles being banned, Kali being banned. I was going to ask about Nemesis and say things about dealing with Cthulhu.
Yeah.
Mulan. We've seen her a lot in the SCC. We've seen her a few times here in the SPL, but not a whole lot. And I think the last time we saw her was Sam, I believe, playing her in the jungle. She has not been a mainstay.
No.
I don't know how this lane's going to go.
Well, she just got a buff to training exercise, so her abilities evolve more quickly. That's nice. We like that. But pretty unproven, I'd say, and how good it's going to be. Now, when Mulan gets ahead, absolute lane dominator. Complete lane bully, just dominates the lane, and Cthulhu is not going to pressure her out. So you have the opportunity to really run away with that right side of the map. And that's what you have to do now. If you're willing to pick Mulan, you have to get in there, and you have to absolutely be on every blue. Solar Troll should not have a blue after his first one until like 8 minutes into this game. He just shouldn't have one, because if you're willing to play the Mulan, you got to pick around it.
Well, if you thought the Kali Kronos Hades game earlier was going to be the weirdest we got, not only do we have this Mulan, we got a new wall lock-in. Now, aggro, I'll give you some merits. Her ult hits everybody.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
And you only get one Geb shield.
Yeah, exactly. See?
So you can't get them all. That's the strat.
She
Look,
stuns. They have that in the jungle now.
I am a notorious Nuwa apologist.
Okay.
I love this god. I think she brings way more utility than most people give her credit for.
I love Nuwa.
I think Nuwa's great.
I loved Old Wa more, but I still like Nuwa.
And you know what? What Nuwa does best, it's not just press 4, hit the entire team. It's that she kills tanks pretty well, because she prot shreds them. A root is oftentimes death against frontliners. I think that she can kill this Geb pretty easily. It just takes root, minion combo, stun. They take a bunch of damage, and they're prot shredded for your Cthulhu and your Sylvanas to actually do some significant damage. I am a fan of the Nuwa pick in general. Now, that is not to say it doesn't have its weaknesses. It doesn't skirmish particularly well. It takes forever to get to that point where you actually put pressure on front line. But I think it can work here for the Scarabs. They play really well front to back. They've got good tank shredding now. They've got good dive from the Tsukiyomi and the Cthulhu combo. You've got protection and this healing. I think Fred has gone with a obviously a light CC pick here in this Nemesis. And I'm a little worried about how this right side of the map is going to go. Can Fred really be an invade assistant with something like the Nem in the early game? I really feel like the Warriors' best win condition here is just facilitating Nika, making sure that he can just remove this Nuwa from every engagement, make sure she does absolutely nothing. That's the easiest way for the Warriors to win. But if this laning phase goes even, if Solar Troll and Nika are at the same point, 15, 20 minutes in on their first rotations to big 5-on-5s, I think the Scarabs 5-on-5 is just better.
That makes things a little interesting for him. We are potentially going to a game number 5. We'll see if the Warriors can provide that or if the Scarabs can close it out right here in game number 4.
Spiciness continues of the pumpkin variety, Myth, as we go into game number 4. We're riding with that one, I think, going into game number 4. Pumpkin spice will be the theme of this one. Or maybe it'll be Nika on Mulan. Could be Baronic on Nuwa Myth, and those are the 2 additions to the Unique Club here in Game 4 of this set.
Yeah, I think you got to start with the Mulan. She sees a change recently, which is the only reason I can assume Nika is going towards this pick. Maybe the most important change being that training exercise levels up a little bit more quickly. You're going to get that sustain in lane a little bit more quickly, meaning that up against SOT on a Cthulhu, a god that generally does struggle against lane bullies, you're going to have a significant advantage. But Aggro brings up a great point on the desk. If you lock in Mulan, and you are not utilizing that massive aggression, that pressure that she generates out of the solo to invade blue buffs, back camps, controlling those singular harpies around the soul lane, you're probably not getting the value from Mulan. If Nika doesn't rotate into the first team fight with a 2 or 3 level lead, you're probably not getting value from this Mulan whatsoever. So a lot of onus on the Oni Warriors soul lane to perform here on an unorthodox pick. Maybe we see that attention shifted, though, because of the other unorthodox pick in the game, Nuwa. Cubo Fred very likely could just say, I want to shut down Baronic and leave Nika to his own devices. I don't think you can, though. I think, if anything, Nika locking in this aggressive pick is going to buy the time for Nuwa in mid to just free farm. Yeah,
it's an interesting dynamic. You know, Nuwa has self-peel along the lines.
A lot of it.
You know, you talk about ROM sometimes, you get ganked, you go up into the snipes, things like that. Feels like that is what, hopefully in this kit, makes up for the general lack of mobility. You can drop the soldier down, stun, somebody running at you, use your ult as well. But that being said, lack of mobility in the kit, outside of walking around in your mist, I suppose. Is that a real threat here that the Oni Warriors can capitalize on?
If Baronic's mist is down and Cubo Fred is nearby, that ultimate can just be a death sentence for Nuwa, but yet again, Cubo Fred's got another target that he has to concern himself with his ultimate. The SOT can't be allowed as Dardas. He's falling low.
Whoa! A little bit of damage from Baronic, misses on the side. Screamed at a lot there. And Dardas lucky to be walking away without giving over first blood to the Solar Scarabs. Bangs, maybe a bit frustratingly. Drop down from Dardas. Yeah, my man is here, and he's walking into lane. Or maybe it's Cubo Fred saying, I'm going to chase him back to his speed buff. Blink over the wall, speed buff, invade. Good for Cubo Fred. He'll pick it up, and he will head on out. Because look at this, Mulan is here to help secure the escape. Dardas a little bit low, but he's 1 level ahead. Cubo Fred slowed, stunned as SOT rotates out of solo as well.
Baronic.
Big damage onto Baronic. Goodbye. Hello, first blood for the Oni Warriors. Cubo Fred dashes on out here as well. The Mire goes down, but the strife is amazing from Dardas. Forces the beads out of Scream. Nika wants more. He will blink forward. It's an exchanged blink by SOT, and the fear will be enough. First blood plus speed buff to the Warriors.
Great invade from the Oni Warriors, utilizing that early pressure of Nika. I thought it was blue buff invades, but we went one better for the Oni Warriors. Speed buff taken away, and Cubo Fred walks out a free man. That's a lot of time spent dedicated towards invading that buff and has not netted Cubo Fred a lead just yet. Just now ticking over to level 4 to match up against Scream. Maybe most important, though, is Baronic falling down in mid, not just in the death column, but also in experience. Just now hitting 4, Dardas bin 5.
Yep, was a 2-level lead for Dardas up until a couple minions get taken down there in that wave. So call it 1.5 levels for the sake of simplicity, and a great start to the Oni Warriors in game number 4. You smell that, Myth? Just kidding.
Oh, good lord, already.
We're way too early in the game for any of that talk. But a kill landing on Anika is huge here as well. You can continue to put some of that pressure on the right side of the map, whether it's another speed buff invade or it's a blue buff invade. And I love that. You know, obviously we can't hear comms, but I joke about maybe some frustration pings going down the mid lane when in reality, in hindsight, it's the Oni Warrior saying, hey, I think he's going to walk back towards his speed. Let's see if we can get something done there, and that's exactly what happens. But it's a completed Blackthorn now for Nika over in solo. Has Warding Sigil there as well. And that's a decent little power spike for this Mulan to continue to put pressure on Sod on Cthulhu.
Yeah, Nika, as of now, is untouchable. Nobody wants to fight this Mulan. He's already likely got the heal available off of his second ability, and his damage output is just crazy. He does have that heal available. Don't fight him. Don't fight on this side of the map. Nika controls it, essentially, with Mulan, but that god falls off pretty heavily come late game. So if the Solar Scarabs are able to withstand without falling too far behind, that's one way back in. And it seems like SOT might just have to give up this blue buff. Drop down to 50%. Cubo Fred and Nika already here.
Blue buff on the exact same timer as one another. So the Oni Warriors have a rough estimate. Neilma just rolling in from the backside of this fight.
What?
We might not need Neil.
What?
Scream is able to walk on out. That was a Cataclysm from Neil.
It was a Cataclysm, yep.
He pressed the ultimate button. There was nobody inside of it, but he did use it. How impactful is that going to be? Around this blue buff could be important because it is pulled by the Oni Warriors. There's an answer. Veronica is going to gank around the backside.
Is he?
If he chooses. He's a level down. In the mist is Dardes. Nika is just going to walk at Scream and finish off what the Oni Warrior started. And this is the power point in this game for the Mulan. And Nika is showing us why and where this pick can have an impact.
All right, SOT tries to flick towards the wave and flicks into the wall. The Solar Scarabs looking shaky
Look, big
here.
circular abilities.
It's game 4,
not
man.
easy to hit, Miff, whether
This
it's a
is-
Cataclysm or a Mine.
This does not bode well, man. I mean, that was poorly executed by the Oni Warriors. Neilma rolls in from the lane, tries to blink, does not. Cataclysms his feet, and the Solar Scarabs were not able to fight their way back in. Scream overstays, and Nika says, "Why are you still here?"
no.
And put some down. And now SOT.
What's the ult cooldown? You can dive this if
Is
you
he
have
out?
your ultimate. You have that gap
Whoa.
close, blink out from SOT. And my goodness.
Oh, Vote's ahead too.
Vote is ahead as well. Piercing Moonlight in from Scream. Will it cost Vote his life? No, it will not. Dark Portal down. Scream takes a tower shot. And normally that'd be worrying if anyone from the Oni Warriors were on this side of the map. Neil is going to roll on in the backside. Does not have Cataclysm to throw down just yet, so the ground is safe for the time being. The Oni Warriors off to a great start in Game 4, Myth.
Is he
Continuing to
dead?
capitalize. Inbound, makes no
What?
mistake. Dardes misses his apple. Nif is having a conniption over here as Dardes still gets pulled back in, but so does inbound as Nika underneath the tier 1 tower has his ult. And if that's me, my tiny brain is saying, go Dave, go. We're ulting inbound under the tower, but Nika thinks twice. And everyone on the map will live. Go ahead, Myth.
Just a lot of mechanics going on right now. Dardes point blank misses the golden apple. A nice pull from inbound, doesn't net the kill anyway. Baronic heads up into the air with the ultimate, but is not able to secure himself that kill. But at the end of the day, the Oni Warriors maintain a 1,000 gold lead at the 7.5-minute mark, and they can keep pushing it forward because Nika, 2 levels up, is Mulan, and Blue Buff has spawned.
And Blue Buff will go down. It's going to require a steal,
Big steal.
from the Solar Scarabs to get it. Blue Buff invaded. This one's good again by the Oni Warriors, and SOT has got to watch it go down. The silver lining is that you're 3-way splitting it if you're the Oni Warrior, so it's more about denying the golden XP from Sot than giving large chunks of it over to Nika. But even still, level 8 on this Mulan, what I imagine is some good gold in that back pocket, can start to hit some power spikes. At what point, though, Myth, do you say, all right, we've piled on Sot enough, it's time to put this level lead elsewhere on the map and maybe get some rotations going?
Why stop?
It's blink in from Neilma. Cataclysm, this one hits. Dardes had held on to his ultimate. That might have been enough if it went in. And so Baronic will take the Cataclysm, holds his beads, did not have ult. So no kill to be had here in the mid lane. Apple again by Dardes goes wide. This one will cost him his life. Oh no, that is brutal.
Well, okay. It's been a long set here today. Cubo, Fred, and Neilma
I appreciate you
still
taking
sticking
that from me.
around, seeing if maybe they could turn this engagement inbound low, as is Baronic. But it is an engagement from
right.
the Solar Scarabs. Do they go on to Neil here? Nice
They
pull.
might.
Whoa!
Cubo Fred right to the doorstep.
You're done.
Big burst damage, and Scream will connect with the ult on the Cubo Fred. And the shards of the fire. What is it?
Shards of fire?
Do I call this shards of ice?
Hey, that's Ymir. Fire shards.
Fire shards. There we
There it
go.
is.
Lots of shards in this game. Baronic sends the ult out just to see where the Oni Warriors are. Fire shards.
Let's
There we
go! Hindu, I got it, if you're listening.
Was there even a moment of doubt before we got that hovered by Doug? Is
Yes.
The question. All right, now I got to analyze
Whoa,
again.
close.
Stewart dashes in with his ult. Dark Portal used to secure the purple buff, and that won't come through. And so what was a good start to this game by the Oni Warriors, and Nika is kind of the undertone of that. Suddenly the advantages in these fights shifting to the Solar Scarabs.
Luckily, though, for the Oni Warriors, Nika is still massive, still has a 2-level lead, still sitting on a lot of gold, and
Yeah, a
still
lot of gold.
accosting this blue buff. 2,500 in hand and trying to push it a little bit further. Can he do it on his own? Survey says yes. Blue buff invade successful, and Nika walks away like a bandit in the night. The Solar Scarabs find their footing in taking engagements anywhere Nika isn't. That great for them, maybe because Dardes whiffs 3 golden apples back to back, but success where it lies. Solar Scarabs still able to fight back here. And
One
the
has
gold,
got to hit.
Yeah, the gold's even now. It's even. It's a dead even game, barring Soul Lane.
And that has not happened often at 10 minutes, right? That has not frequently been the case. Feels like one team or another has been able to wrestle control by this point here in this game. Couple ults from Dardes, maybe hit differently. You're looking at a different story. One will hit eventually. Dardes is too good a player to keep sending these apples right through the uprights on a consistent basis. So we'll give him a break, unless it happens again. Then
all bets are off.
yeah, all bets are off. Strife down. I think the one didn't connect.
What's wrong with you?
What do you mean?
Leave him alone. We're looking at golden apples.
It's Dyke's fault. He's on Dardes while this.
Yeah, Doug. Get off of Dardes before we're making fun of him. This is game 4. Let's focus up.
This is my fault. This is my fault entirely. There we go.
Okay,
Zoom in on the
dude.
man. No, he's doing just fine. Dardes is doing just fine. He's only one level down. He's gotten an assist. We have the unfortunate microscope of just catching. Look, he's probably hit tons that we just haven't seen, right?
Not true.
Would you call me mean?
Well, I mean, I know when his ultimates go down. There's a little blue dot next to
I'm
his
talking about
name.
his one.
Oh, yeah, Unruly Magic. Yeah, he's slamming
Unruly
those.
Magic. You know, when the Soul Gem comes online, that's when that burst damage is going to connect, and Dardes is going to prove us all wrong. Did tons of damage in game number 3 on this pick. The ones all connecting onto the Pyromancer, and the Oni Warriors will get the first neutral objective of the game. Gold Fury up on the left side, but there is no answer on that by the Solar Scarabs. And so a nice downswing in gold, and that's a good thing for the Oni Warriors on the graph. Just shy of 1,000 gold ahead. 3 levels ahead is Nika. And hey, there's a blue buff spawning. Let's send Nika this way. And it looks like the answer from the Solar Scarabs myth is just, let's do nothing over here. I don't know if there's an answer for Nika with how far ahead he is in this lane, unless Baronic has some damage here, but Cubo Fred reads out the rotation, ult down, and damage is aplenty up in the air. Goes Baronic down, he crashes, knockup is there from Neoma, Cataclysm not used, Blink was reset. And so Baronic will live on, and the rotation's read out by those fire shards. Keep the Solar Scarab safe.
Inbound does not connect the heal onto Baronic, so he cannot stick around in that engagement, even though Inbound hits a nice pull to try and set up for the fight there. Oni Warriors sticking around, trying to find something in the jungle. Any individual pick could open up the door for the Gold Fury, which could be the largest separator we've seen so far this game. But we did see a nice ultimate from Cubo Fred onto Baronic to isolate him in the engagement, but that means that Cubo Fred can't go to Soul Lane, can't help out Nika up against SOT. And I think keeping SOT down, to answer your question from earlier, is just a good strategy, man. If this
It's not going to be a bad thing, right?
Yeah, if he's 3 levels down for the entire of the game, why not push him down 4 or 5 levels, open up the door for Nika to rotate out massive, and once SOT does get there, even if he descends into madness at level 10 up against what Oni Warriors have elsewhere on the map, he's just getting accosted. Right. SOT is 1 level up on Neoma.
That doesn't feel great.
No, it feels bad.
That's the enemy support.
That's right.
You want to be a little bit further ahead than that. Neoma, the man even in levels or 1 level down from SOT, gets pulled back into a double Cataclysm apple.
There it is.
Yeah, baby, this one's good from Dardes up into the sky. Goes Baronic, Fire Shards cleans out the damage, but Scream has been left alone and Boat capitalizes. And an ultimate down from Cubo Fred slows down Inbound. And it looks like the 1 pick is all the Oni Warriors want.
SOT started his rotation over towards this side of the map, but at level 11 cannot get much accomplished on his own. Cthulhu is a god that definitely needs some of those levels just to get his abilities, the base damage available to him, especially considering he's gone for a full physical defense stack in the build. Oni Warriors now with 5 alive,
Nika.
up against 4. Nika, he's on the left side of the map, which means the Solar Scarabs should likely vacate the left side of the map, but they can't give up this gold.
Yeah, it's a very quick checklist on Gold Fury being started. Nika being here is maybe the one and only box that needs to be checked. And that's all the Solar Scarabs need to check off to vacate the area, as you worded there, Miff. And so both neutral objectives going to the Oni Warriors. So that'll build up a decent little gold lead here, 2,000 or so for the Oni Warriors on the back end of some neutrals. Neoma has Blink, does not have ultimate. And so Vote will be without an engage here on left. But that's an important kill for the Izanami to start and get those wheels turning as well. Devos and Wind Demon, what looks like might be Xe for both of the Hunters here, and this one's starting to hit some big power spikes.
And it is Executioner for both as SOT tries to invade
got a
the
blue.
blue.
He got a blue.
does drop it.
His own blue.
Oh, no,
to be
Nika-
clear,
no,
a
Ni-
moment
yeah, Nika got
ago,
it.
while Nika was gone, he got his own blue.
Oh, nice.
Not this one.
Yeah,
Nika-
no, that one with the Nika.
Yeah, it took Nika rotating out of lane for SOT to get his first blue in a real long time. And farming seems to be the name of the game because Mifit was a 2 to 3 level lead. Still is. But now it's a 1 to 2 level lead for Nika, not quite the 2 to 3 level lead. And so some time spent farming alone serves SOT well here over in the solo lane. But the bigger picture, the zoomed out picture of that is that it took Nika rotating out, grabbing a Gold Fury for your team, and gives the Oni Warriors a bit more of a lead here in this one. Top net worth, Miff, goes to both of these hunters. No surprise when they've been hanging out, farming things up. And the net worth charts speak volumes. So it's one thing he got this level lead rather in solo lane. You look at 7,500 gold for SOT. Just shy of 2,000 gold up is Nika.
Jeez.
So anywhere this Mulan goes,
He's the whole lead.
Right. That's the lead. To contextualize the 2,000 gold lead, like 98% of it falls on Nika to do some quick math.
That is tough going for SOT, really. I mean, he's likely out of this game for another 4 or so levels. Once he ticks over to 17, 18, maybe gets involved, I'm sure Nika will be long 20 by that point. And take a peek at the relic selection from this Mulan. Incredibly aggressive. A Sunder pickup, a relic that I had almost forgotten existed in Smite. Will shred away some of that defense. Already health shields picked up as a nice pull from inbound, but he's alone.
It was a nice pull in the sense that it hit Dardez. Wasn't great in the sense that there was nobody from the Scarabs wanting to capitalize on that. Dardez held on to both of his actives, no real threat there. Bronic sends down the fire shard, so some of that self-peel now missing for the next little bit of time till that ultimate comes back up, and totally leaving this tier 1 tower in mid are the Solar Scarabs. Nika will stick around, deal the last bit of damage to it. And Miff, he is not taking a lot of damage. It's going to take a lot to kill off this Mulan. It takes a few rotations of abilities to chip away just a little bit of health.
Looks like Scream a little bit more successful in dealing damage, is able to actually do some significant output towards Nika, but that just because Nika doesn't take damage doesn't mean he doesn't deal it. So once he does close gap onto Bronic, Stewart, anybody in the back line of the Solar Scarabs, we'll be able to shut them down relatively quickly. Pyromancer has finally respawned, and the Oni Warriors probably going to be headed towards it pretty shortly. Nika still significantly in the lead, but closed up yet again. Solar Troll has not left the lane a single time, essentially, except maybe to go to mid one time to take away a wave while Bronic was fighting for his life at Gold Fury. And that has caught this Cthulhu up a fair deal. Gold, though, not so much. Experience, maybe a little bit more important at this point. Bulwark of Hope will be the selection for Cthulhu, and we're getting close. If SOT catches up to Nika, that's significant.
It is. That has been the leverage for the Oni Warriors through the first 18 minutes of this game. Another Pyro goes down. And so another neutral objective. There's another way of wording that goes to the Oni Warriors. Hasn't been much pushback from the Solar Scarabs. Hard to imagine doing so when you're fighting on right. Dark Portal hits its mark. Stewart dashes away, puts into the Harpy Pit. Bifrost gets him out. And that's a big play from Stewart. Uses both of his actives and his ultimate, but stays on the map. Numa uses his blink, his ultimate as well. And so Stewart luckily able to stay alive. And this Heimdall gets to continue farming up and get closer to that late game point.
Dave, when I say no other hunter survives that, believe me, Beads plus Aegis plus Bifrost is just really, really good there. Neoma trades out his blink and ultimate to try and close that gap, and potentially even the Sunder as well. I didn't see if he used it in that engagement. Leading up now to the Oni Warriors establishing decent pressure on the left-hand side of the map. Stewart, no relics or ultimate available, and Oni Fury spawning in just under 15 seconds. Means that the Oni Warriors should likely be able to leverage that pretty easily on this left-hand side, especially if Nika has already made the rotation. Worth noting, though, SOT at level 16 is a factor in the team fight. Dardez has not had to deal with Cthulhu until exactly now, the 19-minute mark.
They're even on levels. As we go into this fight, the levels are even. I imagine Nika's pretty close to being level 18, but that's not what's on the scoreboard right now. And so SOT, despite his lane being difficult, has caught back up in this game. Missed for Nika, and Cubo Fred gets read out pretty quickly. Nika uses his ultimate defensively. Good fire shards, chips some damage down from Bronic. Disengaged from the Oni Warriors for the time being as SOT and Inbound waltz forward into the ranks of the Oni Warriors. And this Oni Fury is going to get pulled. Nika doesn't have his ult, but Baronic doesn't have his. This Nuwa has to rotate these relics effectively if there's an impending dive from the Oni Warriors that hits its mark.
Inbound trying to find a pull,
Oh,
but it's SOT in first. Descend into madness.
That's a good strike from Dardes to slow down the re-engage. SOT's got eyes for the mid lane.
Neil!
Neilma, he'll live. Piercing Moonlight, where does it go? Nowhere, because Scream is dead. Nika, on the other side of this fight, is going to separate it right on out, and the Solar Scarabs running to the hills. This Mulan is a problem. Beads used by Baronic, and that'll keep him out of the stun for just a little bit longer. A 2 for none, despite SOT running down the back line. And the Oni Warriors come up big. And Myth, can you smell it? Can you smell?
I can.
Can you smell game 5? The pumpkin spiced, I don't know, what are we cooking in the oven? Muffins. 5 of them. They're ready to go, and the Oni Warriors
Lord.
have turned this set around.
It's like 4 p.m., man. We're not even at real high-res hours. We were
You think
microseconds.
this is real high-res hours?
No, we're not there
This is a
yet.
big
You're
old cup of-
behaving like it is.
This is, no, I'm saying this is real big cup of coffee that's driving me through, and I'm going to have a whole nother one if we end up going on to game 5.
Don't do that.
Massive from Cubo Fred. Dash on, it looks like reflect damage on the Caltrops. Killed Scream.
That is
And that sucks.
gross. Here's the thing, though. If Scream gets that ultimate off, I'm pretty sure that's a double kill for Scream immediately. He definitely finishes off Neoma, and he might have been able to take out Dardes as well. So that reflect damage kill from Cubo Fred by walking on the Caltrops with his third ability activated saves that engagement for the Oni Warriors, now netting them 5,000 gold in the lead. Pyromancer spawning very shortly, and a great way to push that lead even further. But the longer the game goes,
Fire.
the less it means. Maybe leverage it while you got it. Fire Giant getting pulled out.
Neoma hovering around the FG. Inbound is as well, and it's Nika. The last person you want walking at you is walking at inbound. Scream uses Piercing Moonlight defensively. That is massive. So much less dive now to get to the Oni Warriors backline. SOT descends into madness on his own side of this team fight. And this is smart from the Oni Warriors. Let's just disengage. You've thrown out 2 of your big ultimates, 3 if you count fire shards. And they've got nothing in return.
SOT does hover around here, but
No
without the
Cataclysm.
ultimate, not very valuable is this
Ooh, nice
Cthulhu.
Strife.
And yeah, Strife does a lot of damage.
I think Dardes
Clearly.
is starting to hit his stride here, Myth. Missed a few abilities earlier in the game. And the
Not
apple
this
will
time.
connect once again. Unfortunately, SOT just too far away to move back in. Fire Giant is at half HP inbound. Avoids the big damage. The stun
It's
from
low.
Nika. Walks around the corner. The body blocks are there, but is it enough? Inbound
Surely
walks
not.
into range, and the Oni Warriors take down the first Fire Giant of the game. Grab a kill on the inbound as well. And all 5 of the Oni Warriors have Fire Giant. And the mid lane is where their eyes will go. Maybe on the left. Plenty of towers left to take.
7,000 gold. Fire Giant on 5, and 5 towers still remaining for the Oni Warriors to strip away. 30 seconds left on the Sylvanas respawn. I think the Oni Warriors might be able to go for a Phoenix Siege here because SOT still does not have the ultimate available. But why leave it up to risk when you're 1 game away from dropping down in the group stages? So the Oni Warriors, they say, okay, we're winning pretty cleanly. We've got a significant lead. There's no reason to leave it up to risk. And Pyromancer seems like an easy call to take, and it will go down. The Oni Warriors take that one as well. Solar Scarabs, they are on the back foot. There is no mistake about it. Sure, Baronic has great self-heal, but he hasn't been the target. SOT's been the target. Scream's been the target at times. Inbound has been as well. The Oni Warriors, they are not concerned with the back line of the Solar Scarabs when they could so easily shut down the front line.
And the Oni Warriors have changed around the storyline from games 1 and 2 because it was all the Solar Scarabs just keeping the game under their control in the first 2 games of this set. A little bit more back and forth in game 4, but the Oni Warriors take it. Now this is a similar story for the Oni Warriors, where the Oni Warriors are taking the game into their own hands. They are no longer experiencing Smite, they are playing Smite, and they are doing it effectively. And a real good look at a game 5. That is an interrupted back by Nika. The man has done everything this game, including stunning and killing Scream in his own jungle, canceling the back. And now it's a freer push on the left side of the map. Is that the call by the Oni Warriors? You're going to keep Nika over here.
Oh
And
no.
they have 3 more collapsing into mid.
It's 3 in mid, and Cubo Fred's close gap already inbound, burning quick. Heavenly Sprint buys him some time, but the Golden Apple will chunk.
And it will not counter out the CC, but it will send inbound running towards base. SOT doing the same. Nika, uh-oh, the man mountain himself, walking back to the mid lane. What does this Mulan want to do? Wants to siege this Phoenix. That's the answer. Stun and no good. And the Oni Warriors will walk towards the front line of the Solar Scarabs and walk out with a Phoenix.
Can you tell that the Oni Warriors took an engagement? If you weren't looking at their ultimate cooldowns and their relics, you wouldn't be able to tell. Full mana, full HP for all 5 members. Fire Giant still for 1.5 minutes of the mid Phoenix already stripped away because Scream gets caught lazy backing on the left-hand side of the map. And now the Oni Warriors get to take another tier 1, a tier 2, with so little opposition from the Solar Scarabs. SOT still does not have that ultimate back end available, which means the Solar Scarabs do not have the opportunity to take another engagement. Surprised to see the Oni Warriors let off the gas here, maybe because they've got their eyes on the Primal Fury. And those charts, they tell the tale of this game. The Oni Warriors controlling the late and the early and the mid.
And all of it, right? And the solo and the duo and the jungle and all of it. And the Primal Fury. So the Fire Giant just a bit from falling off here of the Oni Warriors, and what an effective Fire Giant siege that was. You got like 4 towers and a mid lane Phoenix. And so you're grouping up maybe one final time here if you're the Oni Warriors, and there just has not been an answer, Myth. Mainly around this Mulan that's given the freedom to the backline for the Oni Warriors to find their damage. But Nika, despite that level gap closing, remember right around that Fury fight, we set the stage. We said, well, look, SOT is back closer as far as levels go. XP, that was the case. Gold, that was never really the case. Nika was still pretty far ahead in the build department, and this Mulan has showed no signs of slowing down. 6 out of 7 participated kills for Nika, and I think the storyline's pretty clear here in Game 4 at who's been controlling things for the Warriors.
Oh boy, Doug, check out Nika's starter item, the Sigil picked up, matched up with the Pridwin. This guy's kind of chunking right now. Infused Sigil, if you guys don't know how that one works, it explodes around you every single time, dealing 500 physical damage. Does get mitigated by defense, but not only is it the Infused Sigil doing explosion damage, you got a Pridwin with it as well.
And there's not a lot of cooldown on that. Like, just as you're eating abilities, every 4 you're exploding for 500 damage.
I don't think it's explicitly stated in the relic, but not the relic, the starter item, but I do not believe it has a passive cooldown.
No?
No, it's just gonna keep happening.
Right. The only, like, limiter on the stack is that you can't get multi-hit by an ability.
No channels.
Right. And so once per ability cast, you'll gain a stack. But look, that's got to shrug a lot of weight off of Nika, right? Where now you kind of want to get hit by abilities. You can ult in, you can get that Pridwin shield.
It's going to be happening where he stands, no matter what.
Right, no matter what. Because you got to use abilities to peel out for yourself, unless you're just going to let Nika walk at you. And you're not going to want to do that. And so we get an early look at the Sigil changes here in game number 4. And we are building it up. Please God, look good, because we're excited about it. The Oni Warriors excited about their chances at pushing us on to a Game 5.
Dave, I've hedged my bets on bringing up an item on the Oni Warriors builds because they're 11,000 gold in the lead. It's going to look good.
This is a glimpse behind the curtain. Myth only takes bets he knows he's going to win.
That just can't be true with my history. It just cannot. Oni Warriors starting up the Fire Giant. Slight grouping from the Solar Scarabs on the right-hand side, but no world where they could step up to the pit itself. So the Warriors, yet again, net Fire Giant for 5 members. Only 2 Phoenixes standing between them and the exposed Titan of the Solar Scarabs. Defense potential for the Scarabs is there. Descent into Madness still a phenomenal tool. Inbound can engage these fights well as well. But it's all about the backline. Baronic and Stewart have not been dealing that much impactful damage. Baronic, top of the charts, but that's Nuwa. That's just fire shards, and generally after they've already lost a team fight. And Stewart sitting 3rd lowest right now, only above the supports in this game.
See how long this mid lane Phoenix lasts.
Longer
Maybe a
than I
little bit
thought.
longer. Long enough.
Oh, it's still there.
Still there. Nika gets 2 members of the Solar Scarabs in his direction. But I imagine Nika's going to stick around here. You almost have to send 2 to deal with Nika here. Because it feels like anyone alone with Nika is going to be suffering not a great fate. Hugo Fred hovering in mid as well. And so you got both carries plus support on right. Solo and jungle hovering over on the mid. Hugo Fred blinks in, finds Scream with his ultimate. Nika dashes to the side, piercing Moonlight out. Mid lane Phoenix goes down. But Hugo Fred lives on. Nika is on a rampage, and that has been the story of this game. There will be a kill traded out, a rare one for the Solar Scarabs here. But SOT, he's all
Triple
alone
knock-up.
outside of his own base. The apple is on him, and Vote is the one who puts him down finally. Neilma has been left alone. That being said, so a 2-for-2 trade, but you've lost your mid lane Phoenix, you've lost your solo and your jungle, and Myth Nika is still on the map. And that is the biggest boon the Warriors have.
No ultimates left for the Scarabs, and inbound takes a fair deal of damage. Nika can't say the same of him, just walks into the Phoenix and walks out immediately through the fire and not burned. The Oni Warriors, they're in the burn.
Nika is taking nearly no damage. That's a big strike from Dardes. Game 5 on the other end of this engagement. If it goes the Oni Warriors' way, the Phoenix will crumble. And so now the cooldown begins. The timers on the deaths of the Solar Scarabs relatively low. The same for the Oni Warriors. Still have time, 2 minutes to group up with the last 3 Fire Giant buffs and look at this left Phoenix once your teammates respawn.
Another different look at a starter item, Sentinel's Boon for inbound on the Sylvanas. Interesting, generally it's the wings picked up, but this time around decides to go a little bit
That has
differently
wings.
with it. Every time you pick up an assist, you're getting bonus gold and 4% of HP and mana. You're not getting a whole ton of kills on the side of the Solar Scarab, so maybe you're not getting a whole lot of value from that passive. Maybe more interested in the actual stats itself. Doesn't want to split up his protections amongst his allies, I suppose. Solar Scarabs, though.
I need them all.
Yeah, they're grouped up. Here we go.
I need all the props I can get. Inbound, pulled in, stunned. Oh, that is huge from Neilma. 3-man Cataclysm on the right side of this fight. But you're looking at the left, and you're looking at Nika running down the Solar Scarabs. The Scarabs show up around the Oni Fury, and that is their folly. They've already lost 2. SOT will make 3 because guess who's here? It's Nika, the 6-0 man around the backside. Make him unstoppable. Piercing Moonlight sends Scream right back in, Stripe at his feet. And he will back away from this engagement, but the Oni Warriors, Myth, they need no more. Nika might chase down the 8th kill of the game, but guess where we're headed? We're on to a game 5.
8-0-4 for Nika, and the Oni Warriors walking lackadaisically into the Titan room. What can you do, inbound?
Nothing. He immediately dies. T aside for the Warriors. Game 5 for us. And another cup of coffee for me, for Myth to deal
You
with.
do not need it. You are shaking right now, bud. Just
What do you mean?
put your hands down. All right, and
Where's
now
the broom?
now look at the
Where's the
camera
broom?
and
Reverse
tell them
sweep
what happened.
coming up. What happened here, Myth? The Oni Warriors put pressure in solo lane and then capitalized on it.
Nailed it. And now throw to a break.
No, we're not ready for that.
We're not ready
yet.
for that.
Look, the set has been this set has now been flipped around. Because think about the praises that we've been singing for the Solar Scarabs in games 1 and 2, and now it's a mental check. You were obliterating the Oni Warriors in games 1 and 2, and now they have taken it to you in back-to-back games. Mental check, to say the least, Myth. I'm not going to give you a chance because we are ready for break. I am ready for a cup of coffee.
You don't need
if
it.
you're at home, hope you're ready for a game 5. We've got that coming right up.
Unfortunate.
Well, we said it as a joke 2 games ago, but Neil Ma has him right where he wants him, as it turns out. It is now 2-2. We're in a Game 5 scenario. But first, we're going to talk about what just happened here in game number 4. And I think a lot of that comes down to some solo lane talk and maybe a little bit of mishaps there for the Scarabs as well. A lot of openings for the Warriors, and they capitalized on all of them.
I mean, I said as soon as this Mulan got locked in, you have to play around solo side. If you're willing to lock in Mulan, you've got to then actually invest in her in the game, and they did that perfectly. Nika dominated. Solar Troll didn't get a blue for a long period of time in this game by design. This play was definitely not a great start for the Scarabs. Just not paying attention to what you're walking into there from Baronic. The backline for the Scarabs just didn't have a great game in this one. I thought Inbound played really well in the early stages of this game, but just got to the point where they couldn't handle this Mulan whatsoever. The mobility that she has and the dive potential just ended up being a little bit too much. Fred was on point alongside him with the dive. Neil played Geb and did a lot of damage and a lot of protections all at the same time. God's good. And Dardes gets this Discordia again. I think you just have to take it away from him. I've seen enough. I think that he's just so much better on this Discordia than everything else right now. I see no reason to give it to him.
This was a perplexing pick when it was locked in for the Mulan. And yet I can think of no complaints I really had about it that game. There were a couple of misses there from Nika. That's maybe the only notes we have. Really good Cataclysms. You had just highlighted how much this Geb was able to do.
Scream.
And yeah, what Neil was able to accomplish in a lot of these moments, not just that one, I would argue several of those moments where this Cataclysm was essential, even times where it didn't get a lot of damage, he forced ults out of Solar Troll, things like that made the Scarabs not necessarily withstand as much as they could have otherwise.
Exactly, and Stewart just wasn't able to do any significant damage in this game, only 8,000 for him. Dardes puts out 17k. Obviously, Baronic's going to have a lot of damage on the new Wob, but not enough of it being super effective. Cthulhu now has not looked very good in this set. Maybe it's time to stay away from that. I think that if I'm on the Scarabs, I'm banning away Discordia. I'm not letting Dardes top 3 it. I think it's just been too good for him. I think that you can ban Geb. I really feel like that god, I mean, it just does a lot for you. I'm fine with Sylvanas being the pick for Bobby top. I think that he's been very good.
That was a very, very good performance in game 4.
That selection. So I'm fine with that. I think that you just take this Discordia and this Geb away and you see what happens from there.
There's a lot of opportunity for change, but the top 6 have had some consistencies throughout the last few games. Specifically, when you look at the Warriors, Ola Run was up there. Sylvanas did make it through, and you had highlighted a really good pickup for Bobby. The Hades
very good.
has been a consistent ban for them as well, taken away from Solar Troll after 2 successful games. We'll see if the Warriors can keep up this pace or if the Scarabs can get themselves a much-needed win. Again, this is a very important set for these teams in terms of group implications. You have to look at the other teams they're going to be matched up against. The Titans and the Bolts are the other two teams in this group. Not an easy set to be able to take over either of those teams. And so if you think about them potentially going 0-2 versus them, this is the game that would separate you between 3rd and 4th.
Yep.
Of course, there's always chance for other upsets. We already see the Bolts at 0-1. So a lot of implications at that. We'll see what happens here. The Scarabs ban out the Morrigan. Now the Izanami joins that. It is Hades Olarun once again there for the Warriors, keeping things pretty much on track.
So it's I suppose this means they aren't banning Geb. Yeah, you banned Discordia here. Okay, so this is the Scarab saying, we would have abused this Geb early if it weren't for Izanami. Izanami is removing our counterplay option to the Geb. So instead of banning Geb, they ban Izanami, and I'm assuming are hoping that the Warriors are going to take the Geb anyways, and they can punish it then. Maybe they're thinking about taking it themselves. Last game, they snap-locked the Sylvanas in this situation. They didn't even think about it. This game, the Warriors still waiting on their 3rd ban, I suppose, on what they are going to go for. But I think that the way that the Warriors have to play around this Geb now with Izanami banned, I think it's still worth picking if the Scarabs don't take it for themselves.
It was the Odin ban to finalize the top 3 for the Warriors. Very similar. Actually, exact same is what they had banned. It's going to be the RDO left open and locked in for the Scarabs. Maybe anticipating that the Warriors won't lock in something like the Sylvanas, which has been very kind to Bobby.
Well, you just still get Geb or Sylvanas this way, or Terra. All 3 of those are open. Yamoja also open. So
a lot of good Guardians still.
A lot of good Guardians on the table. So they take a Guardian, but it's the solo lane Guardian of that group. They decide to go with that option, trying to get Solar Patrol something a little bit more present in the lane than the Cthulhu. And the Warriors continue to prioritize Terra over the Geb, really valuing that team fight presence that Terra brings, and they sustain more so than the shielding and the damage from the Cataclysm.
Now, do you think this time, because you had mentioned with the Izanami ban, it feels like the Scarabs have a mentality of Geb was a problem, but because of the early lane phase that we weren't able to shut him down, do you think that's more or less the mentality here, which is, you know what, we don't know that Geb without Izanami is going to be enough for us?
Yeah, well, it was in Game 4, I believe, or Game 3, that Geb was neither picked nor banned.
Yeah.
And the Warriors took Terra over Geb. So I think that they just value Terra over Geb. I think they just think for whatever they're doing, what their team comp has got going on, they prioritize the Terra first. So, you know, that's up to them and how they're going to play it. That is an awfully early Kali pick for Scream, but it did get banned last game.
Yeah.
So they will take it and make sure that he has at least the option to go to it later.
RDO Kali feels like it should be a very devastating late game combo. Making it there is a different conversation. Sylvanas locked in alongside those, so you've got a jungle and your front line locked in here. Unless they're doing something really weird and throwing this Kali elsewhere, but Screen performed really well with it on Game 2.
Love it.
Now
Love
the Serket
it.
comes through. How do you, like, I mean, you love it. Good anti-heal.
Love it.
A lot.
This is one of the only ways to shut down Kali, is that she goes into destruction, we can't kill her. This is super annoying. She can kill her target full heal. All you've got to do, if you're Fred, your whole job this game is as soon as you hear that Kali ult, you go ult that guy. All you got to do. Because she will die. It's unless she buys Aegis, she dies. There's nothing else she can do. So, and he's not buying Aegis the vast majority of the time. That is Fred's job in these mid to late game team fights, is to not let this Kali get any sort of survivability from the ultimate. It shuts it down entirely. Love that pick for Fred. Obviously good in the early game against the Sylvanas. Struggles a bit against the RDO because of the cripple field, but still think it's a very smart pick for him.
Bans start coming through here after that Serket pick for the Warriors. Uller and Cupid. The Cupid's the one that might seem surprising, but Fields of Love would really help shut down that Serket. So that is a good ban from the Warriors.
Yep.
The Mulan makes an appearance on the Scarabs ban side. They don't want to have to deal with that again alongside this Nike. So a lot of solo lane, a lot of hunters taken off the board. Heimdall's been a popular pick over there for the Scarabs and is still available for them. Vote has opted into this Hachiman. We're still waiting for the mid laner. With no Discordia, where does Dardes go?
It's a good question. No Discordia, no Morrigan. I mean, he can go Hera. That's what we always know him for. That's certainly an option for him. I like this decision to let him see the whole draft, see what everyone is playing, and then try and make a decision from there. But Cthulhu, I think that this Kali was kind of there as, hey, don't pick Cthulhu because we'll kill you for it. You've got Double Guardian still here for the Solar Scarabs. Cthulhu has not looked good this set, no matter which team is really piloting him. A little surprised that's the direction they go. And I was going to say, I'll bet you the Scarabs now, you just lock Double Hunter from this position, right? Because this is how you beat them early in Game 2, was you just had 3 chin-size characters on your team. And the Cthulhu's like, sweet, I just get percent HP to death every single fight. I think I go Double Hunter in this situation. You've got enough magic damage between the Artio and the Sylvanas. It's not great. I'm still going Sov into Lotus Crown if I'm Neil, but it's enough magic damage to contribute. I love this Charybdis pick if it's for Baronic. Give Stewart another Hunter, and I think that they're in a pretty good position.
Well, they're waiting for that last lock-in.
Probably
Everything
Hein.
else feels pretty solid overall. It is, once again, though, mid laners, when you're looking at it specifically in this matchup versus a Charybdis, if it does go mid, has been Baronic's pick so far. What matches up well into that if you're Dardes here?
There's not a lot. I mean, normally when you get Hunters in the mid lane, you get out-pressured early because their auto attacks hit really hard.
Yeah.
That actually isn't really the case with Charybdis. Her auto attacks early aren't great, and so you can actually get lane pressure from her. I think that you go something a little bit more team fight presency because you need something to command attention away from Nika. Terra's not going to do it. I don't think Hachiman is really the character to do it. Serket certainly won't do it when it comes to team fight presence. I think you need something that can do it. Morgan Le Fay is interesting because this is a pick that doesn't really automatically get mid lane pressure, but I think probably can do okay up against the Charybdis. You've got a lot of abilities that make her have to use Whirlpool form. You've got some mobility punishment with the 3, the Wildfire. It punishes Sylvanas pretty well. You can build Divine Ruin early on this pick pretty well. I like the Morgan Le Fay pick. I don't know, Dardes has just been so ice cold on most picks this year that it's impossible for me to say whether or not it can do enough, but I think their mid 3v3 of Terra, Serket, Morgan Le Fay has the tools to be good.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of actually then executing on that, because that's been where the ball drops sometimes for the
A lot of the conversation in games 1 and 2 were around Cuvo Fred and specifically the lack thereof of Cuvo being present. This Serket is going to be one that is interesting. We'll have to keep our eyes on, but they're remaking the lobby as of right now. Game number 5 will be coming to you soon, but before we get there, you have to do a quick break. Welcome back. A couple of remakes, and things are all set for us here in game number 5. You missed some things. You saw Dave breakdancing. You didn't see Dave shotgun an espresso that he had. And we found out what's in the coffin. It turns out, hey, that's where you buried his console career, Mifflin. Sick birds, baby! I just lost my pin. All right, now I feel a little bad. Yeah, this is game 5. You can't see back there, so I shouldn't be looking back there. I was expecting to jump into game 5. Hey, we're gonna jump into the game. All this energy is gonna carry on with Dave and Mifflin.
This is unbelievable. Unbelievable. My gut hurts. I don't know. We got game 5. Let's reroute. All right, hold on.
Focus up, Dave.
No, give me 10 seconds.
Okay.
All right. Well, so
We
we're
have a
scared
cough button.
I know, but everyone's got to encapsulate all of this with us. Solar Scarabs and the Oni Warriors. We go all 5 games here. Scarabs win 1 and 2. The Oni Warriors take it in games 3 and 4. And Myth, it is a return to normalcy. Clearly not for us here at the studio. But in the draft for the Solar Scarabs feels more similar to what we had in games 1 and 2 in games that the Scarabs felt very in control of.
Yeah, if you could remember to 5 hours ago when this set started, this is exactly the style of draft that the Solar Scarabs were looking for. And I think Aggro brings a great point on the desk roughly 20 minutes ago, where it's a triple kin-size composition for Kali, Baronic, and Stewart as well. Being able to utilize that, so Nika might find himself in a similar position in the late game as he did earlier on. This Cthulhu is going to struggle mightily, especially when you take into consideration what Kali is able to do against that god. This time, though, a significant change for the Oni Warriors is their jungler Cubo Fred playing that Circuit, one of the hardest counters to Kali in the game.
You know, Myth, before we get too far into this game, I do want to give myself a shout out, and I don't think it's been discussed enough. Not only did I shotgunned it, but I made the hole with my tooth.
Yeah.
And then I shotgunned it. And I think that carries a little extra oomph with it. And that's all I'm going to say on the matter. And we can now reroute ourselves in game number 5 here between the Warriors and the Scarabs. And again, it's been a minute, so let's recontextualize this. These two teams, seeding-wise at the bottom of Group B, anything can happen in this group. Any team can beat any team. But if the results hold with the seedings, if the teams that are seeded higher beat the teams that are seeded lower, these two teams technically would be fighting for that 3rd and final spot out of Group B, but there is plenty of Smite yet to be played. Needless to say, a lot of weight stands on this matchup nonetheless. Big pull onto Vote. Double stun from Neoma on the answer, and Stewart and Inbound suddenly get it turned around. Watch out, Cubo Fred is here, and in he blinks. Inbound walks away. Shell is there, but Vote has not taken nearly enough damage. It's a dash through from Neoma. Stewart on the back end takes a Bifrost out. Somebody has got to die here. Are you kidding me? Inbound
He's still alive
by Cubo Fred. Auto
one
attack
more auto
on the other end, and Inbound will live with 30 HP.
Man, Stewart left Inbound to die there, by the way. Inbound steps back forward to try and give his boy the wisps, and Stewart rides the Bifrost out of dodge. But somehow, someway, juking inside of the wave, the tree remains standing, and then quietly on the other side of the map, it's a blue buff invade that goes right for the Solar Scarabs.
Alrighty, into game 5 we go, and we've got action from the onset. And a blue buff invade will help build up some of that lead. It's something that SOT had none of in game number 4. If you need a refresher, if my break dancing brought you all the way back, your brain was wiped. Game 4, Nika controlled that game. This is a great pull from Inbound. That from Neil, Myth, really makes this interesting, that double stun. And I can't believe it. I cannot believe Inbound will live. We'll see how low his health gets in this engagement. As low as 32. And maybe a little more damage on the end of it here, but 32 is as low as it gets. And that is unbelievable. Just needed a little bit more.
Did you see that support mentality? He turns on a dime to help out his teammate.
Lower. It was lower than 32.
No, calculated. That's all easy for Inbound. That's why he locked in the Sylvanas, was that sustain in the lane, and now is going to be benefiting greatly from it. Worth noting that the Oni Warriors do already expend their meditation on the other side, so Neoma losing out on a fair deal of sustain, but I gotta say, man, the Solar Scarabs, They squeak by there. Inbound should not have survived.
No, should not have survived, and the gold lead shouldn't be what it is. It's 1,000 already for the Solar Scarabs. Remember back to game 2. 4 minutes in, 1.5K.
Where did 1,500 experience come from?
1.5K gold in game 2, 4 minutes in, and we're saying, what happened here?
Dude, what?
The Solar Scarabs just passively built up this lead in game 2. In 400 gold less is all the difference here in Game 5 from what happened in Game 2. There's a lot of Smite to be played, simply pointing out similarities between this. In Game 2, the engage from Baronic around to the corner. Dardes avoids the stun, but there is destruction from Scream, and there's a first blood as well, and the Solar Scarabs will match the gold lead from Game 2 off to a great start in Game 5.
Solar Scarabs looking a lot like they did in the first 2 games of this set. Early aggression this time around nets them not only first blood, but great macro play to put them a good lead beforehand as well. Early power spikes already hit. Baronic level 7, 1 level lead over Dardes, 1 level lead in the jungle. Scream finishes off his Crusher, and it's a Chalice the Oracle purchase for Inbound, so that's passive gold generated for the rest of the game. He is no longer going to have to buy any standard wards. It's all been purchased up front with this Chalice.
Yeah, it's a decent, and not even a decent, that's a good bit of economy there for Inbound. You're able to go back, finish your Lotus Crown, still have enough money for that Chalice. We'd like to avoid getting down to 13 HP as often as we can in lane. Dardes losing this trade to Baronic. And if Baronic had his ult there, I think that flies, and Dardes has a tough time staying alive. Both mid laners had used their ultimate just a moment ago. And we're getting back to this Charybdis pick, Myth, a pick that has looked great for Baronic in the 2 wins of this set for the Solar Scarabs. And that is a hefty amount of damage trade out onto Dardes that I don't think this Morgan Le Fay expected.
Yeah, so there was a question at the beginning of the week during Waiting Room on whether or not we thought Charybdis was going to be good, and Aggro said definitively he thinks it's going to be a high priority god. We haven't seen that priority order for all the teams in the SPL, but whether or not she's good, that answer, or that question rather, has been answered by multiple teams now. This god has continued to impress. The poke potential, the defense shred, the utility in the kit, the CC immunity, as well as movement speed from the ultimate all adds up to a very impactful god. And Baronic leveraging a massive lead already.
I want to see which direction Scream is going to go with his build here. Inbound takes some poke here in the mid lane. Scream here by the red buff as well. Looks like red's going to get dropped down just fine by the Oni Warriors. But I remember, I'm thinking back to the Kali game Scream played earlier, and I think, if I'm remembering correctly, he delayed the completion of his Odibo. Vote, well timed on his beats there. Inbound, pull, no. Would have been a death sentence you'd imagine for Vote, though. Does have the mounted archery, and so that could have saved his life there as well. But Tier 2 Odibo, I think maybe transitioned into a Wind Demon, something like that earlier on. We'll see if Scream just goes ahead and completes the Odibo this time. But the Kali, a topic of conversation here, Miff, one that could get off to a great start. Dardes misses the range damage, does not miss the knockup. Into the ultimate he goes, avoids the stun. But my god, that is damage from Baronic, and Dardes learns the hard way. 0-2 for the Morgan Le Fay. And this is a brutal start for the Oni Warriors to a Game 5. You pick up some momentum. And now Game 5 going like this. SOT sent on the other side.
Great
Cubo
CC
Fred
chain!
knocked up. Inbound. Pulls him back through, but Cubo Fred dashes and leaps on away. And he'll survive this time.
I think Inbound may have choked that kill. The ultimate, perfect. Keeps the cripple field online so that SOT is able to reclose the gap on a Cubo Fred and stop the dash and leap. But the pull puts Cubo Fred in a position where he can dash and leap.
It's another pull from Inbound, but this time it's Neomod dropping the ult in the mid lane. Nika is here as well. There's a lot of damage onto Baronic and Inbound. One knockup is there, but Baronic has used the beads. And so Nika, with the Descent into Madness, strips away the beads from Baronic. And Inbound, luckily able to walk on away. Shell gets used there. Look at this mid lane tier 1 tower.
It's
or
gone.
what's left of it. This is 8 minutes into the game, and all of this pressure has found its way onto Dardes and onto the mid lane tier 1 tower, and it's all flowed through Baronic, Scream, and the rest of the Solar Scarabs around mid.
And look at the gold lead and how quickly that's amassed as well. We're at 4,000.
What happened?
By the way, 8 minutes into this game, experience is at 5,000.
Doesn't that look
Are
eerily
they cheating?
Doesn't that look eerily similar to the gold graph of Game 2?
I'm getting deja vu.
When there's no massive spike one way or another, it's just a steady incline for the Solar Scarabs. You know what that looks like? Is like Benevolence meta when one team had all 5 and there's just a steady one steady gold increase for them. And this is not going to feel great for Vote. He does not have beads for 28 seconds. And luckily pathing away quick enough. Actually, I don't even know if there's a ward back there. There was one at that jungle entrance, but good map awareness from Vote to back away before it was necessary to use that ultimate. Nika's receiving a lot of pressure from SOT here, Myth. And if you're beckoning back to the beginning of this set, this is exactly where the Solar Scarabs have wanted the Oni Warriors from minute 1.
2-level lead for Baronic, and Dardes now equal level with Inbound, the support of the Solar Scarabs. And it seems like Scream has figured out what he wants to do this game, and it's sit inside the enemy jungle. He's been stripping back camps, purple buffs, scorpions, whatever he can to make sure that the farm is slowed down by the Oni Warriors. This is just great macro play. Every single time Scream takes one of the Warriors' buffs, it's somebody else in the Scarabs taking one of Scream's, and it's just efficient splitting a farm throughout the entirety of the map. The Oni Warriors are by no means out of it as of now, but they do certainly have a steep hill to climb. Some significant power spikes are approaching. It's a Ikavale start for Vote, so he's got some 1v1 potential up against Stewart, stripping away some of that power. The attack speed, good as well. Charged bow pickup for Scream means that he's now dealing AoE damage in these engagements, and quickly as well.
A lot of damage onto Cubo. Not even time to cast that one, as SOT and Scream combined for a kill. And this is a horrible start for the Oni Warriors, and Cubo Fred just not having the ability to play aggressively, impact the map. And that's something we've seen the Oni Warriors do in games 3 and 4. I will give myself another shout out here. I remembered correctly on
Leave yourself alone.
The charged bow pickup, and then skipping it and going to the Wind Demon. I shouted it out earlier, and I'm gonna stick with it. Something about too much caffeine just unlocks my brain, Miff, and maybe I just need to stick to that. My body probably won't thank me, but my cast might. Solar Scarabs around the Pyromancer. It's a neutral objective for free. Gold Fury is up, but the Solar Scarabs nor the Oni Warriors will group up around this one. I don't know, man. Look, we're only 10 minutes, 11 minutes into this game, and already it's a worrying trend if you're the Warriors or one of their fans. This would be good, a kill onto Inbound, but look at the sustain.
He's living.
On the other end, he lives, and Baronic in turn turns damage around onto Dardes. Didn't even have to use his ultimate. Hugo Fred is going to get caught out here by SOT.
No.
And Scream, this happened just a moment ago. You're relying on Nika's peel, but there's just not enough. Scream will charged bow his way into Cubo Fred's health bar. Inbound still in this fight, still low, still impacting things, and it looks like he's going to walk away as well. Myth, this is big shades of game number 2. At least something brought back here, and it's the first kill of the game for the Oni Warriors.
Inbound does trade out his life,
man.
but maybe Neomar going to do the exact same thing. Cripple Field's
so
there.
Good. This is
Stun
so
connects.
Good. Oh, that's big from Baronic to stun onto Nika. The Cthulhu dashes away. No descent into madness, and the Solar Scarabs are hungry for more. Unfortunately, the health and mana bars don't agree with Scream and don't agree with SOT. If you told me the solo lane tower was going to be the first one to go down with mid being this way for the last 5 minutes, I would have laughed, but here we are. But it is pretty indicative of the way all of this pressure has gone. Rewind the clock to game 2, and that's what you've got here in game 5.
So we're approaching 6,000 gold now, 5,500, 6,000 experience for the Solar Scarabs. At the 12-minute mark, this is nearly insurmountable. You got to hope for some mistakes now from the Solar Scarabs if you're an Oni Warriors fan. There are ways to fight back in, but it just feels like when SOT, when Scream are involved, when Baronic's making rotations, as he has been, how are you going to be able to take these engagements? I'm also surprised, if you can remember all the way back to that initial engagement where we thought Inbound might fall down in mid to the combined efforts of Dardes and Neomar.
Yeah.
Neomar just held on to Earthen Fury. Had he used it at any point, I'm pretty sure Inbound just dies, but delay, trepidation, hesitation, if you would, from the Oni Warriors cost them a kill earlier. Could have turned things around before they got over to the blue buff.
Here's the thing, Miff. There are a lot of player passives in the SPL. Vote will use mounted archery to get away from this one. Neomar has one of the more dramatic player passives, loves going down in sets, turning things around, and in games like this, plays on teams that often turn things around, but with no pressure on the neutral objectives. He's going to need one hell of a passive to get the Oni Warriors back into this game. 6,500 gold lead. And this is just a continued trend. And here's what's worrying, Myth, is that there hasn't been any pushback around these neutral objectives. Pyro looked at, Gold Fury looked at, and just let go by the wayside. And it's terrifying. Tier 1 tower in both mid and right
7 now.
Looked at. Tier 1 tower on left looked at.
It's at 8,000.
The Oni Warriors have, whether by the game state or by their own decision making, not had an opportunity to find any
dead?
footing here in this game. I think he might be dead here, Myth. Nika, descent into madness. Scream is low on the back end.
Oh, is he
Destruction is
dead?
there for the Kali. Cubo Fred has found him, but Cubo Fred is left alone. My friend, what are you doing inbound from range? We'll finish off that kill. Stewart has got one on the Vodon left. It's a 2-for-1 kill over on the left side of the map. Inbound is able to chase one down here on right, and Nika might die as well. My hopes are fading for the Oni Warriors and their ability to turn this around, and my hopes are soaring for the Solar Scarabs and their ability to close us out here in Game 5.
So we're approaching 9,000 gold now for the Solar Scarabs, 8-1 in the slash line. SOT made an early rotation over towards the duo lane, which is why we saw Nika pushed up to the tier 1 tower, even tier 2. And great body blocks. He buys so much time. Scream's going to take that kill. SOT does not need abilities to lock down his opponents because he's just that chunky in the bear form, I suppose. Is this a tier 2 tower at the 15-minute mark? What is happening?
This is disgusting. What happened in games 3 and 4? What goes on?
What? You guys could have done this the whole time?
This is unbelievable. It's unbelievable because this is the same thing, Myth. It's the same thing we
Deja
saw
vu?
in games 1 and 2. What happened? What happened in games 3 and 4? This is a best of 5 set, I suppose, and you're taking it to its limits if you're the Solar Scarabs. 10,000 gold.
13,000 experience, by the way. 15 minutes in, that might as well be another 10,000 gold. Let's call it a 20,000
lead.
lead.
Is 503.
That's not good. That's
You
a
got
late game
3
hyper
win
carry.
demons. You got everyone working to Kinsize right now.
Yeah, Nika's not going to get a chance to play this game. He missed his point of interaction.
Talk about whiplash for poor Nika. I mean, you were doing whatever you want in the last
Should've
game we
played the
played
Mulan again,
on Mulan, and now suddenly you're Cthulhu and literally can't do anything you want. Look, the Solar Scarabs team, they are playing like something special when the draft and the game plan is something they're actively impacting, and that's games 1, 2, and 5. Look, we're 16 minutes in. There's going to be a hefty turnaround. There's going to be one hell of a passive for Neilma to get himself and the Warriors back into Game 5.
We can't talk about Neilma passive anymore. Neilma's passive netted them the last 2 games. Where's Nika's passive? Where's Cubo Fred's? Well, Nika's passive maybe the last one.
That's right.
So we'll give Game 3 to Neilma. Game 4 goes to Nika. Cubo Fred, Dardes, vote. We got to figure out what these passes are, and we're going to need to figure it out quick if you want a chance at winning this one, because this gold lead is just continuing to grow.
It's like humorous at some point, right? It's not humorous if you're the Warriors or their fans.
No, they hate this.
They hate
They're
every
molding.
aspect of this. But it's almost humorous. Just there is zero deviation from the norm here as far as the gold lead. We have not broken it. And it's from minute 1 when there were no kills on the map for the Solar Scarabs.
They're pulling it.
From minute 1. From 0-0 in the kill department, the Scarabs have had a 1,000 gold lead since minute 4, and we have not looked back. Yeah, we got 3 Wind Demons, 2 Chin Size. We're 17 minutes in. Why not go for it? Can Nika make something happen? No,
oh my God.
He is left alone. And look at the Cthulhu health bar, or what was the Cthulhu health bar. Stewart does plenty of damage in this one. Dardes on the wrong side of this fight. He will trade out a kill, but Stewart will get the double. Cubo Fred left running. Beads used, leap used. SOT is going to run down Neilma. When it rains, it monsoons. Maybe the best vote can do is take a tier 2 tower or some health from the tier 2 tower on left.
Well, Fire Giant only on 4 members of the Solar Scarabs 17 minutes into this game with a 13,000, make that 14,000 gold lead. So it could be worse. Could have already killed a Titan here, I suppose. The Solar Scarabs. This is a 99%er, and I think that might be doing a disservice. The Oni Warriors now need to hope for miracles if they want to be able to make a comeback here. Finding 1 kill is a great start. Stripping Fire Giant from one of the hunters is going to slow down the siege from the Solar Scarabs, but the Solar Scarabs don't have much to work through. This is the last tower on the map, by the way. 18 minutes in the game, and it goes down to the efforts of the 2 Guardians, SOT and Inbound. Head back to base, spend up your gold, regroup, go push down a Phoenix. What's going to happen? What's the best case scenario on the defense for the Oni Warriors? Is it Nika descending into madness and getting slammed by triple kin size? Level 15, by the way? I don't think that's your saving grace. Is it Neilma popping his 2nd relic? He doesn't have that yet. He's level 11.
He's level 11.
This is long shot odds, man. Maybe it's Cubo Fred shutting down Scream through the Destruction Ultimate. Scream's level 20, though. So what are the odds of that happening? Maybe it's Dardes coming up huge in this team fight. He's level 15.
You know when this
tough.
set was doomed, Myth, was when I had you do the reverse sweep coming up. Cause
Yeah, that you casters cursed them through me.
if I'm remembering correctly, the last time you did that, the one that's on the intro video, whatever team we were reverse sweep,
They didn't reverse sweep.
They
They did
lost
not.
like the next game. So the Oni Warriors break the initial reverse sweep coming up curse and take us to 5. But it looks like we might be ending this game sub 20 minutes. Why not? The Solar Scarabs have come to play.
Surely
SOT
not.
is zoning out 3 members of the Oni Warriors. There's an exposed Phoenix in mid and right that we can take. We have not quite reached the 20-minute mark. This Scarabs team is playing like a team possessed in 3 games with a 2-game lull sandwich somewhere in the middle. But the turnaround we've seen from games 3 and 4, you could totally understand if the momentum, the moment, kind of took the Scarabs out of this set. But they re-grounded themselves, drafted a great composition. And Myth, it looks like they're one team fight away from taking Game 5 and taking their first game in the group.
It's a mid-Phoenix approaching, and the minion wave is in. Neomod takes a good deal of damage, but it's Cubo Fred in the back.
We need a miracle, and we need it now if you're the Oni Warriors. Mid-Phoenix low.
This could be
Cubo
it.
Fred onto screen.
It's Fred.
And Dardes is the one who is able to pick up the kill. The mid-Phoenix does go down, but the fight is not lopsided. The Scarabs do not win the Death Column game. They do win the Phoenix game, though. So Scream goes down, and that was a concerted effort by the Oni Warriors to grab that kill. But I think the Scarabs are just fine here, Myth. They get left Phoenix and mid Phoenix, and they only lose their jungler in trade.
Now the Solar Scarabs only have Fire Giant on 3 of their members. Remember that Baronic lost it off of the initial taking of the neutral objective, but already stripping 2 Phoenixes sub 20 minutes into the game. Great start for the Solar Scarabs. Generally, the first Fire Giant just primes the map for the secondary to take a Phoenix.
That's right.
Not the case. We've already stripped away 66% of the birds of the Oni Warriors. Only 1 still standing, and it's the lowest value Phoenix on the map. Solar Scarabs have put themselves in such a wild position that I now refuse to do the math on the gold differential, and instead will say the Oni Warriors, they've got no horse in the race of this next Fire Giant. They can't step up out of their base. They need that unofficial 6th man. And I'm talking about the Titan. They need that Titan DPS. But also, by that same note, I don't think they can take a fight in their Titan room. It might just die.
I don't think the Titan even wants to add any DPS into this game. 16,000
Dude,
gold,
Titan's
by
like, who fed these guys?
the way. Yeah, right. What's going on? He's chilling in the base while the Titan feels like he's got some time to build up, get ready for this game. Yeah, anything but. Watching a Phoenix dying left in mid at 20 minutes, sub 20 minutes. A worrying sight for the Titan of the Oni Warriors, to say the least. And so now the Scarabs they'll group up. And this Fire Giant's about to respawn. The buff has fallen off. I'm not sure the Scarabs even really need it. You've got Fire Minion waves in left and mid. That's going to force Vote left, force Cubo Fred mid. Let's walk forward. Let's get a pull. Let's end the fight. Let's end this set.
Neomod ticks over to level 12, so has his secondary relic now available. If you want a point of reference for how that looks for supports in this lobby, Inbound sitting at level 18. That's 6 levels separating these 2 guys.
Inbound is ahead
Yeah,
of everyone on the Oni Warriors, and even with 2, he's
he's fed at 1, 1, and 4.
that is bad for the Oni Warriors.
It's 20,000 gold.
It is 20,000 gold at 22 minutes. You don't often see a 1K gold per minute increase, but we are real close to it for the Solar Scarabs here. And right side Phoenix looks like the last bastion of hope for the Oni Warriors, and this bird will go down quickly. It's triple chin size, triple wind demon. Don't let Scream, Baronic, or Stewart, I guess, hit the Phoenix at all, because it's going to fall quickly. Mid-wave Fire Minions reach the Titan. Is there some pushback at any point here from the Oni Warriors? SOT is walking into the backline, and he is doing it with ease.
Dead.
Nika cannot even use the Descent into Madness. The Solar Scarabs set the stage. They set the feast, and they have eaten in Game 5. The Oni Warriors brought us here, but the Solar Scarabs wag their fingers. Game 5 and the set to the Solar Scarabs.
And this was one of the most important matchups in Group B. Solar Scarabs and the Oni Warriors the closest in skill level, meaning that whoever won this one likely does stamp their ticket to move on to the next phase. That's tough stuff. Now the Oni Warriors have to look for upsets. They need to take out the Bolts or the Leviathans.
Why are you laughing, Miff?
Because the Leviathans are the first seed.
Is that hard to do?
Yeah, it's muy difícil.
Bolts and Titans are on this side of the group. Neither of those sound all that exciting either, though, Miff.
Both the Titans are
I would
right.
argue the Titans are just as scary as the, if not scarier, right?
Maybe.
And so to summarize all that, now the Bolts have to win against one of those two teams, or else they're not moving on to the Phase 3 playoffs. They've got a longer road into the SMITE World Championships. This is domination from the Scarabs in Game 1, domination from the Scarabs in Game 2.
3 and 4, not so much.
Forgettable games, admittedly, and good bounce back. You give the Warriors their due credit in 3 and 4. And then it's a run back of the same exact style of game.
But at 2 times speed.
It was faster somehow. The Scarabs have figured something out. Now, if we do that in 3 straight games, terrifying. But do not take away these wins from the Solar Scarabs. This is a very difficult team to beat in the Oni Warriors, and the Scarabs kind of do it easily. Game 5 and the set to the Solar Scarabs. I'm going to go drink water. Don't you worry. The desk will be back to break it down.
Benji is around the back. Good Rivers review from inbound. Keeps the back line out of this fight. Aurora's got the Scarabs blessing onto himself. Slice close spin. Ducks back down. It's a big engage from SOT. Over on the Oracles. SOT going massive.
Hey there, SMITE fans, Aggro here. Look, every single year, the SPL just keeps getting better. Season 7 was incredible, and in Season 8, I'm sure our players are going to take their game to the next level. But in order to do that, they're going to need the best gear they can get their hands on. And that's why I'm so excited to announce that the title sponsor for Season 8 of the SPL is Alienware. Yeah, that Alienware. Our players are getting the best of the best in computer gaming. These Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition PC setups are insane. Not only will these be the PCs that the players will compete on once we are in studio, but Alienware is also providing one for each player at their home setup to make sure their practice is as good as possible. Now let's get down to brass tacks. The specs on these Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition desktops are amazing. An AMD Ryzen 9 16-core processor.
That's a lot of cores.
That's plenty of processing power.
Plenty of cores.
If you want to stream, this is the way to go.
I know a lot about my cores, so. I mean, Pilates, right?
64 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM.
What? Is that true?
That is true. I mean, this thing has 64 gigs of DDR4 RAM.
Which you can do literally anything with.
Literally anything.
I've never had more than 16 gigs.
That's quadruple the amount I have at home.
And one of the hottest commodities in the PC world, an NVIDIA GeForce 3090 graphics card.
Insane how much better this is than what I have.
The best graphics you really need, Ultra, of course.
Content's gonna look good.
And what's the point of all the power if you can't see it? Players will also be using the Alienware 25-inch 240 Hz monitors.
Man, when I load into scrims with this bad boy, I'm gonna feed so hard. And it's gonna be in perfect picture quality.
We are so excited to be partnering with Alienware for Season 8 of the SMITE Pro League. And the best part is, this VIP treatment, it's not just for the pros. You too can get the best possible SMITE experience. Just go to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code SMITEAW to get special discounts on some of Alienware's best products. Thanks again to Alienware. Make sure you're following them on Twitter and Instagram. That's at Alienware on both platforms. And you can join their community at alienwarearena.com.
And you're telling me an alien wore this?
That's right, smitegame.com/Alienware is where you need to go. And of course, thank you to our title sponsor here at the SPL Season 8. Almost forgot what we were doing. I don't know how I did that. That is Alienware. Of course, we want to extend our thanks to them and tell you about what the pros are playing on the Aurora Ryzen R10 desktops, that 25-inch 240 Hz gaming monitor. Of course, where you can get those and where you can get a discount. That is smitegame.com/Alienware. You have to use code SMITEAW to get all of that. And as always, you can follow them on Instagram and Twitter at Alienware. And you can go to alienwarearena.com to join giveaways and more in their global community. So thanks again to Alienware, and thanks to the Scarabs. Not only do they give us a nice long set, the first 5-game set we've had of this group stage aggro, but they give us a really entertaining Game 5, not in the way you would think. It's not a close game by any margins, but it is an entertaining game nonetheless.
Yeah, especially if you're a Scarabs fan, I'm sure you were having a ton of fun during that game, because they were dominant from the very beginning of this game. Just never really found an answer for the Oni Warriors. I mean, it started off with Scream having an easy first blood against this Morgan Le Fay for Dardez, and that was really just the beginning of the end, it felt like, for the Oni Warriors. They just didn't have any fight. Their duo lane was getting ran over. Their mid lane was getting ran over. Nika wasn't able to really join in these fights. It was just too easy for this squad, and Baronic keeps making this Charybdis mid look really, really good.
Yeah, if you weren't sold on it, this set probably could have sold you on it. The way that things were going. They won all of the games they had the Charybdis as well. So a good look for the Scarabs each time they locked it in. And yeah, you're not misreading this. This is 11 minutes in, 5,000 gold. I wanted to talk a little bit about that. It was the point where, like, you have to start questioning things. Like, they had so much gold flowing into their pockets, but that's not the only thing they were dominating with. I marked these down because they were so early. 18 minutes and 30 seconds, and then 18 minutes 40 seconds. That was the level 20 for Stuart and then for Scream, respectively. They hit it much faster than the level a minute mark, and that indicates, I think, more than anything, how ahead they were.
They were just, this game snowballed out of control so quickly. Warriors didn't have any mid-camp control. They didn't have any control of anything. I mean, you won't see 669 gold per minute very often, but Stuart nearly hit 700 gold per minute. Like, that is absurd.
Yeah, and just by metrics, anything over 600 is nuts. Like, a good winning game is 590, range, right?
Yeah.
That 591 for Baronic, that's your good, hey, we had a 25-minute game where we're in control. That's typically the range you're looking for. Most teams' averages are like 570 if they're winning, and usually in the low 500s, maybe high 400s. That's where like Obey had hovered. 490s were a lot for that last year. That's a nuts game from the Scarabs, and that's about all I have to say about it. I think the Scarabs left all the words they needed out there on the field, and I believe that we have Inbound standing by for an interview. And Inbound, I have a very important question. I'm gonna get the hard one out of the way first. What happened in games 3 and 4 that then turns around into that game number 5?
We had already seen it 3-0, and we thought it was kind of boring. And we've seen a couple 4-game sets, and I mean they were okay. And we were like, we want to push it to 5 games. Like, let's just draft as poorly as possible game 3 and 4, and let's just see what happens. And unfortunately, we had to go to 5 games. But like, that was a good 5th game.
You know what? That's the streamer in you talking, right? Like you came for the content. You knew you wanted to create a little bit more for us. What was it? So in game number 5, right? You come out of game 4, and we're actually talking about it. A little worried for the mental of the team. How did you guys bounce back between games 4 and 5 to get such a big turnaround?
I mean, after game 4, we kind of realized like what the issue was, like why the games were going so bad. At the end of game 3, we thought we knew what it was, and it was just wrong. And then after game 4, we figured it out, and we were like, okay, guys, this is what we need to do. Let's do it. And it's exactly what we needed to do. And the mentals are always in it because we stomped them game 1 and game 2. Like the games weren't close. Like we knew that we are like able to beat them in 20 minutes. So we just kind of needed to do it.
Yeah, games 1, 2. And 5, all your wins were very convincing wins at that. Just one last question for you. I know there's, the Titans, the Bolts are tomorrow. There's a lot on the horizon for you. But are you guys going to do anything to celebrate this win tonight?
We're going to celebrate it by winning tomorrow, too.
No time to rest and no rest for the wicked. Well, man, good luck in those games when they happen. But congratulations on a huge win for you here. And thanks for your time.
Thank you.
It's a lot on the horizon for them, but I'm sure a huge weight off their shoulders for the Scarabs. This is a big win just based on what we've seen. And it opens up a lot of fun implications. Again, they were the ones who upset the Kings in Phase 1 and were able to take over a spot in the playoffs. And this might be the thing we look back on at the end of next week and say this is where the Scarabs got their position.
100%, because now the Warriors have to beat either the Titans or the Bolts. They have to beat them in a best of 5. And if they play like they did today, that won't happen.
And not only that, they'd have to beat them better than a 5-game set, because then we have to think about plus-minus, and because they cannot tie with the Scarabs in those standings if they want to be able to make it there. Ideally, they find 2, and it's somebody else's problem, but we'll have to see that. The Warriors won't be playing until next week. Scarabs have to go up against the Bolts tomorrow, just around that 1:30, 2 p.m. mark, if you want to catch that one. And then before that, Leviathans taking on the Dragons. Now, if that wasn't enough for you, 2 really heavy-hitting matches, let me sell you a little bit more. Both best of 5s, easy selling point right there. How about both in studio on top of that? Yeah, all 4 of these teams are going to be coming in and playing with us here for Halloween. It is going to be a fantastic day. Of course, there's also the pumpkin contest that's going on. It's going to be a fun day tomorrow. I have on good authority that there's going to be some costumes being worn.
Yes.
That authority is that I know I am wearing one. And I assume some of the others are based on conversations, but I can't guarantee anything like that. Here's the standings for the groups so far. Of course, we've had 2 sets from each, so some teams are up 1-0, and that is a great spot to be sitting right now. Top 3 is where you need to be.
I really hope Mifflin comes dressed as a competent analyst. Wouldn't that be a good change of pace?
Jeez. I wasn't expecting that. I
don't know.
I think I caught some flair. I might need some burn.
It was that. Why did I go at Mifflin? I should have gone at you, Gore, for absolutely roasting me earlier. In a defenseless position.
I felt really bad about it. If it makes you feel better.
Well, I'm sorry, Mifflin. I was angry at Gore. I lashed out at you. It wasn't about you. I'm gonna come dressed as something else. I don't know.
No, I actually haven't seen your costume. You haven't seen your costume either.
I haven't. It got there. It got here today, though.
Hey, we can look at some of these tweets. You. Yourself, Aggro.
Oh, well, there was a
to
picture
make some
with
memes.
this, but it didn't make it on apparently.
Yeah, to get so
go to my Twitter, you'll find it. This was great work by Pon, by the way. The photoshopping me in mid, I gotta play safer in this position. I have to play safer than that.
Yeah, so we took it. Yeah, nice little picture there of Aggro while
That's a good
in
one.
the coffin when you
Shane
die.
Smite, leader in the clubhouse, I would say, for my favorite memes so far.
That is a 10 out of 10. Hopefully you
That's
tag
really
Aggro
good.
in it. If you quote tweet me and I think it's really funny, I'll send it to him. But unless I chuckle at it, there's a chance it gets lost in the void of the internet.
It's true. You got to make Gore chuckle, which, to be fair,
It's
isn't
actually really easy.
Yeah, it's not that hard. Yeah, it really isn't. That's a fairly low bar. So if your meme doesn't make Gore chuckle, you should look internally afterwards.
You've got to figure some things out there.
Yeah.
We can look at this. Yeah, I saw a lot of Baron ults
Yeah.
references.
That's good work.
And that's Billy himself. So
Yes.
Wow, wait. Billy's doing that. He made that while he was also doing
On the
like,
clock?
replays and stuff.
On the clock? That's
Me-
not allowed.
well,
You're not allowed
well-
to have fun on the clock here. Are you kidding me? This is a very serious broadcast.
Okay, but don't tell Hindu though.
A very serious broadcast that we have here, Gormizer. No jokes, okay? We're not about joking around here. We're serious.
Yeah, you're right.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. Okay,
Thank
so
you.
now we're going to close this out like an NPR broadcast. No, I can't do it. I can't keep it. That is it for Saturday. Of course, tomorrow is Halloween. And again, tomorrow, all day, all LAN. That's what's going to matter. Hopefully you tune in 11 a.m. twitch.tv/SmiteGamer, wherever you happen to be watching right now. We'll see you in the morning.
Peach it.
Oh, wait, I like that pin.
Unlucky.